out Eminem and all that. You know, so.
Here. It's NFL draft tonight, baby. NFL draft. All the speculation ends tonight. All the speculation ends tonight. You know what I'm saying? So we gonna get this thing up for y'all. Only the way we could do it. Draft the way we could do it. Y'all got any insights? Anything from the fellas? You know, anything from the fellas going on, starting it off? Is there anything from the fellas?
I can just say that
what they would like to see, what they won't like to see. You know, I would like to see a pick of Marvin Harrison Jr. number 2 personally, but hey, everybody's different for what they like and what they don't like. So we're gonna pass it around to the fellas so that they can get you acclimated on what they want to see and what they got going for tonight and what they don't got going. I know me personally, I would love to see a pick of Marvin Harrison Jr. It's not gonna happen, but you know, without swinging around to the guys, let them go ahead and take it on from here.
I mean, Marvin Harrison came out and explained why he didn't do none of the draft process. Said it was his father. His father talked about it.
Later.
But what I'm saying is that
the green one behind you.
I see us drafting a quarterback, even if we as you know, better analysis, I will call us, don't think that that's the right thing to do. There's so many more options.
What y'all got?
Okay, me personally, y'all already know who I want. I want Jake Daniels, regardless of what he thought, you know, the coalition or the multiple guys that are owners. I think Jake Daniels would be a good fit personally, and I think John Sarris made a good move today with retiring Gerald Green's number. I think Daniels should have did it, but John Sarris made a good step in the right direction. I think drafting James would be another good step in the right direction.
All right, swing it on around.
Jane Daniels. I was a little like on the fence, but there are a lot of rumors going around the league of 2 teams that want to move up to get Daniels. Like I told y'all before, my boy is a Raider fan. The Raiders believe if they are able to get Daniels, that he would be in the MVP voting his first year, and they would have an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl. That's how they feel. That's why that's one of the only teams that's interested in trading up with us in this pick. So I think that if a team wants to move from double-digit picks,
Minnesota's interested too, bro.
Double-digit picks, quoted with Minnesota, but a team with a double-digit pick to want to move up to number 2 to give up years worth of picks goes in some favor of how special the kid possibly is. I won't say what direction I want to go into because I haven't coached a successful franchise. I haven't been a fan of a successful franchise in the last 20 years. So what I would like to see is whatever they do, they be 100% behind it. It's not going to have to look the way I want it to look. And I think sometimes I get like that where I wanted to look a certain way. I just want it to work. So whatever that is, I just want them to be 100% confident in whatever that is. I would love for this team to get Marvin Harrison Jr. I would also love for them to get Joe Alt. I also would want them to wait a year for a quarterback. But I also know that even some of my co-hosts wouldn't want to see Mariota be the starter for the entire year. I'm not sure if it's that bad of a thing, though. So I'm on the fence. But like I said, worst case scenario, I just want them to be 100% behind the pick, whatever it is. If there's any questions, that's what bothers me.
Hey, bruh, Mariota coming out of college is Jaden Daniels.
No.
I don't think so either. I don't put that.
No, hold up. I don't mean by the player, the caliber of the player. I mean number 2 pick, running, passing quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner, accolades wise. He's the number 2 pick. That was a Heisman Trophy winner. That's on our roster.
I think the closest comparison for Jaden to me right now wouldn't even be RG3. It would be more Randall Cunningham. And even if you say RG3 was special and we all watched that season together, I definitely think before injury he very much was. But Randall Cunningham was special for a very long time, like consistent wise.
Yeah.
Even his time in Minnesota, where he wasn't able to use his legs as much, his arm still had the talent that was there for previous years before. Um,
I mean,
again,
it's
for
pretty damn good to throw to Chris Carter and Randy Moss too, though.
yes, yes. But again, that's what you want in someone that you can build on. You want to take advantage of the legs early in their career and still be able to mature and take and long create a longer path to the peak of your arm strength or your arm talent.
I agree.
Again, he's the
Mike Vick
only
too.
quarterback that presents himself. I think that he's not. I don't think he's like Michael Vick only because I don't think the change of direction is there. But I do think what Ro was saying when we were talking about him earlier, like just his ability that once he starts and goes forward, it's a level of fast that isn't like the norm fast. It's
Yeah,
not like a Jalen Hurts takeoff or a Lamar Jackson. It may be just as quick as a Lamar Jackson takeoff, but it's so he's so stratty. You know what I'm saying? That he may be able to just break one of those runs a little further than normal. Yeah,
but
we got two
but man,
second
I'm gonna
runs.
be real. Lamar got wiggle, man. That's something that Jaden don't got like Lamar. Lamar got wiggle, man. Lamar, he'll stiff arm you, but he'll also run over you. You know what I'm saying? But if he gets you to that point where you in space, he can definitely juke you out your pants.
Well,
Man,
that's what I'm saying. At a 4.3 and lighter, like what you think about cars? Like when a car is like a Bugatti truck, and then you think about a Lamborghini. The Lamborghini may not be as fast horsepower wise, but it can get in and out of the turns faster because it's a lighter vehicle. So with Jaden, it's not really about the wiggle and the juke more than it is how fast can you get these 10 yards of field. Can you get 10 yards and get down
that
quick?
and that's my thing is he can get, man, that 10 come fast with him. I'll keep it real. I mean, he's like the fastest I think I've ever seen from a quarterback is his 0 to 60, especially once he get out the pocket. Oh my goodness, it's explosive. And that was probably the biggest thing I liked about him is his explosiveness outside the pocket when it comes to his legs. Out of everything, I think that's what makes him special. I think that's what makes him special to me. Out of everything as far as Jaden Daniels go, yeah, I think his explosiveness outside the pocket, I just it's just different. It's just different.
I don't think he'll be able to really take advantage of it as much as I think he will be able to
Chicago
year
pick
2 or 3 right away because of how light he is. But I also see that it's 3 months before the season starts, maybe even 4 months before the season starts. He got time to put on 10 pounds. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, you want to do your best to make sure that he's not even getting those type of hits. So I wouldn't even make design runs more so than when the pressure breaks down, just break down and get what you can and get down. And like I said, once he starts seeing how fast he's able to get to the second line, he won't
The
even really
pick is
need
in.
you.
Yeah, I said Chicago pick is in. Washington is on the clock.
Washington on the clock. We finally get to see all the hoopla ends. Washington on the clock. All the hoopla ends.
You know what? It messed the whole it wouldn't mess the draft up because I think we'd just draft Caleb Williams potentially. But if they drafted Jaden Daniels first,
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm gonna keep it real.
I mean, I don't know, man. Look, I'm not here to say that Jaden Daniels is a bust, but I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. Jaden Daniels had one phenomenal year. He had another, I guess, 2 good years, I could say. But he only had one phenomenal year. And in that year, he had, to me, one of the best receiving corps maybe in college football history.
I wouldn't
Who's
say
that?
that.
Who's
I
that,
wouldn't
Burrow?
say that.
Who you talking about, Burrow?
I'm
That's what I'm saying.
no, I'm
Who you talking about?
Jaden Daniels. Listen, I'm saying this. I'm
What?
saying this. I'm only saying this in foresight. I'm saying that I think that Thomas and Neighbors is going to resonate at that next level, or
That's
they'll
only
step
two
on the.
people, bro.
Uh, I get what you're saying. I'm not saying it is the best. I said one of the best.
That's still
Not of all time. I wouldn't put
nah.
it up
Yeah,
there.
Hey, it depends on what they do in the NFL. In my
I
opinion,
still wouldn't say all the time, bro. I don't even know
no,
if
if they
nobody's having a better season than Tim Brown did in Notre Dame, bro. Like,
Right. No, Tim
we
Brown,
not
right.
about. We got to chill on
no,
that, bro.
no.
Right.
I'm not saying they're going to be the best receivers of all time. You still to me, you still got a tall mountain to climb. But if we go see them go resonate in the NFL at a very, very high level, who was on the other side of Tim Brown?
I don't. I don't.
I think it was might have been Rocky Ishmael. It might have been.
Nah, Rocket was way later.
You think so? Oh,
Yeah,
no,
Rocket
you're right.
was later.
He
Rocket was
went
later.
to Ohio State. He went to Ohio State. You're
I
right.
think
So the
that
pick is in. Caleb
Rocket went to Ohio
Williams
State.
is the first pick overall.
not
Caleb
surprised.
Williams is the pick. Caleb
Caleb
Williams is
Williams
the
is the
pick.
first pick
Caleb
overall.
Williams is
Washington is
officially
the
a
lock.
Chicago Bear.
I think
We
everybody
are
knew that.
on the
We all
clock
knew that.
officially now. We are
I
really
just
on
want
the
to play
clock
devil's
now.
advocate.
As long as this pick does not say
They
Drake
say
May,
he's from DC. What y'all think, fellas?
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm glad for
I
him.
got
I'm glad he's
anything
not
on
here.
that?
Who, Caleb? Yeah, I'm glad we don't got him either.
I actually wouldn't have mind Caleb, to be honest.
I'm glad we
'Cause
don't have him, bro.
I think
I'm glad we don't
Our
have him.
media,
I'm glad we don't.
Leo. The player, I'm okay with. The hoopla and the media shit, bro. I don't think we need that, bro.
no, I get it, but I was just saying for me personally because he's from the area. You know what I'm
That
saying?
doesn't matter, bro. I don't know why everybody keeps saying that, bro. That doesn't
But
matter,
I
bro.
think he's a good player. It's not like that's just the
So
only
don't say that from the area part. The from the area part don't matter, bro.
It matters if he goes out there and plays well for our team.
Why, bro?
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it does. Okay, who's the last player from the area that played well for your team? That's still here.
Nobody that's still here.
Exactly. So that don't matter, bro.
But listen to what I'm saying. If it worked out that way, it's a good storyline, man. That's my
I don't
opinion.
want the
Fuck that
storyline. And I just want Caleb
forget
Williams.
and I'm sorry, fans. I did not mean to use that language like that, but forget the storylines, bro. I don't want all that is going to lead to not winning. Storylines don't work, bro.
If he's winning, if he's winning, that's a good story. That's what I said.
You want to know how he's winning? He's winning because Chicago is finally doing what they didn't do for Justin Fields and what they didn't do for Colt Cutler until
I don't
after
think
he
he's
was
going to
already
win.
there.
I'm sorry. I don't see the winning.
Bro, they're not about. Listen to me and mark my words. I'm saying it now. They don't spend $5 billion on a stadium if he's not going to be good, bro.
Who you talking about? Chicago?
Yes.
No, son. Chicago's their fan base is crazy. That joint is hard as hell to get tickets to a Chicago big game. I've been, so I know. I've been to a big game, a Redskin big game. It's hard to get those tickets. That place is going to make money regardless of whether they're good or bad. That city supports their sports team. The Chicago Bulls right now haven't been whatever in I don't know how long, and the Bulls are consistently
without Michael Jordan, I weren't thought about anyway.
I'm just saying in attendance.
It's different.
I'm just saying in attendance, they're still top three. They're top three every year in attendance. Same way with the Cowboys. I'm gonna give them credit in attendance. They are always up there in attendance for whatever reason. They find a way to be up there. So I think that's the same way it is in Chicago. So I mean, I don't know. I don't see it though. I think dude makes
name one of these teams that have gotten a new stadium that has not had success. And I think that he has the best in the pocket game of any of the quarterbacks coming out right now. The Chargers been to the play. Yes, they have, but the only time they don't is when Herbert gets hurt. That's the only time they haven't been good.
Let's see.
They did go get Herbert though. I will and be.
We had 4 minutes on the clock to make our pick. 4 minutes, 4:41 left on the clock to make our pick.
I mean,
counting down.
The pick is already in.
Who y'all got? Who y'all got going? Who y'all got?
Daniels.
Who y'all got? Y'all got Daniels. Everybody got Daniels.
Yeah.
I got Daniels too.
So the reason why I think they're gonna pick Daniels is because the only quarterback gonna be left in the second round, I think, is like the no name guys, not no name guys, but the guys that performed at the combine that weren't like the high ticket guys or the high talked about guys. Those gonna be the only guys left. I think that McCarthy gets in the first round. They're looking at Penix going in the first round because if the Raiders don't trade with us and we don't get that pickup, then Penix is looking at the Raiders is looking at
JJ McCarthy. They saying Adam Schefter said we really like JJ McCarthy. It could be McCarthy.
That's a wasted pick, bro. It's a wasted pick.
I think
it's a wasted pick.
I think
you can trade out of that and still get the same quarterback, bro.
It depends though, because they say the Giants also love JJ.
I hated JJ McCarthy.
That's the.
I'm gonna be honest.
Ouch.
They say
I'm not even gonna say that about that me hating this combine. Everybody not great practice players, bro, or like little training little jumps and stuff like that. I think
the story of the draft is the Washington Redskins and their
the pick is in. The pick is in. It is not. It doesn't look like it will be traded. The pick is in.
All right.
The New England Patriots is on the clock.
Uh-oh. So
All
you a
right.
little bit in front of me. I'm at 305. They ain't got the pickers in up on my broadcast yet.
No, I'm on
It would have already said that, sir.
I'm on NFL.com.
Okay, so yeah, you're a little bit in front of me.
Yeah,
I'm watching it live on ESPN.
that is the reason why my screen isn't up, because I'm on ESPN.com. I mean, I'm on NFL.com and just waiting and updating it frequently.
So there will be no trade. There will be no trade. They are actually using the pick. I believe it's going to be Jaden Daniels. That's my last prediction right before we go in. I believe it's going to be Jaden Daniels. They're showing Jaden Daniels right now on the ESPN broadcast. So, I mean,
what the fuck is wrong with this nigga Drake?
Y'all going with Daniels?
I'm going to go with Daniels.
Yeah, Daniels is who they pick.
I almost lost my voice. My man just called me in the middle of my pick. Some y'all going with Daniels? Get off my phone, bro. Jaden Daniels is the pick.
Jaden Daniels is Jaden Daniels. Hey, we all knew that. All knew that.
The new regime is trying to win.
We all knew
They're
that.
trying to win. Bro, you killing me again, bro. Get off my phone, bro.
Jaden Daniels is the pick.
We all knew that was kind of happening.
This is what happens when the real coaching staff and a owner who wants to freaking win, even if you.
I don't know though. I don't know yet. I don't know.
You're not gonna let the quarterback get killed.
I know that's a winner's move. You went JJ McCarthy out of thought different.
Yeah.
No, if RG3 would have healed up and got back, he still would have been a good quarterback, I believe, because he still would have been a threat. You just manage him well. RG3's story is not so bad. If that's as good as you can get, it's RG3. You still got a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
RG3 said,
yes. We just need a tackle, and we got 2 picks in the third. I mean,
RG3
need a receiver. We need a receiver though. We need a receiver.
100%. He said he was not at 100% until he was in Baltimore. He said rushing himself back. When he injured himself again, set him back really bad. And so, basically, he wasn't
a black hole
at Baltimore.
Hey, they going crazy here over the pick where I'm at. Everybody excited. They going crazy.
They going crazy. Big Sus say everybody's excited. This is the thing I don't want. Because we haven't done anything yet. We need a receiver desperately.
You say what?
I said this is what I don't want.
I can't hear you.
The hype. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You said you're not excited?
Because of the hype. I said the hype. I'm excited, but the hype train got us keep to it low. Shout out to everybody out there listening on Twitter, on Facebook, wherever you listening.
So you want to Drake May?
No.
Again, I'm excited. I like the pick. I just don't want the hype.
But
you said you wanted who?
The reason I am not excited is because
you wanted the fingernail painter?
No, Marvin Harrison, bro. That's who I wanted.
Who was gonna throw him the ball?
Bruh. Listen to what my methodology is, and it's just how I look at it. While I do think Jaden Daniels is a decent quarterback, and I did like what I've seen out of him, so I'm not saying that this is a bad pick at all. But I feel like with Marvin Harrison, not only can you still potentially get a quarterback in this draft, but for the next 5 years, you have a tandem where quarterbacks want to come. So let's say the event that Justin Herbert becomes a free agent or somebody else becomes a free agent. Let's say that we can trade up to get a Shedeur Sanders, or maybe let's say Arch Manning works out in college or something like that. Now, don't get me wrong on Jaden Daniels. I do think he's a good player. So I'm not knocking him, and I'm actually happy that he's I'm happy he's a Redskin. I'm not knocking him. I think he's a good player. But just
in the last 2 years, who ran to Seattle?
Huh?
In the last 2 years, who ran to Seattle?
Geno Smith.
No,
that's who you really just came out your mouth and named that ran to Seattle. You said that quarterback wanting to come because of them being there. And that's what you named. That's who DK Metcalf has had to run to him. He had Drew Lock the first year run to him. When we had Geno Smith run to you, now you got Sam Howell run to you, and you're a DK Metcalf. Marvin Harrison on your roster doesn't scream for a quarterback to come to you because of what the NFL is showing you today, in my opinion. quarterback.
I would say it's not just Marvin Harrison. It's the tandem of Marvin Harrison and Terry McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin don't make. Okay,
I
all
would
right,
have wanted
all right.
Marvin Harrison. I can't
You
lie, that
know,
was my number one
Man,
pick.
oh
But
man,
my
we
number
got
two
such
pick
high
was
hopes.
Jaden Daniels. So I mean,
You
it
know?
is what it is. Again, I just want them to get a receiver. I think that regardless of who the quarterback is, I don't think you have enough at
Devontae
receiver.
Adams,
I don't think you have enough
Renfro,
at receiver. And so I just
and
want them to get a
Jacoby
receiver.
Myers.
So I don't
Now
think they have
Oakland,
enough at receiver.
nobody ran out there to go be a quarterback this year.
Man, like they are not.
Devontae Adams is the leading receiver in the NFL for the last 3 seasons before
I
Justin Jefferson started doing it. So to say Marvin Harrison Jr. is better than niggas that have already done it. Excuse me, players that have already done it. That's cold, bruh.
I'm not saying that he's better. I'm saying that given what I see from my own football knowledge, I think that Harrison is a generational talent, and I think that Terry McLaurin is one of the most solid receivers in the game. You could put him at top 10, top 15, even if you put him at top 20. That's still 20 out of 64 starting receivers. He's in the top third of receivers. Period. No
What do
ifs,
you
ands, or buts
agree that
about
he was rated higher than that before this past season? Possibly.
it. Yeah,
No.
maybe,
And it
maybe not.
screamed for no quarterback to come in. So I'm trying to figure out the
No.
argument that Marvin Harrison has that a quarterback wants to come to your program because of
If
Marvin
you
Harrison Jr.
if you add a Marvin Harrison with a Terry McLaurin, they do want to come. My
You
opinion.
have at least 4 wide receivers that's going to have better numbers than him in the next 3 years, bro. Marvin Harrison going to be good, but he's not going to be the best wide receiver out of the draft class. That's something else y'all can put me on air for saying too.
I disagree.
We will. I
We're
will
gonna see. I'm
definitely
telling you, he's
disagree.
not, bro.
Yeah.
I
If he
disagree.
go
I
to
think
if he go to Arizona, he's not even gonna get enough passes for him to
I
be able to
agree.
get it.
Hold on. I agree with you in the sense of if he goes to Arizona and Arizona is on the
I
block.
feel like the 2 receivers that I'm talking about, wherever they go, I don't care what quarterback they got, they're gonna have numbers. Marvin Harrison has to go to a certain place. That's why his father stated that. His father also said that he wasn't playing for certain teams because he wanted to be managed. He's going to have to go to somebody that's going to overly throw him the ball, and that's
Yeah,
not
I
a
mean
winning formula
right
in the
now.
NFL. That's right.
Right now, they got Arizona and LA, which is the next 2 picks that have been eyeing him, if I'm not mistaken. So
Harbaugh's going with a tackle.
So I can see if Arizona goes with Marvin Harrison first, they potentially will end up getting
What you
Philip
saying?
Rivers in LA. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
agree.
That's what I'm telling my guys on the chat. But I'm listening to the jump. In 30 years, we haven't had a quarterback, but you want to pick a wide receiver with that and go through the same 30 years of trying to find a quarterback. It's beautiful. And
we picked
it
quarterback.
sounds good.
We picked the quarterback at number 2. I mean, like it's not like this the first time we've done this.
No, you have to get it right. I don't care how many times you do it. The Browns did it a whole bunch of times. You got to get it right. If you don't get
I'm
it
just
right, then what are
saying.
you looking forward
There
to?
we go. That's what I'm saying. Like you brought up you proved my point with what I'm saying is you don't, in my opinion, your quarterback. Don't get me wrong. You got to pick a good quarterback, a quarterback you believe in. So whether that's number 2, or number 1 overall, or number 370, you know what I'm saying? You got to pick a guy that you believe in. And so I'm not disagreeing with the pick at all because I think that if you say that your team need and one of the biggest team needs is quarterback, then that's what you want to address. And you say, I got this number 2 pick. I'm gonna pick the best option at this spot, regardless of the position. I mean, regardless of the player. You get what I'm saying? And you got your board, you're gonna go with your board. And I'm not mad at that. I understand that. That's the politics of the game. I'm just saying, me personally, I've seen number 2 picks not work out. And I'm not saying that and a lot of
All
times
right.
they don't. We got a
They don't
lot of
come in. I
teams.
don't think they drafted into situations like this. It's a lot of number 2s that are not drafted into situations like
Is
this.
the third pick?
One, how
Who
many
got
number
the
2
third pick?
picks
Is it
go
in yet?
to a
The 3rd pick is
team?
Drake May.
Drake
Yes,
May. Oh my
to
goodness,
the
he's
New England
going to New
Patriots.
England. Horrible pick, New England. Horrible
No,
pick.
that is not. That is a New England pick. Is
That's
what
a
that
horrible
is.
I
pick,
said to the
New England.
Patriots. I said
Huh?
to the
Horrible
Patriots.
pick.
I said to the Patriots.
Yeah.
Horrible
That,
pick. Horrible pick.
I
Horrible pick.
disagree. I disagree. I
I
disagree.
disagree.
With
Horrible
what?
pick.
Drake May?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta leave and come back. I only can hear you, Leo.
Yeah, Drake
Hold
May.
on.
Yes, horrible pick. That's a horrible
Drake.
pick in
I
my
don't think it's
opinion.
a whole. I'm gonna tell you why. I mean, you can tell me why because I just spoke. But if you like to say why you think it's a horrible pick, I'll let you go ahead.
I believe that Drake May is fool's gold. I believe he was never really a top prospect. I believe that Michael Penix Jr. is a much better prospect than him. I believe Bo Nix is much better than him. Let me get Vito in. I believe Bo Nix is much better than him, and I also believe that even I ain't gonna say JJ McCarthy, but I will say Bo Nix and Michael Penix Jr. I would have selected after him. I do not think that Drake May is worth a third overall. That's my opinion. And I think that when the season ends, I think he could potentially be Zach Wilson. So
I
that's
understand,
just my opinion.
man.
Based
My,
on
my go
everybody's,
ahead.
well, not assumption, but fans, other players, former players, and like scouts and stuff like that really like him. And everybody's word right now is that the only day one starters were between Daniels, Williams, and May. Nix and Penix, no one feels like is a day one starter outside of an emergency having to start the player right away. So I think that they picked it based on uh
Merle Hodge didn't like Drake May at all. He
No,
said he hated it.
Minnesota, who also was looking for a quarterback. They really like Jaden Daniels, and they also really like Drake May.
mhm.
Um, but I think Michael Penix Jr. is the next person to come off the board, and I think he probably will go to Minnesota at number 11.
I don't think so. I
Deion
think Drake,
Sanders said he has no idea why ain't nobody looking at Michael Penix Jr. That's what
I'm
Deion
telling you,
Sanders said today.
I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, he don't know
because
why he's being disrespected like that, but they fools. That's the words
I,
of Deion about Michael Penix. I agree with him too.
I don't know if Deion word is strong right now with Kamani McLean little issue that he having right now. I think Deion should probably chill out a little bit.
I don't know. I think
I mean,
he
nah, he
know
got to
he
keep the
played
brand
against the guy.
strong. You
He
got to keep
played
the brand.
against the guy, so he know
You
he
got to
did
keep the
play
brand.
against him.
You got to keep the brand strong, brother. You got to keep the brand.
Deion team wasn't good. I mean, anybody could have beat y'all. Nah, next
I
year.
don't know. Either which way, I'm gonna say this. I think Drake May is a good pick, especially for a place like New England, because one, they have had a certain style of football up until now, and right now, I think that the guy in NFC.
Gerard Mayo,
Listen,
the
the
coach.
AFC North though. Listen to what I'm saying. This is where I'm getting at. The AFC North has big bad Josh Allen in it. And I think that they want to have something comparable to Josh Allen. Drake May uses his legs. He's a big guy. He seems to be pretty durable. And I think that that fits with what they probably are going to move forward with like you were saying, Gerard Mayo.
Marvin Harrison to the Cardinals.
Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals. We all knew this. We called this.
Yeah,
Um,
pretty much going how we called it.
you know.
Pretty much going how we called it thus far. It ain't been no
Now,
surprises.
now the
This is the
Chargers are on
Chargers
the
or
clock.
the Chargers. This is Joe Alt.
I think this is Joe Alt because Joe Alt not slipped, but this is where he kind of belongs now. Going with a Justin Herbert.
The one thing about Marvin Harrison in Arizona is he's going to be able to recover from those little nagging injuries a lot quicker than mostly everywhere else. That will
Yeah,
help him out stay healthy.
yeah.
They got
Now,
probably the best injury facility and stuff like
It's
that.
gonna be too many comparisons to Fitzgerald though. I don't know.
Nah, but no, if you think about it
like,
though, that's a good place for him to go because
yeah.
remember what I said. His father wanted him to go somewhere specific. He wanted him to go where he would get over 100 targets his first year. Like he's trying to have him on some break record type of stuff. Don't get me wrong. He feels like his son is very saying capable of doing so. I get that Bill Haney feeling right now. And don't get me
Oh,
wrong, Marvin Harrison is a legend. So he's not just somebody like a Bill Haney just talking trash. Don't get me wrong. I'm not comparing it in that sense. me trying to figure out why these guys are only trying to select things that they feel like they know that the public isn't aware of, because you're not a owner or you're not a father that used to play the game telling your kids that you don't want them to go to certain organizations, and nobody else that's in the actual press right now can tell us why those parents feel like that.
Yeah.
That's something very interesting that I'm taking a look at. You know what I'm saying? With Dion saying that he's only going to teams that he played for, but he's going to them because of he wants his kids to go to places like that because of the way that those organizations were, you know what I'm saying, handled him when he was there.
Yeah.
Luckily, our name is added to that list, so
Yeah.
we're in the lottery for Shiloh, which I think may be Shiloh, but we're in the lottery for Travis Hunter and Shiloh. I
Yeah.
don't really want
Hopefully Travis
Shador.
Hunter. I honestly
Yeah, I told you that's what I want. I really would have traded out of that second pick. Not even gonna lie to you. I would have got maybe a Bo Nix or a Penix or something like that and just
that's
dealt
what
with
I
it. We got
said.
a young core. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to understand that if or when, and it doesn't mean that they do, but if Jaden Daniels had success somewhere else, if Caleb Williams had success somewhere else, if Drake May had success somewhere else, and we had a quarterback that was sitting that didn't get a chance to play yet, and we was waiting for next year's draft, until that draft comes and until those seasons play out, we would have had to hear it a lot.
Oh yeah, we done heard some shit talking, but like I said, I'm looking. In my opinion, I want, if I'm playing like even when I do Madden, I'm looking for dynasties. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
looking to win one. I'm looking to win 3 or 5 or 10.
Okay.
You know, if I'm an owner, you know what I'm saying.
Right.
So like in that retrospect and
Father,
that
son. It doesn't matter the quarterback play.
understanding,
Put the ball up. I'll go get it. I'll be able to track
that's
it.
kind of what I'm going after.
Whatever
So I got
shows
to
me
do certain
now.
things that might
Whatever
not
I
work
can
for
show.
1 year.
Give myself
Not that
another
I'm
Well, you know,
taking that.
outside with a
no. You know what I want to add to Daniels though, that I was thinking about the other day. Well, actually last night. Neighbors and Thomas didn't have the seasons that they did last year, the year before Daniels got there. But, and they got, pretty good coordinators and stuff like that. And I felt like that was a
unbelievable weapon.
Subway Molly with Maserati bars.
What'd you say? Hello? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Could y'all got me in?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right. Yeah, well, that one is in. They talking to Marvin Harrison Jr. Get Vito back up. I mean, it's going exactly the way we thought it was. Everything going exactly the way we thought it was, man. Everything going exactly the way we thought it was. Marvin Harrison Sr. is actually going into the it's actually going into the Hall of Fame this year. So it's crazy. His son has got drafted on the same year that he's going in the Hall of Fame. That is amazing.
awesome feeling.
Dang, they couldn't ask for more, right?
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't ask for more. That's big time. Shout out to the Harrison family, man. That's huge for y'all, man.
That's where he should have went though, man. I mean, like if he didn't come to us, I wanted to pick Harrison, but I mean that's kind of how the cookie crumbles sometimes in these drafts. You know.
I mean, I definitely wanted Harrison. That was always my number one pick. Because I want to see Terry McLaurin paired with somebody. And of course, we paired him with the Dachshund. I get it. But
That's not a compare. First of all, y'all do realize that if you pick up Marvin Harrison, your number one receiver is now your number two receiver. Who pays $100 million to the number two? Anybody got a number two in the league making $100 million?
I just still don't mind.
What do you mean you don't mind? Okay.
If
All
it's
right.
working, you got a quarterback on a rookie contract, you might can work it for a couple years and then the quarterback takes over. You know, sort of a Tyreek Hill, Patrick Mahomes sort of situation. Once you knew that Mahomes can have it, he didn't need to have the greatest talent out there on the outside, and you turn the keys over to him. And you didn't need Tyreek. You could deal Tyreek. Ain't that's what they did?
And that's work for them.
That's all I'm saying is, you know, that's how I would have, if anything, maybe I would have worked it like that. But
you can lose a number one receiver when your quarterback is Patrick Mahomes. Everybody don't got that.
I agree.
You see the Eagles with whatever problems they got, they just gave AJ Brown that extension.
I don't think they had much of a choice because they saw how they
won't.
No. That's because that wide receiver is better than the quarterback. Patrick Mahomes is better than Tyreek Hill. That's why that went that way.
Okay, I can see that.
Tyreek Hill is worth giving up when all you had was speed that year. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Tyreek Hill is not a special individual. I would never say that. What I'm saying is that you had the likes of McCole Hardman. You had Tyreek Hill. You had Watkins. Like, you had some guys that had speed. And don't get me wrong, Tyreek Hill is still faster than them, but you had speed guys where you felt like you could put this player or a player of this caliber in this position to be successful. Maybe not 1,700 yards successful, but you also had Kelsey to fall back on in situations where you didn't need those heavy chunk yards. They ended up missing it. You know what I'm saying? His first year that he was gone from the team, they didn't go. Did they? I don't think they went to the Super Bowl that first year. That was the year that Rams and shit went. So they missed him the very first year, but right the year after, he goes and gets his yards, Tyreek Hill, but they don't win the Super Bowl.
No trade so far. Nobody has traded out. This is the first time in a long time, right?
Who the Chargers get?
The Chargers pick is in. They haven't picked yet. The Chargers are not trading their pick. They are picking.
They could pick a wide receiver. They could go Neighbors or Duzier, but
I think they're going off.
I think they go off because they don't have. Again, you got to try to keep the guy healthy. That's going to get you where you're trying to go.
Yeah. Chargers turned away trade offers for Justin Herbert. There were several trade offers for Justin Herbert. We should have tried to play at Justin Herbert, in my opinion. The number two, would you give him the number two for Herbert?
Told y'all. Joe Alt, tackle, Notre Dame.
Oh, that's who the Chargers got? Joe Alt?
Yes, sir. Joe Alt.
In front of me. Yeah, you in front of me a little bit.
I just know Harbaugh, bro.
Yeah. I wouldn't have got Alt, though. I'd have got the boy out of Georgia if I was going. But, I mean, Alt is worth the
Alt is like that, too.
Yeah. Alt is like that. Now, I'm not,
I don't think you go wrong with either one. I think it's just based on your style. Like your style of play, if anything.
This has gone exactly how we wrote it down, though. Literally, this draft thus far has gone exactly the way that we've predicted. Exactly. Look at Joe Alt. I like Joe Alt. He got on the regular little slacks, a little sweater. That's it. No tie. Just looking regular, baby. Just got his regular, His father, John Alt, played for the Chiefs. He was a number 21 overall. Joe's father, John, was picked in 1984. That's crazy. I never knew that. I never knew Joe Alt's father, John, played as well. So we got out of the first five.
Father-sons, right?
Yeah, father-sons. Yes,
Caleb Williams' father played?
Huh?
Caleb Williams' father played?
Did Caleb Williams' father? Did he?
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
Oh,
I
don't
think
know.
So. I was asking that. But Jaden Daniels' pops ain't played. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Joe Alt.
Yeah, Joe
the
Alt.
parents.
Yep.
All right, it's more parents in the draft though.
Jerry Rice's son is also in the draft.
I think I think he stayed and
Jeremiah
go.
Trotter. Jeremiah
Yeah,
Trotter
Jeremiah
Jr.
Trotter son.
Yeah. So we got some other ones, baby. We got some other ones. Hey, but they get Joe Alt. The Chargers get their man. I'm pretty sure that's who they wanted. So they got their man.
Long as no nobody, I'm telling you, their next pick, if they don't have to trade into the second round, into the first round, is going to be Corson.
So
if don't nobody pick him first.
So let me ask y'all. So
Hold on. Caleb Williams' dad did not play. He's a real estate developer.
As I said, I didn't know if he did. I didn't think he did, but
yeah. No, I
was
was
checking to see on the lineage.
Information.
Oh yes, thank you very much, my sir. Thank you very much, my guy.
Joe Alt has only allowed 2 sacks the last 2 years. Only allowed 2 sacks the last 2 years.
I wouldn't have and I'm gonna be real, V. Even though we wouldn't have had a quarterback, I wouldn't have mind drafting Joe Alt either.
I don't think that would have been bad, but I think you can get tackles in this draft.
I think it's
like formidable. Maybe not only allowed 2 sacks in their whole career, but you can get one that won't give up 5-9 like Wilder.
Yeah. I guess you can get somebody that's good, but I'm saying like that's a potential generational talent if he could stay healthy.
Yes.
Trade. Oh no, the Giants. The pick is in. They're picking.
They're gonna get Neighbors.
I would if I was them. I ain't gonna lie. Daniel Jones, even if Daniel Jones don't work.
JJ McCarthy has been the Giants have been tossing around the name JJ McCarthy. So let's see what they're gonna do.
If they would do that, I would trade out of that shit.
Daniel Jones, they say it's no guaranteed money after 2024.
It is Malik Neighbors.
Malik Neighbors. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to go against Neighbors twice a year.
Oh my god.
No, I think that's good.
Nah.
I'm gonna tell you why. Listen, I'm gonna tell you why I think that's good. Don't get me wrong. I think Neighbors might potentially be a monster, but let's be real. Dan Quinn is supposed to be the secondary guru. We gonna have
Leo.
we was gonna listen. We was gonna have
Leo. Nobody's stopping him. I told you this when we even started having this conversation in the very beginning. This is the best wide receiver in football, bro. He is going to be a absolute problem, yeah. He's going to, if he don't save Daniel Jones' career, the Giants will have a new starting quarterback the first week of the season next year. I promise you that. If Daniel Jones don't get it right this year, bro, he's not going to be.
The only good thing is that we got Jaden Daniels, which means he's not going to want his man to outdo him. So it is a little bit of a rivalry there. That's the only good thing.
No. This makes this the bigger rivalry than the Cowboys. I told you we haven't beat them in forever, bro. We beat them a couple of times.
Cowboys, though. Redskins Cowboys is different.
To me, in the last 10 years, the team that has been at the bottom of the division, we've lost to. Well, you have to get past, and don't get me wrong, the Cowboys-Redskins rivalry is forever. I'm saying that you have to get past the Giants on a consistent basis to even start arguing about that Cowboy jump, bro. You have to be better than the bottom of this team, bro.
No, but the reason I'm saying this is that our whole division is lined up with like that receivers. I'm gonna be
real. Jamar Chase is killing. Jamar Chase is kicking the NFL's butt when Joe Burrow's healthy. Malik Neighbors has the records for the entire school. Beckham, Chase. Anybody who's played there, he has the record by a lot, bro. And he didn't play until a senior.
I think that Washington really needs to find a way to go and get that other boy out there in LSU. I'm sorry,
Brian Thomas. That's what I think so as well.
We have. I think we really need to hope and pray that he falls to us. Now you got 2 receivers off the board already. I think you got the boy from Washington.
Rome.
He got him left, but I'm hoping that somehow, some way that that other guy, Brian, what's his name? Brian Thomas,
Mm-hmm.
and he falls to
Yeah.
us because we needed somebody else. It's not McLaurin ain't gonna be able to do it by himself no more. I mean, not with Neighbors in there. We already got to deal with CeeDee Lamb. We seen how that's worked out for us. It hasn't. We seen what AJ Brown did to us this year. AJ Brown and Smith, Devontae Smith.
But see, this
Man,
is
we gonna have to turn
that's
up.
what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, with us having Dan Quinn, this is supposed to be his specialty. Joe Witt was a secondary
Y'all lying, man.
coordinator,
Be patient. Be patient, bro.
and he has
I
gone
told you
against
it's the COVID draft, bro. It's sliced up,
and
bro. Everybody's not gonna be great, bro. It's a lot of it's only two positions in this draft that I feel like are gonna have longevity in the league, bro. Everybody else is gonna be spot players. Penix is young though. He's younger than everybody. You got 2 years for him to get healthy and work on shit, bro. It's not no rush in that area, bro.
yeah.
It is for the Raiders, but it's not. What I'm saying is that if he don't start by the middle of the year, that means that y'all quarterback is doing well. So you can't be mad at O'Donnell doing okay. What do you mean you don't have time for that? Y'all not Super Bowl ready right now. Y'all have a new coach. Y'all not Super Bowl ready right now, bro. CCG, train to go.
I mean, Malik Neighbors to the Giants, man, is dangerous. I mean, I don't care. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. And so for Forbes,
he's the number one receiver on the board by 4 points.
And all them other guys, I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. We got to get ready. I don't care what you say or what nobody else say. You saw the way the Jet changed the whole franchise over there in Minnesota with Kirk Cousins at quarterback. A receiver can do that. A receiver can do that.
But they had Kirk Cousins. They had Kirk Cousins though.
Well, you know me. He ain't that.
I mean, but did he do it with Kirk Cousins? Did he do it with Kirk Cousins or not?
Yeah, but that make it even give him even more credit.
No,
he do it with JJ McCarthy. Then you gonna have to give Kirk Cousins some credit, bro.
No,
if JJ McCarthy or whoever they bring in can't do it, you gonna have to give Kirk some credit.
Here go Kirk's credit right here. Kirk Cousins does get the ball. Get the ball to his number one
to his
guy.
main guy. To the number one guy, he definitely did.
I think y'all giving him too much credit. He didn't say that.
Stephon Diggs and Thielen got their numbers when he was there. Jefferson got his numbers when he was there. He throw the ball to the main guy. In Atlanta, watch. Pitt's gonna have a heck of a year. He gonna get the ball to one of them, him or the London, unless they pick somebody else this year that he like. He's just gonna throw some picks that you don't want him to throw at costly times.
Yeah, I mean, Malik Neighbors, you know what I'm saying? Malik Neighbors is in the inside of his jacket, he has all the pictures of all the old LSU receivers and everybody he said has affected him in a positive way on the inside of his jacket. He has, he had pictures of all of the guys on the inside, all the guys that infected him positively. He said,
I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this.
Is this the spot for the first play of the night? Titans just on the clock. Titans is on the clock.
The reason why I knew Marvin Harrison wasn't in, the reason why when you asked like who we think we was going to get, I ain't say Marvin Harrison because he wasn't even invited to the visit. And, I don't really see teams picking players that they don't even have any conversations with or nothing like that. That's kind of hard to see happen. And I was surprised that they didn't invite those guys unless they just felt like they weren't going to be there if Daniels, was Daniels or May or one of those guys was going to be the first guy.
Yeah, I think that I didn't like that. I mean, again, I'm not going to say much about Peters and Washington. What do y'all think about the draft overall, though? For shout out to everybody out there listening on Facebook, Twitter, wherever you listening at. What do you guys think so far? First 6 picks in so far. What do y'all got? What did y'all think? Send it around the room.
Right now, everything's going according to plan. There's no surprises. I think the Giants, they were in line to get Rome Odunze or to get Neighbors if he was on the board. So, I mean, if he's a 92 and Rome is a 91, but you have one guy that runs routes and another guy that wins a lot of jump balls, I think you go with the guy that runs routes. The Giants have missed having somebody like that since Odell Beckham, if I'm, being fair about football itself. And I think that you have a franchise quarterback, whether I like him or not, that you've decided to go with. And you need to give him something to, especially with Saquon Barkley gone, you got to give him something as a weapon. So that may be like the only like slight surprise that they were able to get him.
Yeah,
But at the same time, right now it's not really going outside of what we would expect.
I agree. What you got, Point? What you got? Oh, well, I'll tell you what I got. I think that thus far it has gone exactly, of course, exactly the way the board read. For most people who were vetted in football, this board has really gone exactly, the way that we all felt that it would go. I like on Washington's term, I like who we got. I mean, again, I'm gonna say this clear, proud, loud, and clear. I don't think it's gonna work out for Drake May up there in New England. I'm sorry, I just don't see it working out. I just think he was highly overrated. I'm not sure that I'm just not sure that he is what New England thinks they're going to get out of him. I think that was a mistake picked by them. I think that Marvin Harrison or Malik by the Patriots.
Look, I'm just
I believe
saying,
Marvin
bro.
Harrison or Malik Neighbors would have been a better pick for them, even though they don't have a quarterback right now. I think that for New England, I think that Mac Jones is better than Drake May.
No, Mac Jones is not there. Mac Jones is gone.
Oh, well, Mac Jones got. I don't care who they got.
Got traded.
I wouldn't.
They don't have a quarterback.
Yeah, I still wouldn't have picked May. That's me.
So the only thing that I see with picking May that may have some success is that there's not a lot of zone ran in their division. The Chiefs run zone, but excuse me, not the Chiefs. The Bills run zone. They run man a lot though. You know what I'm saying? They run zone, but they run man a lot. Outside of that, you got the Steelers who run zone. You know what I'm saying? Not the Steelers. Excuse me. The Dolphins, they run zone. They do have Ramsey, but they run zone, which is odd and stuff like that. So he does have good placement in zone schemes. What I will say is that though, those teams that are in his division right now are on pace to go to the championship, if not a Super Bowl, if they play it right in the playoffs in his division. And that's what I feel like is going to be very difficult for him to get past, especially with Gerard Mayo. If he had Belichick, even as a GM,
the Titans select J.C. Lathan, guard, offensive tackle from Alabama.
Alabama, roll tide.
I don't know if they needed that. I think they needed a receiver. I mean, they could have used a lot. What do y'all think about that?
My man from Alabama. It's like, nah, he's a tackle. He's really a tackle.
They're really going behind their quarterback then.
I think that's a reach.
You lost Derrick Henry.
So, and that's what I was about to say. You can't replace Derrick Henry though. This is what I'm gonna say.
You can't.
There's nothing you can do to replace Derrick Henry. So you don't go running back with the first pick. I don't agree with that. The offensive line is what? They're not on the board yet. I mean, they're on the board now, but their pick not in yet.
I didn't have him.
Hey, Atlanta might be getting ready to go with Penix. After giving Kirk Cousins all of that money, they might be getting ready to pick Penix right here.
Nah,
Atlanta's on the clock.
I think they're gonna keep behind.
No, somebody's talking about that right now, bro. Somebody is talking about that right now as we speak on the Atlanta side, that they're looking at Penix right now, bro.
But this is around the time where they got Ritter, ain't it? So do you think they're going away from Ritter this year? I mean, they do have a new coach.
They got Kirk Cousins, bro. They just gave Kirk Cousins.
They got Kirk Cousins. Yeah. You think they're gonna pick Penix and they got Kirk? I don't see. He would beat Kirk Cousins out too.
That's crazy.
That's what they did to remember Russell Wilson did.
Here's the thing.
Did the same thing.
If they do that, you're right. My bad, Leah. I mean, my bad point. I mean, my bad, bro. My bad.
Yeah, and Russell Wilson did that to the guy. Remember the guy they got from Matt Flynn? He did the same thing. Russell Wilson did the same thing. Came and took his
job. I remember that. Remember Curtis coming back from that ACL injury.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins got the ACL injury, so it's like a backup plan to that.
No, I think it was a torn Achilles. I think he got Achilles.
Right, excuse me.
This is about to get real fun. They say Atlanta's Schefter is Schefter is reporting that on ESPN right now that Atlanta is strongly considered to taking a quarterback. They're strongly considering taking a quarterback, despite having Kirk Cousins.
And this why I said that once you if like
Kirk Cousins
and
be
this
getting over like a fat rat, though. If I was Kirk Cousins, I'd be voting for him to get a quarterback. Hey, man, go ahead and get him, Joe. My
Rams trying
money
to
being
trade up.
guaranteed. My
Yo,
money guaranteed.
hey, breaking news: Rams are trying to trade up for Brock Bowers.
Oh, for the tight end?
Yeah.
Is he that important?
Brock Bowers is like that, bro. He's
But
like
to trade all the way up?
He's the fastest tight end since Vernon Davis.
I mean, to trade up though.
Yeah, they don't have a tight end in their offense, and you gotta think that's
I ain't
McVay.
trading up for no
Hold on,
first round,
hey, row. Who's their coach?
It's McVay. He's the tight end coach. Yeah.
What did he do with Josh Reed?
Yeah, you know.
Josh Reed would be without injury. Josh Reed was probably the best tight end in the league, at least route running wise.
You talk about Jordan Reed.
Jordan Reed, excuse me. Yes.
All right, the pick is in Atlanta. The pick is in. Let's see what they do.
Oh man, what is Raheem Morris about to do? This is shake it up if they get Penix. I ain't gonna lie. And I'm telling y'all, this is the reason why I said we didn't need to get Marvin Harrison Jr. Not that we didn't need him, but if we would have gotten him, there would have not been any quarterbacks on the board. We would have had to try to trade in, and that would have been because we would have been watching other teams pick quarterbacks out of order to make sure. Like, you got to understand that we're building something. Other teams also see what we're building. It's not like it's hiding, like you don't get it until the season starts. So they're not going to just let us pick up everything that we absolutely need without trying to counter it in some way.
Yeah.
Because
So
I feel like even if you pick
Peters got a full house. Michael Peters got the full house out there, boy. He got his girl, his mama, his cousins, he got a whole full house of people, Joe. People.
The selection is in for the Falcons.
Looking good.
So the pick is in. Michael Penix Jr. goes to the Atlanta
Oh
Falcons.
my God.
My goodness.
That is the shakeup of the night. It is on now. The Raiders. Hey, bro, Bo Nix.
Hey, so that proves what I said though, Vito, in the beginning of this draft. Who did I say? Michael Penix Jr. Did I not say that in the beginning of the night?
I said it too. But
did I not say
lets
that?
me know that he wasn't going to be at the 11th or 12th pick like I predicted.
An apology.
Anyway.
Everybody who went on me and blew on me and say, nah, bro, Michael Peters, ain't nobody think about Michael Peters. Yeah, they is.
Listen, I was saying we could have traded back with Minnesota. And if we would have traded back with Minnesota, Penix Jr. wouldn't have been there.
Michael Penix Jr. goes to Atlanta. Hey, Atlanta fans, man, if you want to chime in, baby. I know y'all got
something
to say.
I try to say Michael Penix Jr., V told me I can't say it because niggas going to call his name Penis.
Hey, stunning. They don't care nothing about. If I was Kirk Cousins, though, I'm happy. Hey, man, let him play now. Let me go ahead and sit myself on the bench with this Achilles. Yeah, give me another year to get right. Yeah, hey, let him play.
Hey, V.
My money
Hey, V, we can't hear you, V. Hey, V, I can't hear you. I can hear Ro. Ro, can you hear V?
Yeah, no, I couldn't get V either. I couldn't hear him either.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Michael Penix is going to the Atlanta Falcons.
Hey, look, V was saying, man, we can't draft him because of his name, bro.
Right. Yo, can y'all hear me?
Right. Yeah, we got you.
So this is what I was telling Leo when we were talking a little minute ago. And this is what I was just telling y'all about the Marvin Harrison pick. He's not even going to play right now, bro, unless Kirk Cousins gets injured. Huh? Rome Meduze for the Chicago Bears. Wow. I got that.
I think that. Yeah, I got you. I think that
it didn't come up. It didn't come up
on my Chicago. Rome Meduze just went to Chicago.
Nah, yeah, I'm ahead. I told you I got an inside man, bro. Rome Meduze into Chicago.
Oh man, I don't know what he looking at. I gotta look at Twitter. Maybe this ain't fast enough.
Nah, I ain't knowing Twitter. I'm telling you, I got an inside. I told you, look, man, but my Raider man is on top of it, bro.
All right, I got a question. Who do the Jets draft? Who do the Jets draft?
The Jets?
Yes, the Jets.
With who's left on the with who's left on the board, who did the Jets grab? If
I
I
don't
was the
think Kirk
Jets, I
Cousins
would get Bo Nix.
I don't think
There's
Kirk Cousins
probably-
beat Penix out. I do not think Kirk Cousins beat Penix out. I think
There's-
Penix will be the starter in Atlanta, and Kirk Cousins will be released after this year.
No. Maybe
That's just my own
Their
opinion.
top need.
I don't see how they place Kirk Cousins over Penix. I just don't
because
see it.
Penix is not ready to play yet, and the
I don't
Penix
know.
pick.
I don't know.
Penix, bro, listen to me real quick. I'm trying to give you all this stuff that I'm hearing right now. You're trying to tell me something that I'm hearing. The Raiders were trying to get him. The Raiders were heavy on Penix. That was literally who they were going to go to if they weren't able to get Daniels. That's why they didn't trade up to try to give up their future for that. The Atlanta Falcons picked him for insurance. He's not going to play right now. They have Ritter on the roster. They have Kirk Cousins on the roster. Penix is probably going to beat out Ritter because he probably can beat out Ritter right now. But you have to remember that Ritter has NFL experience at the moment. But it's about not letting other teams build what they're trying to build. You're going to have to do this another way.
Nah, he is their insurance policy. So in the event that Kirk Cousins is not healthy enough to go,
I don't think that
or
Kirk
he
Cousins
gets
will
hurt,
even
because you got to
start.
think about it.
That's my
No,
prediction.
Kurt is going to start. Kurt's definitely
I
starting.
don't see it. I
But-
don't see
But
it.
$180 million, you're starting. What do you?
You're
I mean,
starting. But listen,
I don't
V,
see it.
here's the kicker. I guarantee that there is some clause in his deal about his
Injury.
health and injury.
Yes,
Exactly.
yes.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that in the event that something happens, they're gonna run with Ritter and Penix. So they're gonna keep both
Yeah.
of them right now.
Yeah, they in a good situation quarterback wise.
Actually, they are. They're in a great situation.
And like you said, bro, even if Kirk does have to sit and you got to play Penix or or Ritter this year, guess what? You got a great coach. Outside of the mistakes that he makes, he's not making them if he ain't on the field. He can at least tell you what you're supposed to
They
be looking
said
at and all
that
of that.
Raheem Morris loved Michael Penix. That's why he was picked, because he had a torn ACL in 2018, a dislocated throwing shoulder in 2019, another torn ACL in 2020, then a separated shoulder in 2021. That's why
And
Michael
your
Penix
inside man was correct. It is
didn't
Rome
go
Medusier.
higher.
Yeah.
Your inside man was correct. Rome Medusier.
Rome Oduzzi.
So who the inside man say Minnesota picking?
Minnesota come up yet?
Yeah, they just traded up with the Jets.
Oh, that all the quarterbacks might be off the board before the first round is. But I like it because that means that receiver should be there for Washington, and we really need to consider getting him.
Who you talking about?
The receiver out of LSU, the other guy on the other side,
Brian Thomas.
Yeah,
Brian
Thomas.
It's gonna be some more guys, bro. And I'm telling you, bro. I know. One, I think you're correct because it would be great to get somebody that he has familiarity with. But there are other guys, bro, that are really, really good, bro. I'm like I said, if you watch any of them Steve Smith Jones when you get a chance, bro, it's this year's wide receiver draft, bro. Nah, just in like a lot of I'm talking about a lot of the wide receivers, because he was saying if we don't get Brian, I mean we need to get Brian Thomas. I was telling him that Steve Smith got about 16 to 17 guys, bro, that are going to be pros for the next 7, 8 to 10 years, and that are going to be like starters at 1s or 2s, maybe 3s and shit at the worst.
Yeah, it's a lot of receivers in this draft. But I do listen though. I do like Brian Thomas because remember what I was saying. Listen, when I was looking at tape on Jaden Daniels, a lot of Brian Thomas's plays stood out, even more than Malik Neighbors to me. Like Malik Neighbors, of course, to me is a more complete receiver, but Brian Thomas, just highlight wise, just stood out.
Jets trade out of the pick to the Vikings. You heard me?
Yeah, Jets trade out of the pick.
I already said that. That's what I was saying. They traded the pick. So I said, what's your inside? I was asking.
They traded 10 and 11.
Yeah, no.
They don't got 11 no more. They swapped.
They swapped Minnesota and that's what I was saying. So tell me who Minnesota was going to pick. That's what I was saying. Tell your inside man who's Minnesota going to pick.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Jets are taking Olafushalu, the tackle or guard.
Yeah.
Denver might be in line to pick Bo Nix. They're right
think
after
so
the
too.
Jets.
I think so too.
That takes the Raiders out of options for quarterbacks. God
These
damn, man.
quarterbacks are go. I
Damn,
like it though
Joe.
because that means
The
Brian
Raiders need to
Thomas.
trade up, bro. They need to trade up, bro, and get
Brian
Bo
Thomas.
Nix, bro.
Yeah, Brian Thomas might fall to us.
Or maybe
so
Bo
I'm
Nix about to
cool
go
with it.
to what's the name? About to go to Minnesota.
Nah, Bo Nix is about to go to Denver, bro. Minnesota is picking Oliver Shalu. No.
Minnesota
They
might
get
get a receiver.
Minnesota might be getting ready to pick JJ.
They might
They might be getting
JJ
ready to pick JJ.
Yeah. They gotta get him. They gotta get a quarterback here. I think Minnesota's almost their hands is forced to get a quarterback.
It might be JJ.
It's gotta be JJ, or it might be Bo Nix. It would have been Bo Nix if it was me. I like Bo Nix much better than McCarthy.
That's my fault. I forgot about JJ.
How can they afford to do that with Daniels or Penix, but not with Nix? Some more Bo Nix?
Yeah, I would go Bo Nix. So the Bears right now got Caleb Williams and Odunze.
Start going with Garner
and Rome
Minshew.
Odunze. They got
it's good quarterbacks coming out.
He's like Mike Evans. And he reminds me. Odunze plays a lot like Mike Evans.
And guess who they got? And guess who they got on the other side? And guess who they got on the other side?
Keenan Allen. Now they got DJ Moore. DJ Moore. Keenan Allen gonna be the slot.
Keenan Allen ain't gonna be no damn slot. DJ Moore gonna be the slot.
Nah, bro. DJ Moore's a one, bro. And he got more speed than Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen older. He gonna be in the slot.
This is getting exciting. This is getting exciting. This is
the first time ever that 5 quarterbacks went in the top 10.
I mean, all the quarterbacks are flying off the board, man. And I think this is the CJ Stroud effect.
I did not say that. I said that in the playoffs. I said him and Jordan Love, bro. You gotta give him some credit too.
Yeah. I think that
I said that last playoff on air on our show. Yeah, during the playoffs they were setting it up to these. And again, this is why I am kind of skeptical, not about these guys having success, but how fast they have it. I also do feel like we may be getting duped into a pushing of the last COVID draft. Like getting some of these older guys drafted to teams, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to take off the table that the receiver spot would have been important because of how old some of these quarterbacks are. Because like I said, none of these guys are going to be able to make it to the Hall of Fame unless they get 3 or 4 Super Bowls because of their late start.
Yeah.
Penix has an opportunity because he's younger. Bo Nix, like you said, bro, he's been playing since Cam Newton.
Yeah.
So you don't got no chance to get no Hall of Fame unless you win 3 or 4 Super Bowls. That's your only, maybe 2 at least. You know what I'm saying? And you can't have a losing record there. Like maybe you not make it, that's fine. But when you make it, you got to win just for you to even be in the argument of a Hall of Fame quarterback. And it's messed up because you're not going to reach the stats. You're not going to reach the numbers.
And then I think that we have to make sure that we look at the guys who are of the certain age, this, that, and other. You still got to go about them. They probably might have a longer career, might knock you out of a spot because y'all played during the same time. Their numbers might end up a little bit better, because you still got to go up against your draft class. So it is some people who are the right proper age that are coming out this year. So I don't know. It got exciting though. That was a nice little sequence there. You know what I'm saying? Jets. The New York Jets and Vikings make a trade. You know what I'm saying? They trade and the Vikings pick is in. So if you the Jets, I guess you had no choice but to trade out. Because they got Aaron Rodgers. They couldn't use anything. I guess they really banking on Rodgers to come back and take that team over. I mean, what is the logic there for the Jets trading out of the pick to y'all? What y'all got?
Say it one more time, bro. My bad.
What's the logic? What's the logic in the Jets trading out of the pick? What y'all got on that one?
Picked up.
The Jets. So is this all about Aaron Rodgers for the Jets? Is that why they traded out of the
both
pick?
of them 141.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's all about Aaron Rodgers. That's what I'm gonna throw it out there. It's all about Aaron Rodgers.
I wouldn't be angry at a Bo Nix pick right here for the Jets. The tackle is more important because you need to keep Aaron Rodgers on his feet instead of on his back. So I do understand that if they do get the Oliver Shalu jump, because even if Aaron Rodgers only lasts this season, you still built your lineup for the future. That makes sense. But Bo Nix wouldn't be bad on having somebody, help him develop.
I agree. Y'all listen to the Nature Sports Network. We are bringing you the first round of the NFL draft tonight. Y'all already know, man. All the picks are in so far. And we're just gonna give you a quick recap of all the picks. The night started off with the Bears getting Caleb Williams. Washington followed up with the pick of Jaden Daniels. Drake May went to the Patriots. Number 3. Number 4, the Cardinals picked Marvin Harrison Jr. Number 5, the San Diego Chargers picked Joe Alt. Number 6, the New York Giants picked Malik Neighbors. Number 7, the Titans picked J.C. Latham. Number 8, in a surpriser, Michael Penix went to the Atlanta Falcons. And the Bears at number, what was that? Number 7, number 8, number 9. The Bears at number 9, they picked wide receiver Rome Aduze. And now we're at the Jets at number 10. And so the Vikings, the Jets traded their pick to the Vikings. And so the Vikings are going to make their selection here. I believe it's going to be a quarterback for the Vikings, which is J.J. McCarthy or Bo Nix. I think it should be Bo Nix. I would pick Nix over McCarthy, but hey, you never know what's going to happen tonight, man. This has been a wild night so far. Well, not really wild, but it's been a couple wild moves, unexpected. So we'll figure out what the Vikings are going to do. Their pick is in. Roger Goodell is coming to the podium in the broadcast in which I am tuned into. Let's see who they got. Let's see what the Vikings are going to do. Shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing you the NFL Draft. Again, tonight has been, pretty even as to what we thought. Again, the Atlanta Falcons,
that's a surprise.
Have given us a little bit of a surprise, but everything else has been pretty much on par.
No, that's been the first surprise of the night, I would say.
Yeah.
And not surprise of the night because JC. Oh, we have something now. JJ McCarthy to Michigan, from Michigan to Minnesota.
JJ McCarthy is going to. I don't know, man. I didn't like it. I didn't like him either. I did not like him. I liked the Penix pick, but I didn't like McCarthy. I don't like May. So I don't know if I would have picked them high like that, off the first 10. You had what, 5, 6 quarterbacks?
Yeah.
6 quarterbacks in the first 10 picks? Oh, that's overkill.
But these are things. All right, now this is overkill. Thing. All right. So Chicago, because of trading Justin Fields, needed a quarterback. I think they were blaming Justin Fields for their problems, and I think they could have done a lot of different stuff other than draft Caleb Williams, but they wanted to go with Caleb Williams. I can understand that. Okay? Washington needed a quarterback. New England needs a quarterback.
Some of these guys going to be bust, though. Some of these guys going to be bust. All these guys ain't going to pan out.
Atlanta didn't need a quarterback. So that's why they are surprised, because they just got a quarterback in free agency. But we all do understand he's coming off an injury. Minnesota absolutely needed a quarterback. So all of these teams that actually drafted quarterback, this was one of their biggest needs. And everybody believes that a first-round quarterback is a need. I don't.
Again, all of these guys are not going to pan out. All of these guys are not going to pan out, man. And so it's overkill to me, man. Everybody, I'm not mad at it. Hopefully, this will mean that the receiver that we want, Brian Thomas, can somehow fall down to where we have an opportunity to get him. That's what I'm hoping. That's just what I'm hoping, that this gives an opportunity for the guys for us to get a receiver, man. I think that we desperately need at this point with losing Curtis Samuel. I think that's even a bigger, more need now, so.
Well, no, like to what V has been saying, I have watched a lot of the Steve Smith tapes, Donnie Mitchell. You got a lot of guys out there that can come in and be a wide receiver too. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that none of them can be wide receiver ones, but I'm just saying that looking at we have a wide receiver one, and they are probably looking at Jahan Dotson as the wide receiver too. We can look, we can get somebody to fill the Curtis Samuel void. I think.
Yeah, they say that JJ McCarthy so far is the biggest risk. That's what they're saying, that he doesn't have the biggest sample size. But but that's, I mean, it's the second quarterback selected top 10 from Michigan. Jim Harbaugh was the first one. So
Okay. Well, no, that's a good pedigree. That's a good pedigree. If you
yeah,
number two, if you number two,
yeah. But they say fourth
Jim
quarter,
Harbaugh
JJ
being
McCarthy the whole season only threw 34 passes the whole season in the fourth quarter at Michigan.
Okay.
So
Listen. It's about him as a player. Okay. Do I think JJ McCarthy works out in Minnesota? I don't know. I think he could. I think he has a good chance with if you throwing Jet the ball. You know what I mean? If
right,
Jet comes back as Jet, you get what I'm saying?
right.
But if not, then I think that's going to be a tough sale right there. That's going to be a hard day in the park.
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? I just came back.
So
We talking JJ McCarthy. We talking
JJ
JJ
McCarthy goes
McCarthy.
to the Vikings.
Yes. What's wrong with JJ McCarthy to the Vikings?
Okay. The Jets pick is in, and it's Olumawe. For Shanu. Excuse me.
Yes,
I can't. I've been trying to say his name. I can't get it. But
I
I'm gonna
said
just
that.
say for Shanu from Penn State.
Yes, I said
Okay.
that.
The defensive lineman.
I've been trying,
No,
man.
tackle, offensive tackle.
The offensive tackle.
Offensive
Oh,
tackle.
I
Yeah.
disagree with that. I disagree
I
with
think
No,
that's a
that.
no,
good
no.
I
pick.
think it's
Aaron,
other
Aaron
guys that were
Rodgers need
better
help.
than him.
Aaron Rodgers
I
needs
think
to
it was
fix.
other guys that they could have gotten, is what I'm saying. I don't disagree with the position. I disagree with who they got.
No.
They have a really good defense. They've got a really good running back and core. They've got really good wide receivers.
No, I'm
They,
saying the
they,
player. I don't like the player. I like the position, not the player. I think that it's other guys other than Fasanu is they would have got. No, he was out of Penn State. Yeah, I think it was other guys they could have gotten to me.
I mean, no, I like Fashanu. I think he all right.
I think
I
that
definitely would
I
have
think
liked
they could have been
Fashano
better.
here.
Especially going to them, like you said, going to them, Aaron Rodgers. You got Brees Hall. You get what I'm saying? You got some value over there with them already. They got a decent team, you know what I'm saying, already built. Of course, you still got what's your name right now, man? Wilson.
Again,
Josh,
I don't know. I would have went elsewhere personally. I would have went
I
elsewhere.
don't know if there's a better tackle that was on the board right
The guy from Georgia. The guy from
now. I
Georgia.
don't.
That's who I would have went with.
Did you see their passing game this year?
Georgia's? Yeah, I liked
Yes.
it. I thought they protected the quarterback well. I thought they ran the ball well too as well.
They ran the ball more than they passed the ball. Aaron Rodgers is
But that
not going to
doesn't
hand the
mean,
ball.
well, actually they passed the ball more than Penn State. They passed the ball more than Penn State. And he gave up less sacks. This guy gave up 10 sacks. Or not, I ain't gonna say 10. No, I think about 6. About 6. I personally would have went from the. I mean, that's just me. That's just me. I would have went with the guy from Georgia.
I don't
That's
think that
just
was a
my
bad
opinion.
pick either.
That's the only reason I'm saying that. I just think they could have gotten more value out the pick. But again, it's the Jets.
Bo Nix is Drew Brees all
I
over
can't.
again.
This is the Jets. I can't expect much from them as far as drafting. They have drafted. Brees Hall was a good draft guy, and the receiver was really good that they got from over there. But They could use some help
The
too.
Broncos pick is in, and the Raiders is on the clock.
Did the Broncos get Bo Nix?
Bo Nix is still available. He's the last. Look like he the last of the Mohicans. Everybody else
They
went.
are they're the pick is in. They have not what's the
Revealed
name?
it
They
yet?
have not announced it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, Bo
But
Nix
the
seemed
pick
like he
is
the
in.
last of the Mohicans. The last of the Mohicans. Everybody else gone. They left Nix on the board. I thought Nix had the best pro day. I thought Nix was the best quarterback coming out. As far as a day one starter, I felt like I would be more confident with Nix. That's me personally. If I was looking for somebody to start today, I would pick Nix if it was me because he has the most reps in college. You know what I mean? Out of all the quarterbacks. So, I mean, that's me. I love this pro day. You know, I was really high on Bo Nix coming out. So that's just me. I was really high on Nix coming out. You did. I was really high on it. So shout out to everybody out there listening to this, the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing you our 11th annual NFL draft. 10 years in running, baby. 10
You
years in
know it.
running. You know, so over the years with the draft process, what do you think has gotten better? So we've all seen this, and what has gotten worse with this? Which I got so far with that.
I just feel like overall coverage has gotten better. You get a chance to see a lot more about the players now. You know, with the pro days being on YouTube and NFL.com, with all of the different stuff. I think that they've gotten a lot better at showing the product, or at least presenting the product. Maybe not even showing it, but presenting it. And so, and what I mean by the product, I'm sorry to say these are human beings, but yeah, they're human beings. So I would say that that's one thing that they've gotten better at. Something I feel like they've gotten worse at, right? I feel like the NFL as a whole product has, as a whole, hasn't necessarily gotten any better. They kind of giving us the same old, same old. I don't feel like they've progressed. So I feel like if you're not progressing, you're falling behind in the times. So with progression, I mean, you know, let's spruce it up. You got to do something different. The NBA, like they introduced new courts or whatever. I'm not a big fan of it, but at least they trying. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely,
So
absolutely.
Bo Nix to the Broncos.
Bo Nix went to the Broncos.
Denver is selecting Bo Nix.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
the top needs for the Broncos would be quarterback, cornerback, D line, O line. So, I mean, with Russell Wilson gone,
But see
I
what
mean,
I
why
was
not?
saying about picking Marvin Harrison Jr. You gotta go with Mariota as your quarterback and whatever rookie might be left available
Yeah,
because
Yeah,
which I said,
wasn't even gonna have
all
a
of them
quarterback
went.
left in it for you.
Yeah,
yeah, which I said
everybody
I
went.
wouldn't mind.
Yeah,
That's why I
everybody
said
went.
that.
Everybody went.
That's
Everybody
why I said
went.
I wouldn't mind. That's why I specifically said I wouldn't mind because I already had that intention of saying, all right, that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen.
I but
Like I
but
said,
what but
83, the 83 draft is the only draft that has had this many quarterbacks in the first round.
and Bo Nix is number 12 picked overall, like
The
V
sixth
said.
quarterback, that ties an NFL record with the historic 83 draft with Jim Kelly, John Elway, and, you know, of course, I always say it was the best draft in Redskin history because that's when we got Darrell Green. You know
but
what
they
I'm
want
saying?
but
But
they want to
that,
pick this close to each other in this fast,
no,
bro.
not that fast.
They
No,
were spread
no.
out, bro. Like
Yeah. This is, I mean, ain't nobody left. Ain't no quarterbacks left. If you didn't get one, you just didn't get one.
so now here's what I will say. I'm not going to hold you. Some of the other quarterbacks, the Will Learys, the it's the another
Joe
guy that I
Milton.
watched in the combine.
Joe Milton,
No, I'm not even gonna hold you. Joe Milton is a he's a diamond in the rough. He's gonna need some work. I'm
right?
saying he does not have the arm strength to compete with anybody, but he needs work in some of the other things. But I still don't think. But what I was going to say, him and like I said, a couple of other quarterbacks are Brock Purdy-esque in this draft. If you put them in the right situation with the right coach, some of these other quarterbacks at least have an opportunity to at least take some of these backup jobs that are held by some of these veterans that aren't really getting the job done.
Yeah.
The talent drop off, though, from these first 5 to 6 guys is going to be the difference between guys that can play today, maybe play some this season, to these guys are going to have to wait. And let's hope that we don't get hurt this far down the roster to have to play these guys.
Bo Nix, again, like I said, if you were looking for somebody to start day one, and I believe Denver is looking for that, then of course this was my highest quarterback, coming out. You know what I'm saying? If you was looking for somebody to start today. And I believe that's Denver did get somebody who could start today. You know what I mean? So
I don't know if y'all guys heard me, but I said this is, even though he's a little taller than Drew Brees, he has a lot of the intangibles that Drew does.
Yeah, he did.
And he's pairing up with Sean Payton in Denver.
Yep. That's gonna be good.
It's a very interesting quarterback marriage here.
That's gonna be good.
Very, very interesting quarterback coach type of marriage here.
Yeah.
To see what happens.
Yeah.
The Raiders, who were very interested in getting a quarterback this draft, but did not want to trade because of what was going to be on the line, they felt, for their future. And what do they do now for their first-time coach, Antonio Pierce? Their quarterback today would be Gardner Minshew.
Hey, that's not bad, though. Gardner Minshew played really good last year. He got the coach to the playoffs, or at least playing for a playoff spot.
Understood. I don't. First of all, I know a great story I told you guys about Gardner Minshew. I like his work ethic. I don't think he's going to take this for granted. I don't say that he's going to be the MVP just because of that, but I do like him as a quarterback in the NFL. He has that kind of Ryan Fitzpatrick, Heineke type of feel to me, if your fan base can buy into that. But I think that they were looking at these guys that were ahead of the pack. The first, let's say outside of Caleb, the first 5 guys outside of that, they were looking at least to start the engine with Antonio Pierce without having to go a season. And then if they do bad, having to forcibly pick one next year.
Denver wanted Bo Nix the whole time. They said, they are hype in there. They are hype in there. They wanted Bo Nix the whole time. You could tell by the reaction of their front.
The Raiders get Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers goes to the Raiders. I don't know if I like the pick.
That's a great pick. That's a replacement for Darren Waller times maybe 3 or 4, bro.
I like that pick. Bro.
That's a really good pick, bro. That's a really.
Some of these quarterbacks ain't gonna pan out. I'm gonna say right now, the only ones I got is Daniels.
Throwing them the ball, bro.
Huh?
He got Carr throwing them the ball.
No, I'm talking about these quarterbacks. I'm looking at all these quarterbacks.
No. Derek Carr not dead.
I mean, not Carr.
Gardner Minshew.
Yeah. Oh yeah. My bad. He do got Gardner Minshew. All right.
But he's really good, bro.
Yeah. No.
Minshew was good. Minshew was good.
I'm talking about Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers is really good.
I don't know if you spend a first round pick on a tight end.
Yeah, bro. Pitts went 6. This is 13th.
I don't know.
Jordan Reed went what? Like, I think 13th, 16th, something like that.
It depends on the level of the tight end. If you're the best tight end in college football, then yes, you a first round pick. You a first round pick regardless of where you go.
Yeah, Georgia didn't pass a lot, bro. He led their team in receiving, 56 catches, 714 yards.
I get it. He's the 3-time tight end of the year. 3-time tight end of the year.
Yeah.
So they say he's the highest drafted tight end since Kyle Pitts. They say right now they got him as the 7th highest player on the board. You get him at 15. They felt like they got
13.
More.
That's a steal.
13.
That's 7. That's 6 or 7 picks, almost higher than what you expect them to go.
Yeah.
And like you said, some of these teams leap to get those quarterbacks either to prevent teams from doing things or to try to set themselves up for the future. But I think those guys were picked too early with other talent on the board. I think a team like Atlanta, I think you reach to get a Michael Penix. Because of all of the injuries and stuff. I don't mind the pick. especially with Kirk Cousins having injury. But you're a young team. You need another wide receiver because Drake London didn't have the great
I like it for
seasons.
the Raiders, and I'm gonna tell you why I like it for the Raiders, because 2 years ago they had the highest running game rusher in Jacob, so they have a guy who's a potentially can win a rushing title, and so you really with Gardner Minshew,
Jacobs is not there
you
anymore.
huh?
Jacobs isn't there anymore. He's a Packer now.
Okay, well, Jacobs is a Packer. Okay, well, with the defense they have, you really want to run the ball and keep the other team's offense off the field, you know what I'm saying, as much as possible with that good defense you have. And I think that when you have a good tight end, that allows you to run and pass it at the same time. That you really can build around your running game. So I like it for the Raiders because I think their strength would be in slowing the ball down and playing defense, because their defense under Pierce was really good last year, and Pierce they continue to be their coach. So
yeah, their last 7 games, the defense was 7th in the league. I mean, yeah, the defense was 7th in the league the last 7 games of the league. I mean, of the season last year, under Pierce. I think that Bowers actually makes their team a little bit harder to cover on offense, even if they started to want to pass more. Myers, their number 2 receiver, was, I believe, like between 4th and 10th in touchdowns last year. He had a really good season behind Adams, and now when Adams gets double teamed or they play deep with Adams, you have to use a linebacker with some passing coverage that's going to be able to check this Bowers kid. He can really get to the second level quick. His routes are really crisp. He can block as well. He's not just a pass receiver. He can run block too. So, like you said, when they're able to slow the game down, you got somebody that can double and actually block instead of just being out there to be a catcher. And you got him to be able to get those slip plays, those tight end screens, just with some of those things that I think Antonio Pierce is going to try. And I think he's going to try to be a fun coach. So I think he's going to try to get those guys involved and stuff like that. Gardner Minshew is the type of quarterback that I think won't have a problem with getting everybody to football, but understanding that Devontae Adams is going to need the football. I don't know what was going on before McDaniels left or whatever like that, but you're gonna have to get that guy the ball. And
there hasn't been a defensive. The whole defensive board is wide open. There has not been one defensive player drafted yet.
The defense is not good this year, bro.
The whole defensive is wide open, though. I will say that it's wide open. The whole board.
You can get
so you can get some quality.
Jared Verse is a good linebacker. You there with the not signing of Jamin Davis's 5th year extension. I mean 5th year contract. I mean the extra year on his contract. If Jared Verse is available, which I don't think in the second round, but if he is, you know what I'm saying, you got an opportunity to get a first round talent. But I
think I want Brian Thomas. I'm all in on Thomas. That's what I want in the second round. I don't think they're doing the second round tonight, are they? I doubt it.
Nah,
okay, so that'll be tomorrow. So I'm all in on Brian Thomas. I think that is at least for Washington. That is the pick that I want, because I just think that you should give this quarterback as many chances to succeed as possible. And I think that we don't have enough at receiver right now for me to be comfortable. You know, that's just my opinion. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But I went into this draft. Y'all know I went into this draft saying what? If we get Jaden Daniels, did I wanted Thomas? And for all the fans listening, y'all can go back to a previous shows where we've done it. And I said, hey, if we end up with Jaden Daniels and we can't, and Malik Neighbors, of course, who didn't fall. I mean, he went to the Giants early. And if we get a chance to get Thomas to go along with Neighbors, I would really want that. I said that from day one. So I'm sort of on the line of where I just didn't know all these quarterbacks would go. Ladies and gentlemen, for everybody out there listening, there have been 6 quarterbacks in this first round. 6. And it's only 14 picks in. Half of the board virtually have gone into quarterbacks. I mean, we did not expect that. I didn't expect it. I mean, I don't know if the guys expected it or not, but that's something I did not expect. And that's something that has rocked the draft so far. No defensive players picked. We had 2 wide receivers or 3 wide receivers picked. So virtually everything has gone to the passing game, much like our actual NFL game where everything leans so much on the pass and scoring points. It looks like a lot of teams have followed suit with their picks. Offensive linemen, wide receivers, and quarterbacks. That's pretty much what has gone off the board. And a tight end. Shout out to the only tight end that has went thus far. That was the last pick. So, I mean, you really just got everything geared around the passing game, just like our game has materialized into in the actual NFL. So that's what's dominated the draft thus far. Shout out. This draft is in Detroit. It's a great party up there. It's a great part of a historic night in Detroit. It's presented by the Courtyard Marriott. It's 250,000 fans in attendance in Detroit for this NFL draft, man. It's a lot of people out there. Whole parking lot filled up.
That's crazy. That 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks.
That has been.
There
has never been 13 consecutive offensive players ever in the draft, ever, at any point. Not just to start out with, ever. There has never been 13 consecutive offensive players picked. So we saw history tonight as well.
I guess that's where they see where the most value is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So interesting. The Raiders are trying to trade up Brock Bowers to the Falcons for Penix. They have a tight end. They have a good tight end in Myers that they drafted last year. So that Bowers, the Bowers pick may not be all the way sold up yet.
Uh-oh.
That's not
Bowers.
If Bowers and Pitts, man, that's kind of crazy.
They gonna give him Bowers and Pitts?
I mean, one of them is a true tight end, and the other one can kind of play both, like the tight end and wide receiver spot.
Yeah, they do have Pitts. You get Bowers. You would be working with something if you the Raiders.
No. That would be for the Falcons.
Oh, for the Falcons, okay.
Yeah, but that would be Kirk Cousins trying to throw into some type of new scheme. I'm not sure about, and they really need to run the ball anyway since they got Bijan Robinson.
Yeah,
and the other guy, Aguilar.
And again, you just don't know how Cousins gonna come back off of that injury either. So you want to give him as much support as possible. The Saints pick is in. The Saints is on the board right now. Roger Goodell presenting.
Now it's also Talise Fuuga, the tackle from Oregon State, to the Saints.
Okay, so there you go.
The Raiders are also their head is also contemplating keeping Bowers to see if they can have the best tight end duo in the next 2-3 years. So they in the war room with that one right now.
Yeah. I mean, is it something the Falcons willing to do? Did the Falcons pick Penix just to deal him?
I told you they picked him because they didn't want somebody else to get him. I'm not sure if it was just the Raiders or if they weren't sure because he wasn't going to be there in the second round and maybe that was on their board for the second. They just took him because of, you know what I'm saying, somebody else possibly being able to take a pick that they may have had interest in. And honestly, it doesn't make the best sense to pick a quarterback who's had the same injuries as the quarterback you just signed for $180 million.
No, they got two different. Penix Jr. was ACL.
Yeah.
Oh, a kid. Yeah, you said Kurt was Achilles. Yeah. But even still, to pick so many quarterbacks, like Ritter's the only quarterback that don't got a bunch of injuries on your roster,
and he's the insurance policy.
Yeah, but I don't
know if they keep 3 quarterbacks.
I don't know if I draft that first like that. They keeping 3 quarterbacks. They had 3 quarterbacks last year.
But that I don't know.
They got a young team. They got to replace Ridley. I'm not really. Yeah, I think replace Ridley. Yeah. Nah, Ridley was with the Jaguars. I think he just re-signed with them.
So what do y'all think about the Saints pick?
A tackle. I mean, they got rid of Michael Thomas.
I felt like they needed a receiver, but I'm glad they didn't pick one because they probably would have picked Williams.
I think that they feel like tackles. I think that they feel like tackles just flying off the board, so they're trying to snatch them up. You get what I'm saying?
Tackles have pretty much flew off the board as well, though.
Yeah, just like quarterbacks and tackles, and then a sprinkle of the receivers. You know, of course the people that we thought was going to get drafted early, Aduzier, Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors.
Rome we had to.
I said Aduzier.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Other than those people, it's been quarterbacks and tackles. To be honest.
Yeah.
And we on the 15th pick.
Quarterbacks, tackles, receivers, one tight end. Who's a receiver?
Basically. But all offense. This is crazy.
Yeah, all offense. Will we see the whole first round of all offense?
No.
You got it's only a few good defenders, and a few good defenders are getting ready to go off the board.
Yeah, it's about to be some back defensive picks.
Yeah.
With
I
who?
just don't see it.
Dallas?
Keep going like
maybe Dallas gets a defensive player.
Dallas needs a receiver.
So you got them picking a receiver. Do they get Brian Thomas? Hopefully they don't.
Hopefully not, but I think it's a potential chance.
Right now on Twitter, Falcons and Denver are the losers in night one in the draft.
Well, that's what they saying because of the tight end pick, right?
Because both of them pick quarterbacks. Both of them pick quarterbacks, and they have bigger needs.
I don't know though. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to work out for them, so I think they did the right thing by giving a backup. That's the big person. So I think the Falcons did the right thing.
I'm just looking at what their fans.
Okay, of course.
Their fans are saying that they're not a serious organization.
I feel them, but I'm riding with what they did.
They said that they feel like they should have traded back and got Latu, Verse, or Turner, which is a linebacker, because they lost a linebacker this offseason. You know what I'm saying? He was like, the first 14 picks are offense, means defense players are falling. And he was like, we would have just traded back and got more value if they'd have got a linebacker right there or a pass rusher. If this happens, the Falcons are actually what? I honestly don't hate the Falcons, but you're expecting Kirk Cousins to win games. If you do find your next quarterback in number 8, hope something happens at one of your picks in the 20s or something like that over the next few years.
I like what they did. I don't trust Cousins. So I would advise nobody to put your faith up in him. So I don't mind.
If you're Washington, are you trying to will and deal?
So the only reason why this doesn't make sense for Atlanta, sorry to cut you off. The only reason why this don't make sense is because if Atlanta is to cut Kirk Cousins next year, they lose $25 million.
Yeah, they're gonna eat some money.
And he gets $40-something million this year just to be on your roster if he doesn't play.
Right.
You would lose $65 million just signing him to pick a quarterback who you're gonna have to play. And you got to pay Penix at least 15 to 12 to 15.
Well, if you come up on Penix, you paying Penix on a rookie contract.
No, it's in the first 10 picks, so you still getting between 12 to 17 million. I'm just saying you're paying about $85 million in 1 year for a quarterback, bruh. Like you got two quarterbacks for $85 million, and you hoping that the one that you paying all the money to does well. Because what if Kirk cut out? Then you can't let him go. You got to keep him for the second year. You can't just let that nigga go.
No, then you can use Penix as trade bait to get into that first round.
Very interesting. But again, do you think that
Latu, defensive end for UCLA? I like him. He went to the Colts.
That's what the Falcons fans are now upset. That's why they just were saying that, because I was getting ready to go back to.
I like him.
No, but this is what the Falcons fans wanted. The Falcons fans wanted Latu. That's what I said. They wanted him or Verse.
Yeah.
They was like, why go with a quarterback when you already got a quarterback and you have a defense who hasn't been top 5 or 10 in I don't know how long? What are you doing?
If you are Washington, if you are Washington, are you trying to trade into this first round?
Shout out, man.
Right now, if what Leo would like to, if what Roe would like to happen, and I'm not disagreeing with that pick either, I would be ecstatic about that. I'm not gonna lie to you. So if that's what you would like, I think that you may have to, only because that's the next highest wide receiver on the board.
Yeah.
If you feel like someone else is as good, or you feel like someone, because here's the thing, this is just my opinion. If you do not get Brian Thomas Jr., you're going to have to get 2 wide receivers in this draft.
Yeah.
Like these,
and you're gonna have to
guys,
get lucky. And you're gonna have to get lucky.
Nah, no, bro, no. If they pick any of the guys that I watched that Steve Smith did coverage on, bro, that I don't think it's luck. I think that it's just those guys falling because so many other positions have been picked. I honestly feel like wide receivers would have been more picked already.
Well, I think wide receivers is going to get picked. Looking at the team needs, the next couple of teams don't need a wide receiver from team needs. The Jaguars, it is on the team needs for the Bengals, but it's like the last team need.
Who's the Jaguars' number 1 receiver?
I'm not sure.
Christian Kirk, I think.
Calvin
Ridley.
Yeah.
These receivers are tall. Christian Kirk is not a small guy, but he's not scaring nobody. They got these receivers are interesting here. You got Xavier Leggett from South Carolina, who's like a DK Metcalf size, like Jacksonville, and Trevor Lawrence needs help other than using Travis Etienne out the backfield.
Yeah, he did.
Cincinnati just lost T. Higgins, so
they lost T. Higgins.
You know what I'm saying? So they may be trying to replace the wide receiver. Brian Thomas,
they say they need
offensive guy,
but with Jacksonville.
I'm saying if you're the Redskins, you got to come in right here. I'm saying if you're the Redskins, you got to get that pick with Jacksonville. If the Eagles need a wide receiver for Burrow and not another lineman or a defensive player, Cincinnati is going to look at Brian Thomas. He comes from the same system that Jamar Chase comes from.
I mean, maybe Pittsburgh at 20, because the Bengals they need an offensive line. You know what I'm saying? That's really what they need, offensive line. Looking at you could maybe potentially trade with the Rams, but after Aaron Donald retiring, I'm pretty sure they're going to draft a defensive talent on the line. You know what I mean? So I think they're going to keep their pick. The Steelers, however, you know what I mean? They need an offensive line because they got now, 2 good, decent quarterbacks or whatever, but I think you might trade with them. The Dolphins,
they're not going to pick a wide receiver.
Laiatu Latu is the first defensive player off the board for everybody out there listening who might not have seen all of the draft. Washington got a quarterback. For those Washington fans that might be in, Washington got a quarterback. It's been 6 quarterbacks taken. Atlanta got a quarterback. Everybody got a quarterback. New England got a quarterback. The Bears, everybody got quarterback. You get a quarterback, you get everybody get quarterback.
The Bears got Caleb Williams.
So
Washington has Jaden Daniels. New England has Drake May going down, and those were the first 3 picks. And then going down a little bit further, number 8 is Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. Number 10 is J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings. And number 12 is Bo Nix to the Broncos.
It's been heavy quarterback, offensive linemen sprinkled in. Lot 2 is the first defensive guy who has been picked, but this has been a high offensive draft so far. For everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast, we bring you the NFL draft for 2024 NFL draft. So this has been really, really good. Really, really good. 6 quarterbacks, first 12 picks. Oh, this has been interesting. This has been interesting.
So this is the thing. Do you feel like if a couple more quarterbacks with better stats came out, then it would be continuing of the quarterback carousel? Or would you think that would have been the end of it as it is?
I think that would have been the end of it. I think that whoever was trying to get a quarterback rushed up to get it out the way so that they could continue on their draft. I think that was the what word I want to use. That was the motive. Let's get this quarterback, get it out the way so that we can attend to the rest of our team. Fans can be excited. Let's sell some tickets. Whether the quarterback plays or not, we'll still sell tickets because he's has a potential to play every game. So, we'll see what it's doing. The Seahawks are up. They're interesting. And what they're going to do, I think that Sam Howell was their first round pick for this year. When it came to quarterback, if they wanted a new quarterback, they just went that route. I don't know, man. I don't
Yeah, they
know.
was really high on Howell.
Apparently Sean McVay wanted Howell too. Sean
What you
McVay
say?
wanted Howell. I said apparently Sean McVay also wanted Howell.
Yes, he did. That is confirmed as well.
So it's been interesting NFL draft. It's been an interesting NFL draft thus far.
So, who do you think has got the best pick of the night?
The best pick of the night to me is Washington. And the only reason I'm saying that is because I feel like, well, let me say this. The Giants, I think he's going to be really impactful with the Giants. Neighbors is going to be really impactful. But I do think that Jaden Daniels has an opportunity to be really impactful because I've seen him play. And so if they could somehow keep him healthy, especially when he gets out the pocket, he is really, really fast. So when he gets out of it's going to be, put it like this. Let me say this. Washington's issues on offense, depending on what they do with Daniels, they should be addressed. They should be addressed, in my opinion.
Byron Murphy from Texas, defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle Byron Murphy from Texas goes to Seattle, right?
Yep.
Goes to Seattle.
Defensive coach, his first pick is a defensive player.
Okay. I like that.
The Ravens.
I like that.
McDonald.
I like that. I like that.
First pick is a DT.
I can live with that. I can live with that. And I think that's the right move for them too. I think if they have a good running back out there, good passing game. So I figured if they could stop the run, they'll be looking like something. And so you start at defensive tackle. To me, a great defense start at defensive tackle anyway. You start up front, whether it's great defense or great offense, you start up front on either side of the ball. So I feel like if you could dominate that with as least amount of people as possible, you look like something.
Jacksonville on the clock. I ain't going too fast for y'all.
No, you good. You good. For sure. Yeah, so it's been, again, not too much outside of what we thought it would be today. Not too much outside of what we thought it would be today. I think now the speculation can end. I thought they was getting Daniels. Once they traded Sam Howell, I figured Daniels was the man. So at least for Washington. And we knew Caleb Williams was going first. And I don't like the Drake May pick still. But hey, we'll see. But I think that could easily be Zach Wilson, in my opinion.
I don't know, man.
I want all these guys to do good, bro. I ain't even gonna hold you like.
I ain't rooting for the man to do bad.
No. I'm saying early projection is fair to give the assessment. We all feel a certain way about certain teams and stuff like that. I actually think that Drake May is maybe given just as fair of a shot as Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels is getting a fair shake. I think that who we was just talking about, I think he's getting a fair shot too because they're going into situations with brand new coaches and high expectations, but no expectations. New England loves the kid, but there's no expectations. With Gerard Mayo being the coach, nobody's expecting the return of Tom Brady. With Belichick being the coach, the expectations are always going to be, when is the next Tom Brady coming? So I feel like he gets to actually just restart and be a professional. I think that's a good situation to go into, even if he has a slow start like a Mac Jones. Well, Mac Jones didn't start slow, but if he doesn't progress as fast like Mac Jones did, I think he'll be given some more. Like they'll wait until they give him the tools before they completely damn him out of the situation. I think sometimes these kids are forced into situations where they got to win right away and they don't have tools, i.e., like a Justin Fields. If I am a Chicago fan, I am very leery about waiting to see how this turns out, only because you had Justin Fields, who is a prospect like a Jaden Daniels, even though he's bigger and a different type of runner, but a prospect like a Jaden Daniels, and you didn't give him any weapons for 3 years. And you start this kid Caleb out with an entire arsenal of offensive weapons, and you built the defense up last year before you even brought this kid in this year as a rookie.
Yeah,
I think that's completely unfair, and you're not showing your fans whether you're like because the coaches are repeat offenders and they're not brand new. Your GM is getting a chance to do this again. I do understand the purpose of trying to get this right and not make the same mistakes twice, but I also don't know how you didn't help the first guy out, and now all of a sudden because you're helping the second one out, it's supposed to immediately equal to success.
I was going to say, Easy dropped everything on his website to $20.
yeah, it been that.
Why? Yeah.
It's been that the whole time when he released the website. It was,
Why?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
So I think that'd be interesting to see. Like I said, I do like Caleb. I do think Caleb and Jayden and Fields are two totally different quarterbacks. I do think that Caleb has a very good opportunity to have success. First of all, he has DeAndre Swift at running back. He's got a pretty decent offensive line for the running game. I don't know how well they'll do in the passing game, but based on how he played USC, he doesn't necessarily have that bad of a problem when the pocket breaks down as far as being able to get a pass off. You have one of the best wide receivers in the NFL in his tenure, in Keelan Allen, in helping the wide receiver find an open pocket. DJ Moore is a burner to give you an opportunity to go downfield. The kid can throw 60 yards easily. And then you got Rome Meduze, who's he's again another Mike Evans. And who knows where you put these guys at, whether you put them on 2 at a time or 3 at a time. Then you got Cole Kmet. Like, they got a lot to work with on offense. So if he doesn't do well, it's completely his fault. I can't blame nobody else. It won't be if we feel bad for Justin Fields. No. If Caleb does not do good this year with this team, I don't know what else you say.
I agree with you there. I think they have.
I mean, he's a rookie. So what is the expectation for a rookie?
What you mean? What is the expectation? To play good
Hey, y'all,
and win.
Real quick, and it might be a reach, but very interesting to note while we on air. If the Giants don't do well this year, be very, very, very leery on if Bill Belichick decides to roll up in the building. He just gave out a whole full-on interview about how much he loved Neighbors and his ability to get open, and just he's raving over Neighbors right now like crazy.
I can see Bill Belichick back in New York.
I can see that.
I can see Bill Belichick back in
That's
New York.
if they don't do good. If they do good, I don't know what he does specifically. He is the coach, so maybe it's something like that. But right now, he's like Neighbors is the guy of the draft for him. That was just an interesting tidbit. Continue on.
Yeah.
Dallas turned into the Vikings. Alabama linebacker.
Yeah, roll tide again.
I think that's a really good pick. I think what they're doing in Minnesota is trying to put winners at the positions of leadership. McCarthy may not be as arm talented as some of the other guys, but when you have a leader, I think we talked about this in private. I don't know if we did it on the show, but one of my favorite quarterbacks back in the day was McMahon, bro. McMahon with the Bears was not a great quarterback, like arm strength. Like, he had a good arm, but he wasn't a great quarterback. But he was just his heart, bro. It was like that again. Why I like Heineke? He just reminded me of one of those staying tough type of guys and go ride with his team. I think McCarthy will do that when they have the tough times as well. They do have the good times. And let's be honest. None of us like Kirk Cousins. I stand up for him, but I wouldn't want him as a starter on my team. I think I've said that. I wouldn't want him to be my quarterback. But if that was the last resort, I would understand what I have with him. JJ McCarthy can, if he can be Kirk Cousins but younger, maybe he can learn from some of the things that he learned with a coach like he had in college, and being able to improve with, improve on some of the things he had success with. I don't think because you win a national championship in college means you win it in the NFL, but it is a good lineage to have and a good leadership quality to have in your starter, at least for right now.
Yeah, that
No,
means at
I
least for
agree.
the whole year. Yeah, that means at least for the whole year he was consistent enough to win games, to get to that spot, and then win the big game when it counted. So,
And honestly, he knows how to
that's an
win when he
important
only
thing.
throws 180 yards or 200 yards. That's still good for
Alex
your
Smith.
quarterback to be able to get wins with a little bit of output, because
Alex
that
Smith.
means you're not turning the bright. That means you're not turning the ball over. You're getting first downs on short yardage. You're not really making the big play, but you getting the big play on a third and long. You making sure it's completed, or you're getting the first down, moving the chains. So if you can move the chains and your defense and play good, you always give your team a chance.
Yes, indeed, man. Shout out everybody out there listening. This is the Nature Sports Podcast. We do this each and every Sunday, man. Y'all make sure y'all come through and kick it with us, man. Each and every Wednesday, we do either the Wednesday workhorse. We're gonna have to get back on those and get back to actual football. This is the beginning of the year. This is the beginning of the football year, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you like it or not, I know you had free agency and a whole bunch of other stuff, which has kind of shaped the beginning of the year. But this is really the official beginning of the year, is when you draft your first round picks. That's how you know it's a new year, baby. And it's a new year here at the Nature Sports Podcast as well. So we just going to give y'all everything we can about your team, about everybody else's team. Make sure y'all chime in, and shout out to everybody out there listening again. Whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you're at, shout out to you.
Mims is on the board for us on the mock draft right now at 20. That means we would be looking to trade up in the next 3 rounds. That's just something to look out on. It's not official. This is not official. Just something to look out on. I'm not sure we do that when. But I do also, I meant to say that I do think that in the next 3 picks, if we don't pick Thomas, the next option for him to possibly go, which I don't like, is Dallas, Green Bay, and it depends on what the what Baltimore or Arizona wants to do. Because Arizona, even though they may go with a lineman, could still decide to go.
I don't think they go 2 receivers though. So I think we safe on Arizona.
Who else do they have? And Kyler Murray's not. He hasn't had multiple weapons there outside of
Let's see.
tight end and having Hollywood, and then when he got Hopkins,
I still don't got them going 2 receivers. They got a lot of holes to fill over there. I don't got them drafting 2 receivers off the top.
They do. That is definitely true. I ain't gonna lie to you about that.
Yeah.
But I do Cowboys.
But I mean, it depends on how they want to build their team and what they want to build their team around.
I don't got them going 2 receivers right off buck like that.
But I don't
they got a lot of holes.
This draft is heavy on defense, bro. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, players that you're gonna be filling in on defense, it's not gonna be a lot of niggas that's gonna start like right away. Excuse me, a lot of players. I apologize. A lot of players that may start, to me, on everybody's defense right away, unless that hole is just that big that you have to start the player that you pick. I'm not disagreeing with you to say that they have to pick a wide receiver right there. I'm just saying that pick sometimes it's about best player on the board, and right now he's one of the best players. And I'm just saying, would you like to have an opportunity to have a Marvin Harrison only have one-on-one coverage throughout the game because you have a 4-3 wide receiver who's 6'4" on the other side?
I would love to have that, but what I would like to have a defensive tackle who can, stop, give me some stops on 3rd and short. Would I like to have an offensive line who can get me some room on the 3rd and short? Would I like to have a tackle who can block for Kyler Murray after coming off an injury? Would I like to have a pass rusher? Would I like to have a linebacker?
But when they that high in the draft, you're supposed to have addressed that in free agency more than waiting for the draft. If it's not, like, remember I said, I mean, just to me, the next year's draft is the defensive draft. That will probably be the same way that this year's draft is with offense, with defense.
I just don't got everybody panning out. I just I don't got everybody panning out. I don't look at, again, these guys are older, so they probably will be better than some of the previous drafts in regards to quarterback. Maybe. But I don't know.
I think these guys are going to have the experience of one, dealing with multiple locker rooms, dealing with multiple players, losing your best player and having to play in situations where you don't have them. All of these guys have been through that situation. You know what I'm saying? At least the first two guys. The first two guys have been through that situation. Um, McCarthy has built up the rock. Like, he's been there since the first receivers got there, built up with them, went on, and those guys have graduated with him. So you've played with a consistent set of locker room, and you know how to be with the team and build that team up, because they didn't win the championship coming straight out, but they had good seasons every year, even though they didn't win the big game. Next, you would have Bo Nix, who had an explosive offense when they had the right players in place. You know what I'm saying? So if they don't have the right players in place, does he struggle right away? And do you look into building up the roster based on what he was able to have when he has players, how he's able to produce? Those can be built on when you don't really expect that Bo Nix is about to take you to the Super Bowl.
Cincinnati lost DJ Reader at tackle. They lost Jonah Williams. They lost Joe Mixon. They lost Chidobe Awuzie. They lost the safety Nick Scott. This is who they lost in 2024, the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, I mean,
and they still should pick a wide receiver, because that's how they got to the Super Bowl.
They picked Mims. They picked Mims.
Mims, the tackle. That's the tackle I've been talking about out of Georgia. That's who I would say it was. I would have picked that tackle.
I don't like this right here for them.
That I said Georgia. I've been saying that the whole time. This is the guy I would have picked.
I like the pick they picked, but I don't like the player on this team because of what they run. They're not
6'7". He's 6'7" and 3/4, 340.
Yes, that's a bruiser. They don't have a bruising running game.
That's who I felt like I was.
He got limited starts.
No sacks allowed in 377 pass blocking this year. No sacks allowed this year.
That's not a lot of plays.
377. That's a lot of passes.
As our starting center played 1,000 snaps last year.
0 snaps. He ain't had no sacks, no sacks allowed.
He didn't play that.
No, I would definitely say that's a good pick, though.
He only played in 29 career games.
I get the system. I get the system is not maybe suited best for him for how you look at him, and I can agree with that. But you gotta have this. Joe Burrow is one of the best QBs in the league. Like, let's be real. He the only one.
They still have Orlando Brown. We gotta remember that.
Let me finish my sentence. Since he came in the league. Since he's came in the league, okay? Not saying that he is the best. He's one of the best quarterbacks since he's came in the league. He's the only one to dethrone Pat and actually get to a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to protect him by all means.
I'm not saying that. I remember what I said. I said I don't disagree with the pick. I'm not saying that the player is bad. I don't like him in that system. He has 156 pass blocks last year. 156. Do y'all realize that Travis Hunter played 112 snaps in his first college game? That's not 186 is like equivalent to 3 games in a college game, bro. That's not a lot of snaps, which I was trying to tell you, Ro, that Georgia ran the ball majority of the year. They wasn't a heavy passing game team. Their tight end led their team in receiving yards and receptions. Okay, with 700 and something yards. That's not a pass blocking team. That's a run blocking team. That means to me that you're going to be a running team. They have right now Samaje Perine, I believe, is probably the starter. If he's not the starter, it's somebody else that's not Joe Mixon. And I'm not sure who it is. I'm not really sure if that person is going to be who Joe Mixon was for their franchise right now. That's just right now. Now, again, you have a bruiser as a running tackle. Limited starts also means that your tackle could get hurt or he don't play a lot because of either being too big or something. I'm not sure what or why. All right, that's not for me to know until I look at film or something like that. But I'm just saying that to me, I think you picked the best player available right there, but I'm not sure if he's fit for your system per se. I'm not saying it's a bad pick. You know what I'm saying? The pick is right because, again, you do need the guy that dethrones Patrick Mahomes to be on the field. He hasn't been on the field at the right time in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah.
But that was my take.
So the word is that the Falcons did let Kirk Cousins know before they picked Penix Jr. that they did let Kirk Cousins know. They
that was the pick.
Yeah. They apparently they did let Cousins know.
Okay.
They did let Cousins know.
And I mean, this is business. What could Cousins say even if he got mad? I ain't gonna play. He want that paycheck. He want that paycheck. And he know, and it's the thing. What Atlanta did is a bit of a genius. Look, Kurt, you better play well. You get what I'm saying? They just argue. They just Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Look at that. Ain't that karma? He just got Kirk Cousins himself. Look, we got a first round pick behind you. You better play well.
Yeah. So the Rams pick is in, and if they pick a defensive player, this year they added Tre'Davious White, they added Cameron Curl. Those are their two adds. They lost Carson Wentz, who cares? And Coleman.
The Rams got Jared Verse from Florida State.
The Rams got Jared Verse. Yeah.
That's what they needed. I mean, because Aaron Donald retired.
Yeah.
That's a defensive tackle to a linebacker.
I mean, they needed somebody that would basically make plays on the defense, is what I'm saying. Like somebody on that defense that can rush the quarterback. You get what I'm saying? That can make some plays on that defense. You're not going to replace Aaron Donald.
I think that was more of a replacement to Bobby Wagner, but I give y'all that.
Wagner wasn't there last year. He was in Seattle.
No.
Yeah, he was in Seattle last year. He was in Seattle.
He was
year before that. He was with the Rams. Year before that.
He was with the Rams.
Oh.
Well, if they got Verse, like the pick is in, so. But again, I don't think that they thought that Verse would fall this far. I mean, when you looked at the board, Verse is ranked pretty high on the board, but because so many quarterbacks jumped up in it, it's the guys who originally wasn't going to be there. So I believe
the tackles. And the tackles.
Yeah. It's so many jumped up. So I feel like the board is wide open, man. And I like the way it's going so far for Washington for who I want at the second pick, which will be the receiver.
Troy Fanu to the Steelers coming up.
Okay. Yeah, Jared Verse.
Washington.
Jared Verse went from Florida State. They needed a rusher, though. The Rams needed a pass rusher. This is the first time they've really been able to get away from since Von Miller. They know how important the pass rusher is to that Rams team. So Jared Verse is a good pick for them. He's a good pick for them.
I think it's good because, like I said, you need somebody that's going to make plays. That's going to get at the quarterback.
But the Rams quietly had a guy last year who had like 9 sacks or 8 sacks from around that edge.
Yeah, but like I said, when Donald ain't no longer on the team, I think that affects the whole team.
Yeah.
I think that affects everybody's pass rush.
Yeah.
Just like we was talking about what's his name? Dorrance Armstrong. Is he going to be able to do that over here without Micah Parsons next to him?
Who going to be able to do that
without Armstrong?
Oh, is he going to be able to do that without Micah Parsons? I mean, that's a very good question. I want to see it. I want to see it as well. Because I do think he's benefited from Micah Parsons. Let's be clear about that. I do believe that he has benefited from Micah Parsons.
I mean, yeah, when you on a defense with one of the elite pass rushers in the league, you won't benefit. So, like, it's not like his fault. He still did what he was supposed to do in the plays to make plays. But, like, reality of it is that when you don't have that premier pass, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we don't have. To me, I think in that middle we have a very premier tandem. You know what I mean? But if you don't got a Micah Parsons next to you, when people looking for Micah Parsons, you know what I'm saying? They more focused on Micah Parsons than they focused on you. Then that's the difference.
I agree. I agree. I agree with that. I mean, again, we opted. We was going quarterback, I believe, from day one. I don't know that. Again, I guess they got Marcus Mariota for the reasons that you guys mentioned. Hey, a guy coming out of school, second overall pick, this, that, and the other. So maybe they got Mariota to walk him through that process because he's been there.
Yeah.
But as far as them both running the same stuff, I can't see that because I don't think that Mariota has the arm that Daniels got. So I don't see them being able to run the same stuff. If Mariota was to come in for a Daniels throughout the season, I don't know
I'm gonna
if they
say this.
run the same stuff.
And
Honestly,
Tom Brady
Mariota did not
listen.
help. Hold on, let me say this too before we go. Mariota did not help Desmond Ridder at all. I feel like he might have been better off before he got to Atlanta, meaning Desmond Ridder. So all of this tutoring stuff, it didn't work out with Desmond Ridder.
I mean, Desmond Ridder didn't play well. That may not have nothing to do with tutelage over the way he played.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying in general.
Even Heineke
the record
didn't
ain't
play,
that good.
Even Heineke didn't play well under that coach. They got a new coach now. You know what I'm saying? Raheem Morris is the coach now, so it's going to be a new system either way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But under that coach, even Heineke didn't play well. And
Heineke's number wasn't that bad. His numbers wasn't that bad.
His numbers wasn't that bad.
Yeah, they
were good.
They weren't.
They were decent. Oh, let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what Heineke numbers was.
And then you got to look at the
With
most
the
important
Falcons.
Wins and losses too.
His completion percentage wasn't good. It definitely dropped. It was 54.4, 890 yards, 5 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, a passer rating of 74. With Washington, it was 89, 85, and 102 in 2020. So it was a drop off.
Significant drop off.
It was a drop off. He played, let's see, he played against Chicago. That was the last game he played. He was 10 for 29, 163, 34 completion percentage. He had 1 touchdown and 3 interceptions in that game. And he was sacked twice. His QBR was 38. Against the Colts before that, he was 23 for 33, 229, 69 completion percentage, and a touchdown, no interceptions. Against Arizona, he was 8 for 15. Didn't seem like he played the whole game. 55 yards, 53 completion percentage. He did have a touchdown in that game. Against Minnesota, 21 for 38, 268, 55 completion percentage, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And against Tennessee, 12 for 21, 175, 57 completion percentage, 1 touchdown and 1 sack. So that's Taylor Heineke with the Falcons.
So I ain't gonna hold y'all. I would bet on Caleb Williams this year, not because I think he's gonna be good.
I wouldn't.
No. Listen, bro. Just my thoughts, and I'll watch it first before I actually tell somebody to put some money on it. But I think it will happen just to get that stadium deal in place. If they suck, bro, it's not gonna be no reason to put no money in them leaving.
Right. But I don't know. I don't see him.
It's a bad. No, what I'm saying
honestly,
to you, like,
honestly,
think about
when
Mayor Williams. Think about when Williams was here and we got the stadium put in. It was a bad deal. It's a bad deal, right? That stadium plan is a bad deal. So if they have success, it will help them vote in moving into the new stadium.
Listen, I think offensive rookie of the year is a 3-man race right now between Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Malik Neighbors.
I wouldn't count out Marvin Harrison
I'm about
Jr.
to say I don't know if it's I don't know if the numbers are that low. It's going to be higher than that, bro. You got to think about the ability of what some of these. Jared Verse could easily be in the race for rookie of the year if he gets
No, I
double.
said offensive.
Again,
Offensive.
Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors. Rome is on the same team with
I,
Williams. If Williams gets hurt and
I
Rome
said
still outperforms,
I,
he still has an opportunity. Caleb's got a chance.
I
Jay's
did
got
say neighbor. I said Caleb. I said Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Malik Neighbors. The reason I left Marvin Harrison off is because I don't have a whole bunch of belief in Kyler Murray. Not
it
saying
doesn't.
that he
No,
won't do well. I
y'all
think he
just said
will.
that it didn't matter who was at quarterback. So I'm just saying that if he get
No,
double
no, no, no.
digits,
I didn't say that. No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I said I was willing to sacrifice without having a quarterback to get a quarterback and have him and Terry. I did not say you can any quarterback can just throw to him and he'll be amazing. Didn't say that at all.
I
And I'm
mean,
not saying that. I think
quarterback
he will. Listen, I
the
think he will
quarterback
have
that
good
Ohio
numbers.
State got this year is not going in the first round next year. He is not nowhere near like CJ Stroud. He is not that good.
Who?
He's still the quarterback that Ohio State got this year.
Oh no, he's trash. He is trash. That's why I was saying about
But
Marvin
Marvin
Harrison because
Harrison numbers with CJ Stroud last year and then this year were similar. I'm
yeah,
saying that Marvin Harrison's a talent that you could put Josh Dobbs at quarterback or anybody else you pick up at quarterback. As long as he's got one-on-one and you can get the ball to him, it's possible he can make plays. And that's going to make him even more of a rookie of the year threat if they don't have Kyler Murray and he can make plays happen. JJ McCarthy, if he wins games and even without the stats, if they win 12 games with a rookie quarterback, bro, he's gonna be. You gotta think what the word MVP means. He's gonna be in it'll be rookie of the year, but because rookies can't win the MVP,
yeah,
it'll be in conversation for him to at least be up there to win that jump if he
yeah.
wins the games and stuff like that. And then you got Justin Jefferson as your main target, even though you are JJ McCarthy. So
Troy Fatanu, tackle from Washington.
you're not going to get a little bit of yards. You're gonna have at least 3,500 yards. You know what I'm saying? Because Justin can get 2,000 by itself. So
Russell Wilson could have a big season, man, this year. They got Fatanu. I like Fatanu. Fatanu was a beast.
Yeah, I like
That
and
was
Fatanu
my.
too.
He was
that's who
ranked.
I would have picked with the Bengals.
Yeah,
That
Fatanu's a beast.
that's who I would have got if I was the Bengals. He's a more versatile tackle, in my opinion. Like I said, I don't think that Mims is sorry. I'm neither one of these guys. None of these guys that I think at tackle that are picked up right now. Sorry, I think tackle deep. I think guard is deep. So I think the first 2-3 rounds there are some guys that are good. Are they day one starters? Not everybody is. These first three guys, Mims, Fatanu, the guy for the Jets, all are all day one starters easily right now.
Hey, so I think the Bills pick a wide receiver for sure.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. I
I
think
mean,
Russell Wilson could have a big year this year.
that's possible. It's
Russell Wilson
possible.
could have a big year this year,
So
man.
look,
That might
so
work. That might work. Him with that defense they got out there and Najee Harris and them boys, that might work out there in Pittsburgh. That might work
so
out there.
like looking at it, there's not too many teams that need a wide receiver, but the Bills is definitely one of them. The Lions, you can say,
I mean, they might get a wide receiver too, though. But
and the Chiefs,
Yeah.
and the
I mean,
Chiefs.
if we can make it out of this first round, we got the second right. All we gotta do is get past Chicago, right? Or is it the third that we got? Or we just gotta get past Chicago in
No,
that.
no. In the second round, the first pick goes to the Panthers.
And then
The
it's us,
second
right?
pick, listen, the second pick goes to the Patriots. The third
Okay.
pick goes to the Cardinals, and we
Okay.
are the fourth pick.
Yeah.
But we are also the eighth pick.
That's what I
See,
said.
yeah,
That's what I'm
Bengals
saying.
fans said the same thing I just said. Fandano was the pick. Sorry, Mims. Like I think they went backwards right there, especially with him being on the board. I don't know about that. Only be unless the Bengals are going to get a running game. You know what
I
I'm saying?
like Mims though. I like Mims. I like Mims over Fatanu. I'm gonna be honest. I had Mims over Fatano. That I did.
I
like
think you
Fatano.
was looking at him though. For us, Mims would have been great. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about with
Yeah.
the Bengals though. Like that's what I'm saying with a pass heavy team that had a zone running game for a tackle who doesn't a lot. Zone running means that we have an opportunity of running no huddle. We might be on the field for 12, 13 plays. You got a tackle that might not play the whole drive, bro. That's not. I don't want to pick that in the first round over a versatile tackle who played with Washington, who went to the national championship, not just winning the national championship, but played more games than everybody. So I know that this guy's going to be on the field.
I get you. That's
just me. That's just me though. That as far as systems, just as far as systems, like I said, the player may have been a better talent overall, or maybe a little bit more rated higher, and which is fine. I'll take that. But based on the way I want to do a system, I want the best player for that system, in my opinion.
Yeah, I had Mims right underneath for Alt. And like Alt might have been 1. I had Mims at 1A. So I had Mims rather high. That's why I thought when he was,
or you just talking about? Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Just overall, just as
right,
tackle. Right.
All right. So okay, now in the NFL, we've seen players who are rated as a number 2 or number 3 overall complete player, but they go to a system that doesn't benefit them. Justin Fields is not a sorry quarterback, bro. I think he was just dealt a crappy system with the Bears, bro. Every running quarterback has been given a better option system than what the Bears did with Justin Fields, bro. His runs was like almost made up in comparison to being designed, bro. As if they couldn't figure out how to do it, bro. Like that was crazy.
I do agree with that.
Chop Robinson goes to the Dolphins.
Oh, that's a good pick.
Yeah, what? Yes, it is.
That's a good pick. That's a really
good. I like that one. Miami doing
something. What, running back?
Nah, Chop Robinson, a linebacker.
Linebacker, Chop Robinson. Okay, linebacker. Nobody has picked a back yet. Running back, fullback, nothing. The closest thing we got is a tight end.
That's not a first round money position. You don't get nobody first round money at running back.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sorry, bro.
I like the guy from Michigan. He had 27 touchdowns. You're not
Saquon Barkley. You're not Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I mean, he had 27 touchdowns. His numbers a little bit better than Barkley's and Henry.
Your quarterback didn't have 30 touchdowns. That's why you had 27.
I don't mind, but when it doesn't matter. He showed off.
It does matter, bro. It does matter.
Me personally, I think that guy from Michigan is worth it. That's just me. He had 27 touchdowns. You worth a first round pick, in my opinion, though. This is just my opinion.
So it doesn't matter that your team ran more than everybody else.
You still had to stop him, and you couldn't stop him. Still had to stop him.
You do know that Harbaugh had like the number 1 recruiting class for like 3 of the 4 years that they was there. So you have top players at majority of all these positions. It's not hard to stop.
I think the guy's good though, too.
Huh?
I think he's good though. You saying
I'm not saying he's not good. I'm saying you don't waste the first round money on a position that's not respected in the league no more. You got to be over exceptional as an athlete. Like it's not just the stats. You got your body size. All like Derrick Henry is a linebacker and a running back that can run like a wide receiver. Like Saquon Barkley can run like a wide receiver in a running back body that hits or runs just as hard as a linebacker hits. That's exceptional. Like AP, like those are backs you pick in the first round because you can't just recreate that like overnight. You know what I'm saying? The Corsom is really, really good. Really good. Like he is first round talent. I agree with you, but today, because of the way that the league is, you don't waste the money because nobody else is going to waste the money. Like unless they just don't have a running back and you got a coach that went there that fell in love with the running back. But I almost feel like how this is all set up, that Jim Harbaugh's going to get his pick of his running back. He's going to pick his running back. They don't got Eckler. You know what I'm saying?
True.
They need a running back. They just picked Joe Alt. They got a Herbert coming back from injury. They'll pick Corsom and they'll take the hit on taking him in the second round because honestly, I believe that most of these running backs are probably going to slip to the third, fourth round because it's not really a lot of them that you like screaming off the jump. And there's not a lot of teams that really need like that guy right now at running back. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of guys that are playing two back systems, so it's always good to have that other back. But it's not a lot of guys that's like, all right, we need this running back, and that's it. The Giants need a running back, but I'm pretty sure they'll pick other positions first before they get a running back because, like I said, the position's just not respected the same no more.
Chop got the whole family in there. Let me just throw that in there. Chop got the whole family. They in there deep. Shout out to everybody out there celebrating their draft. Go ahead, my bad, Vito. Go ahead.
No. You're
So
good.
Quentin, I will say this, Quentin Mitchell, which is a cornerback, is the next highest rated player that hasn't been drafted. Everybody that's the top grade in this draft has been drafted all the way down to that point.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then after that is Brian Thomas Jr. So if we want to get him, it's looking like we're gonna have to get him now.
That's what I said. I wanted to see what the Cowboys is getting ready to do because that's my only threat. I feel like for wide receiver immediately.
Well, the Cowboys actually need.
They need a center, need a lineman.
Yeah,
but
they actually need offensive linemen.
I don't know if they want to go. I mean, again, they may wait till day 2 to pick a wide receiver, which helps us out.
Yeah,
but they know Wichita needs some help because they're gonna have to spend $1 billion to keep him.
And they need a running back. So
Philadelphia is on the clock. Y'all got the Eagles picking.
And also they need a defensive lineman.
The Eagles, I don't have yet.
Yeah, they also need a defensive lineman though, because they lost 2 defensive linemen to us, and they haven't signed anybody on the defensive line.
But neither one of them were starters though.
All right, the Eagles pick is in.
Even though they weren't starters, they still lost quite a bit on the defensive line.
NFC East back on the board, baby. See who coming into the East. See who about to come out. Who else coming to the East? We got 2 LSU guys so far coming to the East. Yeah, man. They say that the Philly don't pick nothing but Georgia Bulldogs the way Washington pick Alabama guys. Everybody they pick has been Georgia Bulldogs. They did. The Eagles got Saquon Barkley. They added Barkley over in the offseason, so he gonna be with the Eagles, which is gonna be dangerous. It's gonna be dangerous. I don't care what nobody say. They did trade Hassan Reddick to the Jets for a 2026 conditional pick. The Eagles did. Jason Kelsey and Fletcher Cox retired. I did not know Fletcher Cox retired.
Yeah.
Ooh. Jalen Carter was their first round pick last year. So the Eagles lost a lot with the Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey. They lost. That is huge.
Kelsey mostly.
Yeah, I think Kelsey more than anybody. Yeah. I mean, Fletcher Cox is a huge loss too as well, though. So
What? Fletcher Cox might be a bigger loss than Kelsey.
No, sir.
I don't know.
Close. It's close. It's close. It's close.
49ers just traded up.
Oh my God. Hopefully they ain't getting no receiver. The Eagles pick is in. Do y'all got anything on the Eagles pick?
Not right now.
This is getting interesting.
Say they need
shout out to all the Philly fans out there.
Cooper DeJean if they're going corner, but I haven't got a pick for them yet.
Shout out for everybody out there listening. The Philly fans out there.
Let's
see who's joining the NFC
what I say?
East.
Eagles got Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinyon Mitchell.
They are taking everybody off the draft grades. Everybody getting snatched off the draft grades. If you had a high draft grade, you have been drafted. These are all the picks: Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Aduzier, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Jared Verse, Dallas Turner, Brock Bowers, J.C. Latham, Latu, Drake May, Chop Robinson,
They
Joe,
got Devin White too. The Eagles got Devin White too.
Fuiga, Byron Murphy,
That's a
Troy Fatanu, and now Quinyon Mitchell, right?
Gardner Johnson going back. That's a good pick for the Eagles.
You said Quinyon Mitchell, right? Is that's the
Yeah,
next one?
that's a good pick. That's a good pick with God.
But that's what I'm saying. All of those people that I just named are the top players on the on basically draft grades.
And that's why I
Meaning,
said, bro, that I think the Bengals picked the wrong. They picked it wrong.
meaning
You know what I'm saying? Because they picked
Brian.
it grade rather than the system.
But I was going to say this: Brian Robinson Jr. is the next player on that board.
You talking about Thomas, Brian Thomas,
I mean, Brian Thomas. Yeah, Brian Thomas is the next.
Yeah,
player.
but what team picking right here?
Right now,
Cowboys.
No. Right now,
Jacksonville, then
Packers.
Dallas. Jacksonville, then Dallas.
All right.
Man, if we can get there to at least to the end of the round, man, we looking like something. Because I don't got Carolina getting it, I don't got New England getting them, and I don't got Arizona getting them. New England could though. New England could very well get them. Though.
I don't think he lasts. I don't think he lasts to the second round, bro.
I do.
I'm gonna be 100.
I do.
I don't see
keep
it.
hope alive.
Not by the way that they have been picking.
We gonna keep hope alive.
I don't see him lasting.
I do. I
don't think he gets past Buffalo.
You don't hear what he's saying. He said keep hope alive, bro. He's
I'm trying to make sure he's a little delusional right now.
It's okay, but hey, look, I go through this all the time, bro.
Why?
I go through this all the time.
That man could last to the second round. You know,
Bruh,
it's only been. It hasn't been that many defensive players picked. It hasn't been that many linebackers. So, you know, the defense could step up and just take over the picks right quick, you know?
He is not lasting 13 picks. I don't think so.
He might.
Nah.
He might.
We could trade up to Jacksonville. We might can get him there. We might could trade up with Arizona. Potentially.
You just got to stay where you are, bro.
Or we might could trade up to or we might could trade up with Tampa Bay.
We get him. I think he's gonna last. I think he's gonna last.
He's definitely not lasting.
I think he's gonna last.
He's the next player on the top 300 out of everybody else they've been drafted, bro. Like, there's no way in hell he's gonna slip that far.
Stay where you are.
Hey,
I do think we can get Xavier Leggett though.
Gotta stay where you are.
You heard me, V?
Yep.
What you think about him?
You already know. I'm good. I'm good on DK too.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Somebody like him that we may be able to get to pair.
I like Ladd though. I like Ladd better than him a little bit, just a tad bit. I like his size is undeniable. I don't think that you're gonna be able to get nobody that size. Like those guys don't always come around. But I think Ladd got better hands. I still think Thomas is like. I think Thomas isn't a reach against that. I think like Leggett and Thomas are like the freaks of nature, bro. Like Thomas was probably he's just as athletic as Neighbors. Maybe doesn't run as crisp of a route, but he's just as good, and he didn't care to be the number one receiver. Like if you go look at the reports, it's people that were like Brian Thomas is like phenomenal, bro. He just don't care to be he don't care to get the attention to be the number one guy for whatever reason. Maybe he even was like, nah, my man Neighbors like that, bro. And just, you know, some kids or some guys are like that. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, man, I don't mind playing seconds to a guy that I know gonna show up the same way I do. But when I have to be the guy, that's when you get a chance to see that kind of player. And maybe that's why he has slid on a little further, is because teams don't know if he's the number one guy, even though he's got the talent to be the number one, or if he's going to be a number two, and we just got to, you know, make sure he's in the game here and there, and he doesn't worry about it like that. Like, you got to know what type of player you're getting to outside of just the numbers.
Kidwell, the Quinyon Mitchell going to the Eagles seem really excited to get him. You know, it's high fives all over their draft room, all over their war room. So
yeah, he a baller. He's a good.
They really wanted him. I can respect that. That's a good pick right there. They say his overall is 90. That's what ESPN got him at. Athleticism 80, 86, production 83. So that's
And
what they
the
got him at.
Eagles do good with cornerbacks and D linemen in their
Yeah.
drafts.
I
So
don't know though. If you lost Kelsey and you lost well, I guess they got Jalen Carter last year.
Yeah.
So
Cox was a little bit more versatile, being able to play on the inside and the outside.
right.
As a D tackle, but they run 4-6, so it's a lot of linemen and movement around in that particular area anyway. Carter and the other big and Davis or whatever his name is, both of those guys are big as a motherfucker. They aren't defensive ends; they are only defensive tackles. You're only better end if you're trying to stop the run. But if you can get outside of those guys and maybe have somebody that's a little faster, they got about good 4 to 5 seconds of burst. Will they hustle? Yes, I ain't gonna hold you. They're not lazy, but they're inside run stuffers, not outside guys.
I think this is a little bit of the playoff, their playoff game, the way they got embarrassed by those receivers out there with Green Bay. So I think this was a little bit of the taste, them getting back more, addressing something that was an immediate needed in their playoff game.
Well, I'm with you though, because with re-signing Gardner Johnson, I may have waited on corner over, like you said, at least a lineman. If I'm not gonna go center, maybe I would have just wanted to reassure my line, because that's a very strong part of what they're able to do.
Yeah.
You can't replace Kelsey, bro. Like, unless there was a center in college developing under the same type of like methods or the same coach or something like that, I don't really think you can replace him right away. So I don't think they're even without picking a center with that first pick. I don't think they're trying to replace him right away. I think they're just going to get a center, maybe even sign somebody and just try to run some of those same things. And I think they're just going to have to live with seeing the result that the center can't get out there like Kelsey was able to get out there. They're going to have to just try to change up some of what they're doing.
Yeah.
And low key, Saquon Barkley like that. But I done seen the guy that trains Swift, DeAndre Swift. I don't know if that way of their running game is what Saquon gets off with. Don't get me wrong, Saquon is a gift. So I'm sure he can make adjustments, but I'm not sure if that particular run scheme is where he shines at. DeAndre Swift is probably the closest thing to me outside of Bijan good graces, which would be LaShawn McCoy. His shiftiness as soon as he gets the ball, not his whole juke package, just his shiftiness as soon as he get the ball. Swift was something special last year, and Saquon has those moves, but Saquon usually gets that once he gets outside of the backfield. He does have a quick little like dodge or spin move or whatever like that in the backfield, but most of the time he gets his moves and his shiftiness on the second level.
Jacksonville did lose they did lose Calvin Ridley. He signed with Tennessee for $92 million.
Brian Thomas Jr.
He went to Jacksonville.
Yeah, I said that Jacksonville or the Cowboys was gonna be the team to look at with that. And
Well,
I'm
happy
in
to
the
go.
NFC East.
I'm
the
happy to go to the Cowboys.
Cowboys didn't get them. I'm telling you, they don't want to keep doing all that to CeeDee Lamb.
We need a receiver, man. I don't know if it was. I don't know if not signing Curtis Samuels. I mean, might come back to haunt us.
Chill, bro.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get a good receiver.
A bunch
bro.
He's good, but Jacksonville not gonna take advantage of him the way that they should, bro. All the receivers that go to Jacksonville fucking fiddle out. I don't know why. But maybe this one does well because Trevor Lawrence will have a weapon, and I think he needs one. I'm not gonna lie. Like this in this particular instance, I like where he went because quarterback needs a weapon. You know what I'm saying? He needs one other than Travis Etienne, and it balances the league out, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna hold you. Like players like that going to teams that need the help because these teams help beat the other teams that we need to be banged up or just tired. You know what I'm saying? Like we need all of this to kind of work in its own little way. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm telling you for this draft, at least for me. I am so highly competitive, but I'm so highly faithful that this organization is going to try to move in the right direction. So I'm going to give them the leeway of picking however you want. And I'm going to say that every pick is the right pick. The reason why is because I have not seen it on the field. I'm only looking at it on paper. But the coaches that are in play, what they're trying to build, at least what they're talking about, I'm going to say, because all I can do is hold you to what you said. I can do what we did. We can tape all of their interviews or send us stuff to each other as much as we can so that we can say, all right, this is the evidence. This is what they said they were going to do, and this is what we're going to look at. They said they was going to build this team through the draft. The quarterback is the leader of your team. That is who we got in the draft. They said they're going to start with Mariota, work Shardy in. Let's see how that works out. Hopefully, we have a good enough defense to hold this up and get some wins so that Shardy walks into a good situation and not one that is
They're starting Mariota. Who said that?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Quinn.
From when?
Yeah.
When did Quinn say that?
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Shardy is not big enough yet, bro. He is.
I don't know.
80
I
pounds,
wouldn't.
bro. I wouldn't start a 180-pound quarterback in the league. You tripping? I don't give a fuck how much fast he is and none of that. Again, you have to remember that you do not want the repeat of RG3. So
it's April. Yeah. So by May, June, July, August, you got 4 months.
To add 5 pounds apiece. The body is naturally able to add 3 pounds without being on some stress shit or nothing like that. So 5 pounds is with working out and taking off fat and adding muscle and stuff like that. You can gain 20 pounds.
He ain't got no fat. He a skinny motherfucker.
Gabe Davis, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram, all of them is
I'm talking about you eating food to gain the weight and then, you know what I'm saying, tone
Cowboys on the clock. Cowboys on the clock.
Probably gonna get him on
Cowboys on the clock.
They probably gonna get him on a clean protein regimen because he's small. You know how like Wiz Khalifa was skinny as hell, then he blew up a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they gonna probably try to do with him, where you basically it's like with clean protein, just kind of like how gorillas and stuff like that. That's where they get that diet from, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a lot of clean protein as much as you can. They get you on like protein shakes, weed, and all of that, so you can blow up without eating and without having to get fat and then work it off.
It's way.
I said weed.
I thought you said weed. I was about to say the league gonna give you some bud.
Nah, weed ain't giving no bud. Not that we know.
I'm just saying, not that we know, and I'm not encouraging that they do. I was just joking.
I can confirm it's a lot of niggas in the NBA be smoking down. But the NFL seems to be a bit different. Niggas don't be can no more. Back in the day, they hide it. Now niggas don't even care no more. I mean, the draft was supposed to end at 11. We're running a little late because
Cowboys trading back.
They are.
Well, no, we looking.
Please do.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Please,
I don't know if we got enough at receiver.
Please trade back if you the Cowboys.
Cowboys on the clock.
Quinyon Mitchell ran a 4.33 at the combine.
Wasn't the fastest. He was all right though.
I mean, that's still fast as hell.
Yeah.
I know Forbes better step up this year. I know that much. And so do Doxson now. Now y'all gotta step up and be 4 first-round picks now. Doxson and Forbes. Because we ain't seen no first round nothing around here just far out you.
Hey man, my man got 6 touchdowns the first season, bro.
Yeah,
but behind that.
That ain't enough. That ain't enough. We need more out of them now.
So look, like these guys gonna score 15 touchdowns their first season, bro.
They gonna have to do something this year because
I'm scared, man.
This ain't gonna work.
You sound scared, bro. I'm worried about you, man. You all right?
So I just seen
I'm just keeping it real. I'm nervous because I don't think we have enough at receiver right now. No, I do not.
Cowboys trade back to the Detroit Lions.
Rome, they was trying to get Brian Thomas.
Mm-hmm. They want to get Brian
Thomas. Didn't I tell y'all that? You know, the Cowboys ain't gonna want to. Yeah, I'm trying to tell y'all. I know what I'm talking about, man. CeeDee Lamb had 180 something targets with 136 catches, bro. That's way too much work for somebody you about to have to give $100 million to.
Rome Aduzier and Caleb Williams met up after Aduzier was drafted and seemed to have a good moment backstage, you know. So I know the Bears fans is excited about that.
We need a receiver.
Row.
That's all I know.
Terry Arnold to the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, bro. I don't think that you need too much to
Y'all heard me?
Yeah.
Terry Arnold to the Lions.
Okay, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
I can see why they went in that direction.
Yeah.
Somebody said the Cowboys are not a serious franchise.
Well, I mean, if they, obviously they felt like they got what they needed.
What are you talking about? They didn't get nothing.
No, I'm saying they feel like they got what they need right now, and they can trade now. They
don't. Jerry Jones is hanging on to money, bruh. He is doing the same thing Daniel Snyder was doing with just trying to sell jerseys and stuff, bruh. If you get rid of Dak Prescott right now, who you get? He was going to have to sell Dak Prescott for a draft pick. Who was giving up their draft pick for one of these quarterbacks right now? The Bears wasn't going to do it. We weren't going to do it. You got who? The Giants. The Giants was going to trade their pick for Neighbors Prescott. That's in the division against somebody they hate. So that wasn't going to happen. Maybe the Vikings would have got Dak Prescott. So you think the Cowboys was going to take J.J. McCarthy and that jersey was going to sell over Dak Prescott right now in Dallas? Heck no. You think that they could have got rid of CeeDee Lamb and picked up maybe Marvin Harrison Jr.? You think that Arizona would have took CeeDee Lamb right now over the possibility of taking Marvin Harrison Jr.?
No, because you would have to pay him.
Exactly. So Jerry is stuck in having to keep the guys that are going to help sell my building out. They haven't got nobody in free agency because they don't have no money to do it. They do have money to do it, but if they do it, they're not going to be able to re-sign Dak. They're not going to be able to re-sign Parsons or CeeDee Lamb next year. And they already got Diggs. But once again, 2 more years, they're going to have to be looking into extensions for these guys, bro. And all of their money is tied up in those players, and they trying to get a ring. If they get rid of any of those pieces, they feel like they're going to have, it's almost one of those, we're going to have to rebuild or restructure a whole little set of something, because right now, unless they get rid of those players and take a whole team, 3-4 people or 3-4 players, it wasn't even players in the draft. Like it wasn't. I don't think that Quinyon Mitchell is Trayvon Diggs right now. So I don't.
Lions on the clock.
You get rid of him to do that right now. Terry Arnold would be the pick with the Lions. CeeDee Lamb, any of these wide receivers out of the first 3-4 guys, even with Brian Thomas, I don't got him beating out CeeDee Lamb right now with what he's doing with the Cowboys in that system. You know what I'm saying? It just, I just don't see where they win at. Them getting rid of Michael Parsons. They probably could get the world for Michael Parsons, but look what that would do to their franchise if they got rid of him, bro. They would how we felt and how others felt when we got rid of Sweat and Young. Their fan base would probably be 10 times as upset.
Right. I just, again, with Washington at receiver, for me at least, I'm very nervous about what I see. I don't like what we have currently. And I felt like the guys that was at the top, the 4 guys who went were the 4 best players. I was just hoping that one of them failed us. Wasn't the case, but again, I felt like they should have been more aggressive than in the offseason. They should have known this and been more aggressive in the offseason with who they brought in at receiver. And maybe they'll do that afterwards.
Number one trending topic in America right now, it appears in football, in sports, it appears to be the Falcons, Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins.
Well, I mean, it's no surprise to me. I would have did it because I don't trust Kirk Cousins.
The number one trending thing right now, Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins.
I think it was an awesome pick. I think that might have been pick of the night right now.
Hell nah.
That might be pick of the night, baby. They were smart. They know that. They know, like I know, like we all know and see come playoff time, man, you better find another quarterback if you're trying to win something. Kirk Cousins ain't about to get it done.
Jaden Daniels is not even on the top. Nothing. God damn, Jaden.
Because I mean, everybody knew that's where he was going.
Did the Bills pick yet? The Bills ain't picked yet, right?
No.
The Bills are looking for a wide receiver as well.
Yeah.
They're a little upset about the Brian Thomas jump.
Yeah, because remember I told you had to go to, what did I say? You had to get to 20. Remember I said that?
Mm-hmm.
I said you had to get to 20. I was like, you had to trade up to 20 if you wanted Thomas. Like, don't get me wrong. I see why.
Terrion Arnold.
But I see. I think that it's like V been saying, man. It's a lot of good wide receivers.
Select Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle.
You know, it's a lot of good receivers in this class.
You heard me?
Yeah, you said what?
Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle to the Packers.
Jordan Morgan. That's the 25th, right?
Yeah, 25th.
Yeah, that make a lot of sense.
So what did Washington do with the second pick? With the second, they still go receiver?
If the talent is better at receiver, yes. If not, go tackle. I think you can get a receiver in the second, third round. Like I think both of the receivers, you can pick two receivers in the second and third round, or in the second or third round that will replace Dobbs and Brown right now.
Well, because we have the second, because we have two second round. because we have the fifth and the eighth pick, right? I really think that you should go, if you're going tackle, then you should go tackle. You know, but if you're going receiver, you know, I think you should go receiver personally, to see who's left though. It depends. You know what I mean? Because it could be the receivers that we had on our board is gone and all we got is tackles.
Only receiver I probably would get now, which I would get later on, is maybe that guy who broke the record, the guy who broke the 40 record. I might take a eye on him.
Was that Xavier Worley?
Yeah,
nah, man.
That's who I would might take a look at right now.
You getting that speed messed up, man?
I don't know. Like I said, I like Leggett.
That's left on the board. I think that might be. I don't know. Let me see.
You talking about us left on the board like it ain't. Hey, I can see the Cowboys drafting Graham Barton, the center.
Nope.
Usually you don't go that far back, but they need a replacement. And they need a starter.
Adonai Mitchell. That's the next one that's on the board. To be honest.
Yeah, in Texas, Adonai straight. That's what I'm telling you.
That's the guy who with the 40, right?
Nah, he's on the team of him.
Mm-hmm.
Adonai is 6'4", like 213 or something like that, bro. Worthy, don't listen, bro. Go look at his film, bro. And I know you look at me, bro. Worthy fast. He fast as I don't know what. Once he catch the ball, he can get the separation. He don't get the separation before he don't got the ball. I don't know what it is, bro.
But I think he's talking about Adonai Mitchell. He probably confusing the two because I was looking at Adonai Mitchell and thought he was Worthy too at first.
Worthy got the fastest 40, but Adonai Mitchell is the more complete receiver at Texas.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean,
I just think it's a drop off. It's a drop off, and maybe Mitchell. You gotta just go Mitchell here if you can get to him. But it's a serious drop off.
It's not, bro. It's not, bro. You leaving, and then the rest of them. You leaving out Malachi Corley. You leaving out Leggett. You leaving
Yeah.
out Lad McConkey. You
I
leaving
don't
out
think all those
Keon
guys gonna
Coleman.
pan out.
What? Okay, no
I
problem.
just
You are
don't. I
entitled.
don't
You are
think
entitled to that.
everybody.
No.
Yeah,
You are entitled to that. I'm not gonna do that tonight. You are entitled to that, and we're gonna let that be on air. You've said it.
yeah,
We're gonna let you
yeah.
have
I
that.
don't think
I
everybody
disagree.
pans out.
No, I'm gonna just let you have that. I'm gonna let you have that
Yeah.
until we just
I'm
let it play out.
sorry. Malachi Corley gonna work out.
I don't know what's up with Roe right now, bro.
I just don't see everybody panning out.
What about
That's
Troy
all I'm
Franklin?
saying.
Troy
Huh?
Franklin.
He don't even know who that is.
From Oregon, I know exactly who it is.
How you feel about it?
Uh,
There you go. See, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know, man. You kind of tripping right now, in my opinion.
I'm just
it's a lot of
saying this.
talent.
Is it anybody who can come in and start right now? That's
Yeah.
kind of
Yes.
what I'm. Nah,
Yes.
I
What are you
don't
talking
see it.
about?
I just don't see it.
First of all, the Titans don't have nobody. Okay, even with signing Ridley. Ridley is a 5'11" wide receiver in the slot. He's not a number one receiver. So you're paying $92 million to somebody who will never be on the outside as your main guy. He's going to always be at the number 3 slot spot. So you still need a number 1 and number 2 receiver. The San Francisco 49ers are trying to get rid of Brandon Ayuk, who is the league's number 1 receiver on first down, which means they still feel like they need a number 1 or number 2 receiver. The Packers were in the playoffs with Dobbs and a couple of other guys that I'm trying to remember their names, that they're still trying to find out if that's the tandem or not. They could still go receiver because they don't know yet what they have. They're still building that. The Rams just picked a tight end in the first round. I mean, not the front Rams. The Raiders just picked a tight end in the first round with Devontae Adams. Jacoby Myers was not a top-rated wide receiver who does not have the film of some of these guys coming out of college right now that is a starting wide receiver in the NFL right now.
I want
The Patriots with Drake May. The Patriots are going to pick a wide receiver tomorrow. Round 2, you guarantee it. One of these guys that you like, they're not going to pan out, are going to be a starting receiver, and a pretty good one, because the Patriots have failed that with Belichick for the last 5-6 years trying to pick up somebody as a wideout. Because this year has the guys, bro. That's I'm asking you to go look at these guys' stuff in comparison and do it in comparison
even
to
Brendan
some of the
Rice.
other guys that's out right now.
Even
Yeah,
the Packers. The Packers did not pick a receiver.
They don't need
tackle.
one. They didn't need one right now over a tackle. They needed a tackle over a wide receiver. They couldn't throw to none of the wide receivers they had because the quarterback kept getting hurt. So you need a lineman right there.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying it. I feel like it's a drop off. I feel like the first 3 guys were top 10 talents, and then it's a drop off. You know, that's. Just I don't feel like any other receivers are top 10 talent.
Had better numbers than Rome, if I'm not mistaken. I think his numbers were elite. But Brian Thomas' numbers is elite, bro. He got picked in the.
That's why I say his numbers. No, he had the most receiving touchdowns of anybody in college football.
Because of the quarterback. That was the Heisman Trophy winner. Do you see how many touchdowns that Jordan Addison had? Caleb Williams Heisman year.
I'm just saying.
Elite numbers when your quarterback has elite year. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that. I just said it was a drop off. Adonai Mitchell maybe can slide in there, but
it was only a drop off with him because they were a running
I don't feel like that
bro.
receiver is as deep as everybody say it is. That's what I'm saying. I don't feel like this draft is as deep as receiver as everybody's saying it is.
You crazy, bro.
I
don't know why you saying that on live like that right now.
That's me.
Tripping, bro.
I don't know what you're doing right now, bro. I don't know if you're doing this.
So.
I think we're getting clicks tonight.
I'm just. That's just.
Bro, you do your homework, bro. I don't really
I've done it.
Hey, Ro, I'm gonna name a couple people. Lad McConkey, I think is a good receiver. Xavier Legette, I think is a good receiver. Jalen Polk, I think is a good receiver.
Better receiver.
Brendan Rice, I think is a good receiver.
Brendan Rice is young, but I still think his potential is higher than him being a good receiver, but his potential puts him higher up here.
Yeah, I mean, but he's 6'2", he's fast. What do you know? And he's a decent receiver right now.
Brandon 6'5".
Who, Brayden?
Yeah, but
they got him listed as 6'2".
No. I'm talking about his speed, his 4.5. His 40 was a 4.5.
No, I'm talking about his height. He's 6'2".
Oh yeah, no, I ain't talking about his height. I'm talking about being fast. But
Yeah.
again, I'm talking about his route running is better than his speed. So
Yeah.
again, I'm not.
Troy Franklin.
Lad McConkey, for instance,
Troy
he
Franklin.
had 30 receptions he only had 30 receptions.
Okay.
This year.
The year before.
Even the year before, he only had 58. The year before that, 31.
So, did you watch his film? Is what I'm saying.
His touchdown rating is his touchdown ratio to how many catches he got. And they didn't have a fucking finalist at quarterback in none of those 3 years.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's the best receiver. Then you
he
got
had
Jermaine.
2 touchdowns.
Speaking of people, we got Jermaine Burton rolled Tide. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like real talk. Like it's some receivers out there in my opinion.
I don't think so. I don't see it like that. I think you got Adonai Mitchell that's left. I think he's probably the highest, and then you might could slide into Troy Franklin, but then after that, I think it's a serious drop off.
I don't know, man.
Yep. Someone else who will be good will be McCaffrey. McCaffrey's other son.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For sure.
I don't know.
You got Malik Washington.
And probably will be in the middle of probably the mids or the 20s of tomorrow. Mitchell will be gone tomorrow. Polk will probably be gone before Mitchell, if reports are correct.
Malik Washington is 5'8". That's the one that I brought up from Virginia. I've been brought him up. Y'all was like, nah.
I didn't say nah to him.
Oh, yes, y'all. We can go back on the shows. We can go back on the shows.
I did not say nah to him.
Everybody said no.
You can go back there. I don't even remember you bringing him up.
Yes, I brought him up from Virginia. The guy from Virginia.
Yep. But what I'm saying is that there's options, and I wasn't saying him.
So 5'8", 194, another small receiver.
No, what I am saying is that there are options.
I wouldn't have picked him as one of the guys that's going to be starting as a 1, 2, or 3 from somebody in the next couple of years. But if you see that, that's cool. If you see that guy
I just saw his numbers. His numbers are good. That's
if we looking at his numbers are good. If we are looking at like Doxson as a number 2, you get what I'm saying? Then that could be a good strong number 3.
No,
everybody's little. You don't have a big receiver now.
What do you? What does being little matter when one of the littlest receivers in the league had like 1,500 yards in neighbors?
I get you. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
When your quarterback is elite, you don't matter. Your quarterback wide don't matter. Him in jump balls.
I'm saying for me, I would rather have a receiver of a different frame because we already got some smaller guys. So I would personally would want someone of just a frame.
Keon Coleman is like 6'5" or 6'6" or 6'7", bro. It's 2 6'7" receivers out there in the draft, bro.
Yeah, but he only had 600 yards this year.
You're looking at running teams, bro. We also had almost 2,000 something rushing yards. And our quarterback got hurt or suspended or something like that.
Right. He had touchdowns. He had 11 touchdowns, but still only got 50 receptions for 600 yards. So, again, I'm not knocking these guys. I'm not knocking the guys. I just think it's a drop-off. That's all I'm saying. It's a drop-off. And the only person who didn't have the numbers dropped off is where you can say, okay, he's 5'8", 195.
You said what? Say the last part.
The only guy who didn't have the numbers drop off was the guy Malik Washington. Graham Barton just went from the center from Duke, just went to Tampa Bay. The guy who didn't have the numbers drop off, which was Malik Washington. He didn't have the numbers drop. He had 110 catches this year. So he didn't have a numbers drop off, but he's 5'8", 195.
Yeah, so he's a slot receiver.
That's why I said he would equal. He would go to the slot like
Yeah,
Jahan
So
he's
you
Dotson
easily
is
got
the
the
slot.
again, you got that's why I say your receivers call is gonna be smaller.
no. Why? Who you
Smaller
think is
receiver
picking
call.
him? Why you keep thinking we picking him? Why would
No,
you pick him?
I'm saying if we were, that's why I said
No,
my
we're
concern is
not.
receiver.
Bro, listen to me. Nobody. He wasn't even invited to the visits. You got to look at.
Right.
We're only going to pick people that were invited to the visits. If somebody while I'm riding in the car can pull up the players that were invited to the visits, those are the players that if they're on the board are the players that we're going to pick. If they're not on the board, then we pick players that are possibly on coaches boards or something like that. But anybody that was invited on the visit, as long as they on the board, those are the players we're gonna pick based on how we rated them.
Yeah. I get it. I'm just saying. I'm just giving my side of the game. That's all I'm
Leo,
saying.
you got opportunity for that? You got time to pull up the 30? I mean,
I'm
pull up
trying
the
to.
people from the visit.
I'm trying to see if I can find it.
We met with a whole bunch of players though throughout this whole draft process, though. You know. Tampa, the Cardinals pick is in. The Cardinals pick is in. They're picking first, 27.
On draft was
So
why is it jump on so long, bro? Does anybody know why these picks taking so long? We could have did a fantasy draft and Madden and been finished.
all right.
Oh,
Uh,
they got Darius Robinson from Missouri. Just went to the Arizona Cardinals at 27. You
all right.
still
Cool.
have
Cool. Cool.
Defensive
Buffalo, Dallas, Baltimore,
defensive
San
player, right?
Francisco. Your
Nah,
defensive
I
player
got you. I got you. Here go the top
and
30
Kansas
visits.
City.
Because that's all they allow me to get. Top 30 visits. Isaiah Adams,
Uh-huh.
Eric, he's an offensive tackle. Eric All, tight end Iowa. Kieran Amaget, man, I can't even pronounce that. Offensive tackle Yale. Beanie Bishop
Yeah,
Jr.
I like him.
Beanie Bishop Jr. West Virginia, cornerback. Austin Booker, DN edge rusher. Chris Braswell, DEN Alabama. I like, Roll Tide. Jarvis Brownlee Jr., cornerback Louisville. Brandon Coleman, offensive tackle / offensive guard TCU. Jaden Daniels, LSU, who we did pick. Anheem Dakwa, offensive tackle Howard University. Blake Fisher, offensive tackle Notre Dame. God Gadsden, cornerback West Carolina. Cam Hart, cornerback Notre Dame. Jalix Hunter, linebacker Houston Christian, excuse me. Javante John Batiste, DN edge rusher Notre Dame. Elijah Jones, cornerback Boston College. Marshawn Nealon, uh, DN Western Michigan. Treese Knight, linebacker UTEP. Drake May, North Carolina. JJ McCarthy, Michigan. Amarius Mims, Georgia. Jordan Morgan, Arizona, offensive tackle. Michael Penix Jr., quarterback. Chop Robinson, DN edge rusher. Roger Rogenstein, offensive tackle, Washington. Jatavian Sanders, tight end, Texas. I like that one. Caden Wallace, offensive tackle, Penn State. Trevin Wallace, linebacker, Kentucky. Jared Wiley, tight end, TCU.
No
Um,
wide receivers.
I do not see any wide receiver. Oh, okay. We have we did work. We had meetings with wide receivers. And the meetings we
Okay.
had with Ahmad Anderson, wide receiver Temple. That was a Tropical Bowl meeting. Chris Ottman Bell, Minnesota, Tropical Bowl meeting. Javon Baker, wide receiver, Central Florida, Senior Bowl meeting. Cole Beck, wide receiver, Virginia Tech, Tropical Bowl meeting. Jermaine Burton, Alabama. Oh, yeah, that was the person that was, what's her name? NFL Combine meeting. Jalen Calhoun, wide receiver, Duke Hula Bowl meeting. Joshua Cephas, wide receiver, Texas San Antonio Hula Bowl meeting. Jalen Crocker, wide receiver, Holy Cross.
Jalen Crocker's good too.
Hula Bowl meeting. Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State, NFL Combine meeting. Tremont Cook, wide receiver, North Carolina A&T, HBCU Combine meeting. Malachi Corley, oh yeah,
Yak God.
Senior Bowl meeting, NFL Combine Pro Day meeting.
It's the same as Curtis Samuels.
Yeah, Jacob Crowley, Coley, excuse me, Cowling. I guess that's how you say it. Excuse me. Wide receiver, Arizona, Ryan Flannery. Wide receiver, Southeast Southeast Missouri State,
The
Troy
Chiefs just
Franklin.
traded up with the Bills. Chiefs just traded and jumped the Cowboys. Chiefs just traded up.
Troy Franklin, wide receiver, Oregon.
Oregon, yeah.
Yeah, NFL Combine meeting. Anthony Gold, wide receiver, Oregon State. Man, Ladden's Trick Griffin, Mississippi, wide receiver, Mississippi East West Shrine Bowl meeting. Man, you know what? They seem like they met with every goddamn wide receiver that there is, with the exception of Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm gonna be real, because Braden Rice, everybody on him, Malik Neighbors, Roma Duzier, Adonai Mitchell, Luke McCaffrey, Xavier Leggett. They literally met with everybody.
Right.
So,
right.
They know they got to visit that position. Like, you know what I'm
yes.
saying? And you got to think that once you got to remember that Jaden is going to fly out to Washington tonight. Like he's going to be in Washington before the morning time. So before they even go to the draft tomorrow, he's going to be asked about the next few people that they're going to pick. They're going to ask the quarterback that they're about to pick. You already can't get your man Brian Thomas. So you know what I'm saying. And we didn't get you early enough to trade up, and didn't. Again, we a new coaching staff. We can't risk up right now when this is the first draft. You know what I'm saying. You can try to, but this is even Peters' first time. So maybe he'll learn from this and see if there's something he could have did. He's looking at what other people doing right now. Right now, I don't think we in a bad spot. I do think that we could have traded up, but you lose that extra little bit of value that you got over everybody else in the second round. Whoever had more than one pick in this round already risked or gave up something 2 years ago to get to this position right now. So right now we're in a bare bones type of situation. You know what I'm saying? So we did not. I think at least I tried to say, not to try to be right, but I just felt like if we didn't get out of that number 2 pick, that the rest of the picks, at least for the first 2 rounds, maybe even the first 3, are going to go according to plan. Like I didn't think we was going to get out of them jumps. 3rd and the 4th round, because we got extra picks, it's possible that we trade out of them jumps to move back to like the 5th or the 6th and maybe get something next year, or 2 picks in the 6th round or something like that for one of those picks.
Yeah, I hopefully the Chiefs don't pick Adonai Mitchell.
I don't think they need a wide receiver right now since they got Hollywood.
Yeah, so hopefully we get a chance.
They got Hollywood. They still got Rice, and they still got Cole.
Yeah, hopefully we get a chance to get Mitchell. You know, he's 6'4". I can live with that. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't mind us getting Mitchell. If we can slide and get Mitchell, okay, cool. That's a little bit just as, you know. I would
look at Leggett film too, bro. Look at you. I think you'll like Leggett too. Like having the option of having somebody that's DK Metcalf size and similar speed is not a bad option either. And Jalen. Now Troy Franklin, the only thing with him is that he's small. You know what I'm saying? Just meaning that you don't want him to come down hard on those jump catches and stuff like that. But him and Polk are terrific athletes, bro. Like they're running, they're route running, they're in and out of.
Right. They called the Chiefs gave up a 3rd round of selection. And they gave up their 2 picks. They gave up their 3rd round selection and today's pick in order to jump Cowboys. Let's see who they get.
Damn, I ain't fucking with that.
Let's see who they get. Let's see who they get. They get the pick. The Chiefs
Xavier
get Mark.
Worthy. Xavier Worthy goes to the Chiefs.
See what I tell you? That speed. What I tell you? What I tell you? That's gonna be nuts. That's gonna be nuts. What I tell you though? Didn't I say that would be my next pick?
It's not the same, bro. I promise you, it's not what you think it is. But all right, hey.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm just saying that somebody was thinking the way that I was thinking.
And you thinking wrong, in my opinion. He's not that. He's not Tyreek Hill. Being that fast is only going to be beneficial for a few plays out the year. He's not an every down guy, and you need that guy that's going to be on the field every down to be that fast for it to affect the game. Yeah, you don't remember when we had Armstrong? Armstrong was a speed guy when you put him on the field. Once everybody know you on the field, they just back up for that play. Once you out for this play, and they knew the ball was going to him. So they just all played back on that play whenever he was in the game. It worked maybe 13 to 25% of the time. And that's not a good enough percentage to have success with it. You got to be an early down on the field, you know what I'm saying, receiver. And he will. He's young. You know what I'm saying? He has a chance. Like I said
think
earlier,
Andy Reid knows what to do with him too.
Andy Reid's not had all the success with all of his receivers, bro.
He had Jackson though. Deshaun Jackson was a speed guy, and he knew exactly what to do with
was
Deshaun.
like that in college, bro. Don't you compare? Don't you do that? Oh my God!
I'm saying with speed guy, Harmon is not all of that. Harmon was trash, and he still knew what to do with Harmon.
Never had a 1,000-yard season. What are you talking about? What are we really saying here?
He did enough with Harmon. Harmon showed up when he needed to be what type
so
of
if that's all,
was.
so none of these guys should be judged on being bad. All of these guys, because I pick these guys or look at these guys as whether you're going to have a long career and whether you're going to have a career competitive to elites or heavy guys in the game, not just if you're going to be here for 3 years and play good and if you can score a touchdown on my ticket. If that's the case, then all of these guys, I wish the greatest success. Like nobody's going to be bad. Even the Zach Wilsons and all that had a couple.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're going to get a lot out of him. He's going to be good with the Chiefs. He going to put some work in with the Chiefs for sure.
You got him. So you got him starting over who?
Yes, I do have him starting.
You got him starting over Hollywood.
I got him. Him and Hollywood will start together, I think.
So you got him starting over.
That's fast. They got speed out there, bro. Pacheco, Worthy, Hollywood.
Do you remember what Rice did last year?
Rice looked good. Rice looked good with them. He going to slot though. Rice going to play the slot.
Rice is an outside receiver. He did not play the slot.
He did. He played them some slot last year. When he scored that touchdown in playoffs, he played the slot.
He's an outside receiver. That's an outside receiver like McLaurin going inside to run an inside route. He's an outside receiver. Though.
I mean, whether he is or he's not, I told Eyes where I play him at is on the slot.
And Worthy's smaller than Rice is, so you can put the short guy on the outside.
Nah, it doesn't matter about height to be. That's what I would do. All right. I think he's gonna be good with them. I think he's gonna be good with the Chiefs. I'm not gonna lie, they moved up to get him. I think that was the right thing.
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
That's another one of those guys. So he one of the guys that's gonna pan out of the guys you said not gonna pan out. You said after Thomas,
I'm just saying
pan out. So that's somebody.
I'm just saying that.
We just want to make sure what you're saying. We just want to make sure what you're saying.
I'm saying that the Chiefs obviously felt the way I felt. I said, who's the next person I said I would pick? I said, well, you can go Shawty, who ran the 4-1 before the 2-9 or whatever he ran. What I say, and the Chiefs went and got him. That's all I'm saying. Is that somebody else saw things the way I saw it. That's it.
Yeah. See, I told you, Point. He wasn't thinking in his right mind. I told you,
somebody was thinking, if this the world champs who did it at that too.
What?
This wasn't just this wasn't. This is a proven thing.
What'd you say, V?
No, I said when you were saying that you thought he was talking about Adonai Mitchell, I said no, he wasn't. He's like, man, you think he's tripping? I was like, no, man, no, he's probably tripping, but we're gonna give him Adonai Mitchell for sake of the matter. It wasn't. He was talking about Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, I said it, and the Chiefs went and did it. The world champions went and did exactly what I said that I would do.
They're trying to replace Tyreek Hill.
For what they do, I think he was going to be really good. I think this guy's gonna be
No.
really good.
What I'm saying
Yeah.
for no. What
If
I'm
he
saying
don't get hurt, barring injury, that guy's gonna be good with the Chiefs.
Really good means you are.
schematically, what I'm saying, V, not necessarily replace him as the player, but schematically, the things that they could do with Tyreek Hill
Tyler
at first,
Guyton tackle
they
from
can kind
Oklahoma
of
went
try
to
to
the
do.
Cowboys.
They,
Tyler Guyton.
they can try to
No,
you
they're
get
gonna
what I'm
do that
saying?
with Hollywood
That's the
Brown, and they're
8th
gonna
tackle
run
today. 8
him
tackles
as
went
their
today.
new McCole Hardman.
8 tackles. 8
Uh,
tackles went today.
I've been
8
hearing
tackles.
In
I've
my
been
opinion.
hearing a lot of stuff
Guyton
about
was
McCall.
good. Guyton is good. I like Guyton. I ain't
You
gonna
heard
lie,
me?
I like Guyton.
Huh?
It's been a lot of stuff going on about what's his name,
McCole Hardman.
yeah, Harmon, and you know, Brent, and then you know, what's the name just got locked, just was in that little car accident stuff.
That's what I said. He's not replacing Tyreek Hill. He
Rice,
replacing McCole Hardman.
nah, Rice. It was Rice, Rasheed Rice.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They needed somebody that can duplicate that in his system with that type of speed. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Not necessarily beat him, but do what he did as far as speed wise to get the gaps that they need. Basically, it makes sense. It makes sense. But he's not Tyreek Hill.
Tyler Guyton goes to the
Mhm.
Cowboys.
I'm okay with that. I guess
Tyler Guyton.
that's a good. Hey, I don't care. That's the best pick that I could. Huh?
The whole NFC East has drafted today. What do y'all get in
Thank
NFC East? What y'all thought
God.
teams on the NFC East today? What happened with the NFC East? What y'all think?
I
Who
don't
had the
know.
best pick?
I give 2 A grades. I think it's a tie between us and the Giants.
Nah. You can't take the Eagles out. Quinn Mitchell's a good pick. That's a
No,
really good pick.
I'm saying the best pick. I think Quinyon Mitchell is is number 2.
No.
Huh?
I'm giving the I'm not to cut you off. My bad. I'm trying to get out the car. I said I'm giving the Cowboys. I'm giving the Eagles some credit for where they picked Mitchell at. It's not. The grade is based on where you picked him at as well. So to pick him in 22
Okay.
and to get the best cornerback on the board, that's a crazy little pick for a top team in our division. Just as far as the NFC East grade, you know what I'm saying? Not a grade based on against us. Now, grade based on who had the best grade in the day. I'm gonna go with us. We had the number 2 pick. We scored.
Yeah.
Now, neighbors, I think the Giants, to be fair, are possibly a very close 1A, like 1
That's
and
what I was
1A.
saying. See, that's what I said. I said the Giants. I feel like I just gave it a tie. I didn't even want to do 1A 1B because I feel like the Giants scored too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, like you said, for the Eagles, where they got him at is a grade. But I feel like out of those 3 teams right there, I would say the first 2 teams potentially got a little bit better score. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so the Cowboys, of course, got the bottom of the barrel, even though I think that Tyler Guyton is a decent tackle. I'm
Well,
not
but
saying.
he a tackle.
Yeah, he's a tackle. Right, he's gonna
They
be playing
still
right
don't have
tackle
a
probably.
center. They
Yeah,
still
but I
don't have a
mean,
center.
they lost Justin Tyron too. They lost a lot on their offensive line.
I mean, I feel you on that. You need somebody to direct the line though. Like somebody got to tell these guys what we in and who blitzing.
All right, Baltimore is on the board now. They are. You got Baltimore, San Francisco, and Buffalo left in these rounds. Shout out to everybody out there listening, man. We got a full house tonight, man. Here on the Nature Sports Podcast. They rocking. They rocking with us tonight, man. They rocking with us. You know, shout out to everybody out there, Instagram, Twitter, wherever you listening at, man. It's the Nature Sports Podcast. Definitely appreciate you chiming in and riding with us. You know what I'm saying? We are bringing you the 10th annual NFL draft here on the Nature Sports Podcast, man. It's been a nice round. A nice round of football players picked. You know, we had 8 linemen go, 6 quarterbacks, a bunch of receivers, maybe I think about 4 or 5 receivers. So I mean, you really had not that many defensive players, but you really have a offensive heavy
3 quarterbacks, 3 linebackers, 2 linemen.
you know, so it's been a offense heavy first round. The Baltimore Ravens are up. They are selecting Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson,
For real?
goes to Baltimore.
Oh my God, they got the fastest corner. So they got the fastest corner to go against the fastest receiver for the Chiefs. 4-2-1 against 4-2-2.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
that's crazy.
4-2-8, 4-2-8 against 4-2-1 or 4-2 something. Yeah, 4-2-1 against 4-2-8.
I think that's a good look.
Great pick by Baltimore.
Yeah, that was a great pick, Baltimore.
That's who I wanted Washington to get.
That's a great pick.
I really wanted us to get him. I didn't want to shout that out.
They say he does the Darryl Green. He run people down from behind.
Yeah.
He does, Yeah, they say he'll run you down like Darryl Green, baby. Nate Wiggins from Clemson goes to the Baltimore Ravens. 3 interceptions last year, 24 career breakups for Nate Wiggins. He allowed under 180 yards for the season and under 50 completions.
Damn, Josh Dobbs went to the 49ers?
Yeah.
Wow. Don't they always keep them a hell of a backup?
I mean, that's what a team that usually tries to stay in the Super Bowl does, right?
Well, yeah, you have to.
Yeah, you gotta respect that.
You can win a Super Bowl with a good backup. Nick Foles taught you that, showed you that. Recently. Doug Williams, yeah. So you can win Jeff Hostetler. So over the years, it's happened. Even Tom Brady, for real.
Tom Brady was not that man backup, man. We're gonna stop that.
He was in the beginning.
Man. You know
he
what?
got hurt. Drew Bledsoe got hurt. That's how Brady got in there.
No, bro. No.
Drew Bledsoe got hurt. That's how Brady got in there. Let's keep it real.
He was 0-2, bro. He was 0-2
when he got hurt. 0-1, 0 whatever. The man got hurt. That's how Brady got in there.
Bruh, no, that does not count.
How does that count?
That was Drew Bledsoe's team.
It was Drew Bledsoe's team. He went to the Super Bowl a couple years before that.
They was 8-8.
A couple years before that, they went to the Super Bowl.
Bruh.
They did. I have the T-shirt.
Yeah, they went to the Super Bowl a couple years before that.
That wasn't Drew Bledsoe that took him to the Super Bowl.
That was Drew Bledsoe.
That was Drew.
Yeah.
Willie McGinnis was on that team.
Because when I look back, when I went all the way back and I looked at it, and I say, let me see why Tom Brady got in. Drew Bledsoe was 8-8, and the year before that, I think they was in the bottom of the division.
Well, he went to the Super Bowl a couple years before that. That was Drew Bledsoe's team. That still was Drew Bledsoe's team. He was the starter, and he got knocked out the game, and that's how Brady got in.
Man, Brady would have got in
Brady was not the starter till Drew Bledsoe got hurt.
Brady would have got in anyway, is what I'm saying.
And then Bledsoe went to the Cowboys after that and started some more. So we know he was going to start.
Bills. He actually went to the Bills.
Okay, and then ended up in Dallas at some point.
Yeah.
So we know he was going to start.
He was a long-time starter, but didn't win anything in New England, bro.
Whether he did or he went to the Super Bowl. Bruh.
He went to the Super Bowl. Bruh, Drew Bledsoe. I used to look, and you know what? Me being young at that time, man, I was like, I was thinking, I said, hold up. Let me go back and rewind and see what the hell Drew Bledsoe was doing. Drew Bledsoe, the year before.
The year he went to the Super Bowl, the New England Patriots, the year he went to the Super Bowl, the New England Patriots had the second ranked offense in the NFL. The year he went to the Super Bowl.
Okay, listen to this. No. We talking Drew Bledsoe. Listen to this. Listen to Drew Bledsoe. Listen, Drew Bledsoe.
Curtis Martin.
Curtis Martin wasn't on that team.
Drew Bledsoe.
No.
Drew Bledsoe was in New England for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years.
Curtis Martin was on that team. Sorry, Vito, you're right. Curtis Martin was on that team. He had 1,100 yards, 14 touchdowns.
3 winning seasons in 9 years.
That's not.
It definitely is. The puncture marks are.
And he was 0-2 when he got hurt.
Hold on. They okay, hold on.
11 the year before that.
96. They went to the NFC Championship, AFC Championship. I mean Super Bowl. 96, 97 under Pete Carroll. They were
10-6.
10-6, right?
Yes.
And then 9-7.
No,
Again,
8-6.
No, 9-7. I'm looking at it right now. They was 9.
I'm looking at it too.
In the 1998, they were 9-7.
Right now,
They lost a wild card game to Jacksonville in 1998, 25-10. 1999, they were 8-8 under Pete Carroll. So that's the 4 winning seasons and 1 8-8 season.
Bruh, his rookie season, he was 5-7.
And then they had to drop off. When Bill Belichick took over, they were 5-11 in Bill Belichick's first season.
Right.
In 2000. That's when Brady got in there, I believe.
No, Brady got in there the next year after it was 0-2.
So he was only had 1 season there with Belichick.
He was 5-11. Well, how much more do you need after being Kirk Cousins the whole time?
I mean, they went to 1 Super Bowl, 4 playoff appearances in 1 Super Bowl. Pete Carroll did a good job in New England. He doesn't get enough credit.
Pete Carroll did a good job, but was Drew Bledsoe a game changer? No.
Yes, he was.
What happened? What happened when New England? What happened the year after the year he got hurt? What happened?
They went to the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying. What happened the year after?
They went to the Super Bowl with him too, though.
Bruh, they went to the Super. That doesn't count, bruh.
How don't that count? What you talking about?
It count, but it don't.
How does him going to the Super Bowl not count with him on the team?
Right,
bro.
Listen,
bro. The year before
he was he was the starting quarterback.
He was 5-11 the year before, bro. He was trash.
That wasn't the year they went to the Super Bowl. The year he went to the Super Bowl, they wasn't 5-11.
Yeah, that was 4 years before that.
Wide receiver Ricky Pearsall from Florida goes to the San Francisco 49ers.
Bruh, I'm looking at Drew Bledsoe's whole career.
We might be getting Brandon Ayuk, y'all.
I don't want
Brandon. I hope not.
Hey, Brandon Ayuk's a good receiver.
He is, but
oh my goodness.
And him and I been together before.
This guy has a highlight reel on him. The guy Ricky Pearsall for Florida. He has a nice highlight reel. Yeah, he has a nice highlight reel. He made some catches.
I don't know. I think they could have got somebody better than him, though, in my opinion.
He's a good receiver though, too.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, he got a good highlight. He got a highlight reel on him.
Like a lot of other receivers out there, that's pretty solid.
They still got Ayuk right now. Debo Samuel, Ayuk, and Pearsall with George Kittle and McCaffrey. I think that's
But Pearsall is like a Brandon Ayuk, so they might be about to trade him.
That's what I was saying. Like it feel like a similar type of player, type of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see them trading Ayuk now that they got him because they like you said, they are very similar. We down to the last pick, baby.
Yeah.
Down to the last pick. I'm actually very happy with what happened tonight. The Cowboys ain't get nothing that's to me dominant. You know what I'm saying?
Carolina just traded up to get the last pick. They traded up into the first round to get a 32 pick. They had to get them a first round. They wasn't going like that.
Who?
They got them a pick.
Buffalo Bills will not be picking in this first round. Buffalo will not. Carolina traded up, swap picks.
Buffalo playing the game the right way.
Yeah. That pick wasn't worth that.
They swapped picks. Carolina was like, we ain't going like that. We're gonna pick on the first day. Y'all got us twisted.
I mean, they were really bad. I think they needed to do whatever they needed to do. Me personally, I would have got Brian Thomas if I was Carolina. I know that that's a reach because they do have some help with Thielen already, but they do need a line. They
need a deep offensive line, yeah.
And they let go a lot of players. That safety chin.
I don't like the Bryce Young. I would pick a quarterback. If I was there, I don't like Bryce Young. I'm sorry. I'm not a Bryce Young supporter.
Before you all the way all the way let him go or not deal with him, you got to give him some help, bro. Like as you can see with what happened with Fields,
they cut their losses and go the other direction. That's what I say. Cut them early. Don't wait 2-3 years and you have 1-15. They was 2-13 or whatever they was this year. It was bad. And so I think that would be enough for me. I would go in the other direction and pick a quarterback. That's me. He was bad, bro. And it wasn't just like he was bad too, though. Yeah, they might have been bad, but he was bad too, though. He was pretty bad. So I personally wouldn't. I would just go in and I cut my losses now and say, you know what? Let me go ahead and try something different. You know, Bryce Young, you had your opportunity. I would either deal him, or I would just pick a quarterback and keep him on the roster and just say, forget it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit. The Panthers lost some of their best players this year, like a lot of them. So I think they in the rebuilding process anyway.
That's why I would pick another quarterback. Oh, well, we messed up last year. We traded all his picks for this dude, and he didn't work out. Let me go ahead and cut my losses and just go get another quarterback straight quick.
Nah, because they don't got a team around that quarterback.
I would keep picking quarterbacks till one of them showed they was good enough to stay on I pick a quarterback every year if it was me.
bro. Wow.
Why not? Until we get somebody, I'd be picking them.
I mean, I will pick a quarterback, like in a draft.
Until
but I'm not picking a top pick. I'm not using my top pick for a quarterback.
Bro. How many times would you like your quarterback to get sacked this season? 0,
exactly.
Right? That'd be the greatest. But what do you think that a realistic number for your quarterback to get sacked you'd be?
I know he got sacked like 40 something times. Probably.
Okay, you're wrong. You're wrong by a lot.
I think a normal quarterback should get sacked about.
No, I'm saying I know he probably got sacked like 49 times. I don't got him getting sacked more.
I'm gonna say 9 to 13 times.
Bro, listen to me. You're wrong by a lot. So I'm just asking you.
How much did he get sacked? Did Bryce Young get sacked?
62 times.
That's him holding the ball too long then, some of them.
Hey, bro.
That's too much, bro. That's him holding the ball, some of them.
How you just said that man fault like that?
Bro. That's 62 times. That's too much. You had to be holding the ball a little bit too long.
Hey, bro, that's crazy, man. You can't just blame that man like that, bro.
A couple of them joints, you was holding the ball too long. That's a little bit. So you can throw the joint in the dirt, go 3 and out something before you get 3. You hadn't thrown the ball away at all.
Xavier Legette. Goddamn. South Carolina.
That's the guy I want. I want it.
That's what I want.
Mitchell. I want Mitchell right now. I want Mitchell.
Xavier Legette goes to the Panthers. And remember, that's what I said when I was like, not forget Brian Thomas, but you know, baby DK Metcalf.
They got a receiver. They got a receiver. That's what you said, though, Vito. If I was Carolina, I'd move up. I would have got I would have moved up and got Thomas. That's what you said.
These guys gonna be gone tomorrow, bro. They're not gonna have no room to get them.
That's why I wanted a receiver. You see, that's why I was pressed for one. I think it's just as important as quarterback, in my opinion. That's how important I think us getting another receiver is. And that's just me. But I don't like what we have at receiver. I think we need more.
We're not going to stay still. I just don't think it was worth trading up to do it. I mean,
maybe it ain't worth trading up. And again, you go with what you have.
We could have traded up to get him.
No, I don't want to know.
That's a lot of spots, bro.
I don't want to trade. He's not better than Mitchell, so I wouldn't trade up to get him. No. This guy's not better than Mitchell. No.
How many picks you got before we pick them off?
1, 2, 3. We got 3. We got 3. I'm looking at it. Buffalo, New England, Arizona, us.
I'm about to go back on NFL.com.
Buffalo, New England, Arizona, Washington. I'm looking at the joint. Then the Chargers, Tennessee, Carolina, and Washington again.
We got the 5th and the 8th pick, I thought.
No, we got the 4th. So you got 3 picks in front of us. Buffalo, New England, Arizona, Washington.
And none of them, except for New England, is picking the wide receiver. Buffalo might, but if they trade it out and let Leggett go, I don't know if they're gonna pick one right there. They could because they don't have Diggs, but
Yeah. I mean, I want Adonai Mitchell. Out of everybody who's left, I want Adonai Mitchell. I just want somebody with a different frame than 6'1", 6 feet, 5'11", 5'9". Let's get it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Leggett 6'1", but he's 220.
Nah, it's still that kind of. That's why I want Mitchell. That's me. That's why I want Mitchell because he's 6'4". You know.
so is Troy Franklin.
Right. I can
Yeah, I
do
like
that.
Troy Franklin too.
You know,
I
but
think
I
with
would
Troy
rather
Franklin,
Mitchell than Franklin. That's me.
Well,
I like
so I think
I'd
you go
rather
Franklin. I think
Franklin.
Franklin is gonna be the pick if you pick tackle first. If you pick Mitchell first, you got to go tackle with the next one. And
right.
I don't know, man. I don't know if Franklin gonna be there long.
You're talking about 8 picks, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
Who else picked tomorrow? Before we do that, might want a wide receiver.
So it was an offensive guy. It was an offensive
Buffalo,
night tonight.
Buffalo, New England. Buffalo and New England were picked before us that need wide receivers.
Is that Buffalo's main need?
That's what it say on the board.
All right. Who the number one receiver right now on the board?
Mitchell.
Let me go to the prospects. Give me a second.
Mitchell. I think Buffalo not picking is big news. I know a lot of people ain't gonna say that's not big news, but a lot of people with them losing Diggs and losing some of the things they've lost. I think that that's a surprise that Buffalo didn't pick. You had 5 trades in the first round.
Right,
I think that's a little bit of a surprise as well.
So you got Lad McConkey, you got Kool-Aid, you got Jonathan Brooks, Trevante Sweat. No, my bad. That's not the old. My bad. Wrong thing. They keep switching my positions. Go ahead.
4 quarterbacks in the top 8, 5 in the top 10, 6 in the top 12. All records. But the talk of the night is Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, so far.
Atlanta, 4-year, $180 million deal with Kirk Cousins.
Whoever their GM need to be fired. He just cost them $25 million at least for nothing.
Michael Penix can come. This is what they said on the NFL Network about this, and which is what I said. Michael Penix is ready to start now.
He's not, bro.
All right. So listen, you got Lad McConkey, right? You got Malachi Corley, you got Troy Franklin, you got Adonai Mitchell, you got Roman Wilson, you got Malik Washington, Javon Baker, Keon Coleman, Anthony Gold, and Jermaine Burton.
Adonai Mitchell is the only one on my list right now.
You got Jalen Polk, Devontae Walker, Jacob Cowing, Brendan Rice, Isaiah Williams, Aeneas Smith, Jalen McMillan, and Ryan Flowery. And then Luke McCaffrey. So, I mean, out of that, you got Troy Franklin. That's a good receiver, in my opinion. You got Adonai Mitchell. That's also a good receiver. You got Braden Rice, who's going to be probably a 3rd-round pick. And then Lad McConkey. He's okay, but I would probably go with Troy Franklin, probably.
All right, one more time real quick.
You want me to do it again? Hello?
Yeah.
All right, so I got Lad McConkey, you got Malachi Corley, Troy Franklin, Adonai Mitchell, Roman Wilson, Malik Washington, Javon Baker, Keon Coleman. Do you need me to say the schools? Because maybe y'all might associate him better with the schools too.
I would rather you do the heights. I know the names though. I just want to be reassured of the heights, like what the sizes are. No homo.
All right. Lad McConkley is 6 feet, 186 pounds.
Skip.
Malachi Corley is 5'11", 215.
That's
I
if you're
like
looking for that's if you're looking for Dotson to be your number 2. But I would skip right now unless you plan on going wide receiver back to back.
I mean, I personally like Malachi Corley. I think he could.
I like him. I like him a lot, but I do feel like you need a 6'3", 6'4" guy.
Okay. We go back, and then we go to Troy Franklin,
6'3".
who is listed as 6'2", 176.
Okay.
And then we go to Adonai Mitchell, who is listed at 6'2", 205.
Okay.
And then we go to Roman Wilson,
6'1".
So they are
5'11",
speculating that Kirk
185.
Cousins' job is on the line. He's going to have to earn it out there in Atlanta because, and they do make a good point. Look at the money that Denver just walked away with Russell Wilson. So yeah, he has $100 million guaranteed, but he don't get the 180. He only get the 100, and that's the only thing that's guaranteed. If they decide to go with Penix, they'll eat 100. And again, we just watched Denver eat $100 million for Russell Wilson, so it's possible.
They didn't eat 100.
Yeah, 85.
That's not 100, bro.
That's not 100. That's close enough.
It's the money you gotta. It's the 40 you gotta give him this year. It's 25 to cut him off your team next year, and it's going to be your.
I get it. No, I get it. But again, if you go Penix and he's playing that much better than Cousins, they're gonna go Penix, in my opinion. Cousins gonna have to earn his job.
So you're gonna find that out against him playing against backups because you only do that in the preseason.
Possibly. I mean, yeah, they did it with Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson that year.
Oh man.
Hey, I'm gonna say this: there are no more really big wide receivers in the game.
Keon
Coleman. Yes. My bad. I missed him. 6'3".
Don't I Mitchell?
He's 6'2".
6'2".
Who, for Mitchell?
Yeah.
I got him at 6'4".
NFL. This is NFL.com, so he may be taller or whatever. I'm just going by what they got on their jump. Just like Troy Franklin is listed as 6'2".
I got him at 6'4", 196.
Troy Franklin is listed as 6'2", 176. So this may be different on their NFL, whatever, I don't know. I cannot confirm.
I'm on PFF.
Yeah, I cannot confirm on none of that.
They got him at 6'4".
So, I mean, Luke McCaffrey, 6'2". It's a lot of 6'2" guys there, but no 6'3", 6'4" guys that's on that first list. I mean, if we go to the next list, you got Johnny Wilson, of course, which is 6'6".
Yeah, Adonai Mitchell is the only one on my list right now.
I mean, Troy, if that's the case, how's Troy Franklin not on your list? Or Keon Coleman?
I think Mitchell is better than that.
Franklin
is close.
Franklin's numbers are way better. What do you mean close?
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
Mitchell didn't have nobody to throw to him. Texas didn't
now they got the same draft grade, 6.35. So
they got Franklin listed at 6'3" too, though, on where I'm at.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I still want a guy 6'4". I still want the 6'4" over the 6'3" personally.
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know
though. I mean, his numbers is better. He do got the numbers. Troy do got the numbers. Troy do got the numbers, but I still would rather Mitchell, me personally. But if you go Troy, fine. You can go Troy. He was with Oregon. He was with a good program. So I guess you can go Troy Franklin too.
So
Don't I Mitchell? See, look, he just said don't I Mitchell on NFL Network. They just named 3. He said who's still available. Don't I Mitchell? He said it.
yeah, I mean, I think that I think he's an option, you know, but I don't think he's the only option. That's what I'm saying.
I get it. I
Yeah.
don't know. I hope they at least get out of these next 2 picks. I hope they do get a receiver. I think it's
that's imperative, bro.
you know.
That's
Well, it depends. If they know that they can get Brandon Ayuk, do you really need a receiver?
I don't know.
yes,
if
you still do.
I don't know if you make the move for no IU.
I mean, I don't know.
Oh,
Do you
overdrafting
think-
somebody? Nah,
Do
I
you
would.
think? Do you think hold on. Do you think Adonai Mitchell is better than Brandon Ayuk right now?
Long term, I think he will be.
No, that's not what he asked you, brother.
Right now, yeah.
You're smoking crack. Come on, bro. You better than that, bro. Don't do that.
I'm
Come
gonna
on,
say why
bro.
I
You're
say
not
that.
gonna you're not gonna say a player who never
I'm gonna tell
a
you why
player
I
who
say
never
that.
played it
Get
down
outta
in the
here,
league is
bro.
better than somebody
I'm gonna tell
who
you why I
led
say
in
that.
the stat in this league this year.
I'm looking at
Nah,
the 6'4".
He's
What
not-
would I pick? I'm gonna pick Mitchell because of the frame. I told you that's me. I want somebody different.
Brandon Ayuk is like
Ayuk
6'3".
is the same thing. He remind me of a Terry McLaurin.
Bro, you know all
He
this
ain't nobody.
we didn't have the most yards in the league this year. He didn't even have the most catches in the league this year. So what does frame have to do with it?
Huh? You say who?
The tallest receiver in the league, the biggest receiver.
I said what I would be looking for the Redskins. That's what I would be looking for.
I'm saying to you, and I'm asking, did the tallest receiver or the biggest frame receiver in the league have the most yards this year or the most catches? No, they
No,
didn't.
well, let me say this too, though. I believe that Brandon Ayuk is a beneficiary of Scott Shanahan. I mean, of Kyle Shanahan's system too.
Well, it's 2 receivers,
his
bro.
numbers didn't look like that in Philadelphia.
2 receivers that's under 6'3" that have 1,000 yards plus. All right, or have almost 1,000.
I think it's the system. I don't know if it's the play. He's 6 foot, so he's 6 feet 200.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is that if it's the system, you don't need a 6'4" guy like an Adonai or something like that with the skins. You need someone who can get open. That's been the problem for the last 5-6 years, that there's no one getting open. I honestly would like a Corley because at least I know that once he catches it, he can get away from the defender. I'm not even saying that he's the perfect guy for us per se. I am saying that Jamison Crowder was a great route runner. He didn't always beat the man after he caught the ball. To be considered a yak king, to lead the entire NCAA in yards after the catch is a skill set. We don't have a lot of skill set receivers. Before Curtis Samuels left, when I said this about Curtis Samuel, in a sense, he was a gadget guy like a Deebo Samuels. Both of those Samuels guys were guys that you could do a lot with because they had a bunch of different.
And I think that's why Buffalo didn't draft a receiver yet. They ain't stunning. They do got Curtis Samuel over there.
Yeah, but they and I think they still got Gabe Davis, if I'm mistaken.
No, Gabe Davis went. He with somebody else. He ain't with them.
Yeah, so they probably get a receiver with that first pick tomorrow.
Yeah, he not with the Chargers no more. He with somebody. I believe he went Chicago. I believe he was Chicago.
Jacksonville.
Okay, Jacksonville. All right, yeah.
And Jacksonville picked the receiver today, or they picked
they picked the receiver today too. Oh no,
they picked Brian Thomas.
He picked Thomas. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So what they doing over there is with the receivers. That's pretty solid right there. Because don't they still got Ridley?
Nah, really with the Titans.
Yeah, the Titans.
Oh yeah. I remember that. He did go to the Titans.
So what do y'all think as far as Caleb Williams with the Bears? I mean, they got him a Duze, and then they gave him. I mean, he got DJ Moore, he got Keelan Allen. Can they do something though up there in the NFC North?
What you mean?
Is it enough for them to take over the North?
I think they're doing. I mean, I think they drafted right now. They drafted right, bro. I think they could have went a linebacker on defense. I think because their front four is not that bad. I think they could have went a linebacker on defense. You know what I'm saying? That would have been kind of cool as far as just having that 1-2 punch. As far as having a rookie on both sides, but big but. I think that they're either doing one or two things. They're either trying to learn from their mistakes with Justin Fields, or they're trying to protect themselves from what they destroyed in the beginning by trying to make up with getting Caleb every single offensive asset that you could possibly have. Now,
they still need a running back.
They got DeAndre Swift.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they do got Swift.
Right, you didn't hear me talk about that earlier, bro. That's why I said they low crazy.
Yeah, actually, I think they're going to take over the
quarterback, like, which means that they're going to go out the backfield. They're not going to do the running that Miami did with the little Reed Aldridge Jones.
Yeah,
they do that a little bit, but they're going to really like hand the ball off, turn your back, you can't see the ball, play action type of stuff. Keenan Allen is a really good space finder. Like, he's a tight end at wide receiver, bro. As far as like finding open space and stuff like that, he worked with Herbert, who's a really good quarterback in my opinion. And I think he's going to help Caleb with that. Caleb's an in the pocket guy. And what who was I watching? Chase Daniels. Daniels was like he agreed. He said what I said, bro. He saw the same thing that I saw. I'll say I saw the same thing that they're professional. But I did try to say it first when I was talking to y'all about just what I thought I saw, which was when Caleb was in the pocket and doing all that running around and stuff. He even said it. Chase Daniels said, I think the kid got bored. He said, I think because his Heisman year, he had so much more talent around him. And last year, he didn't have Jordan Addison. They didn't have a lot of, like, they had Brendan Wright, but outside of that, they didn't really have a lot of help. Their running game wasn't that good. Their defense was trash. And he was like, man, they would drop back and he would see, like, he would go through his progression, see the first guy might be covered. And all of that stuff he was doing in the background, bro, was fake. He was just making up stuff to do to make the play look great because he was bored. That's a talented kid to do that at a high level. College is not high school football where you usually see people doing that. And to do that, not necessarily intentionally like trying to play with the game, but doing this to try to create and make other things happen when they believe at the second level, Chase Daniels is like, hey, the Bears are giving him so much help. The one thing they're gonna have to focus on him is trying to keep him engaged in the game so that he doesn't get bored. He said because they're gonna do so much to try to make sure that he's protected and doesn't have to try to make those crazy type of plays every single play, that he's just gonna have to learn how to actually just drop back, complete the pass, throw the ball away. Like that, they said that is literally the biggest thing for him to have to learn is to throw the ball away and not try to make a play. If he can work on that, then they feel like he's gonna have a good chance at having a good career, at least to start, because he's got so much.
Honestly, I think they about to take over the North. I'm gonna be real.
It's an argument, bro. Like I said,
I'm gonna be real.
At least for the first 3 years, because I feel like that. I
think Montez Sweat is actually going to help them on defense, though.
You got but this the thing, Duzier and Keenan Allen.
Yes, bro. That's what I think you're gonna learn from, bro. It's gonna be crazy, yeah.
And then they still got DJ Moore,
who's going to be somebody who's going to catch one of those 60-yard bro.
They gave him the Dwayne Haskins and Ohio State type of wide receiver core, man. Like, it's crazy.
Like I said, and you got levels. You got Keenan Allen that can run the short and the intermediate routes.
Yeah.
You got a Duzier who can literally just walk upfield. You could just literally walk 10 yards upfield, turn around, box out his man, and just jump and catch the ball. They don't even care if he runs routes because, like they said that he's not the greatest route runner and all that. It's just the fact that he's big and he knows how to use his body like some Mike Evans shit. So if he can actually care, like if Keenan Allen can be like, nah, young, and like take advantage of the talent that you are and like really work and be a receiver like him, you may have a absolute problem over that jump. Not to mention that they still have an opportunity to draft talent years ahead from now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Again,
I think they're gonna win the division this year. I think they're gonna dethrone the Lions.
Minnesota, Carolina, right?
Detroit, the
No,
Detroit
yeah,
Lions.
no.
I
Detroit's
think they're
going to
gonna
Super Bowl, bro.
yeah.
Detroit's going to Super Bowl. I'm sorry. I've never seen a away team sell out a playoff game and have as many away fans as far as Detroit is from Samson. I've never seen nothing like that in my 40
Okay.
years of living, bro. I'm betting my money on Detroit going to the Super Bowl. I could be wrong, but right now they have the boogiest. They got the boogiest program going on right now, bro. And again, no rookie is coming into this league. Same thing I said about Caleb before he got drafted when he said that he wanted a piece of ownership. And look, I watched LeBron say he was going to go get 4 rings in Miami. I'm a Miami Heat fan. We did not win 4 rings. Okay, it wasn't there. We was available for some.
I'm not just saying it because it wasn't there. I'm not just saying it because of Caleb. I'm saying all of the help that they put around.
They still have the same bum coach. I'm not buying it until I see something different, bro. Their coach is trash, and I don't like him, bro. And I don't think that coach deserves another chance with what they did with Justin Fields. I like Pet. We've said it time and time on this show, bro. Until Petty doesn't get replenished with something bad happening or something like that, I'm gonna always say that Petty don't win. Petty don't win. It is always something funny happen and stuff like that when it's funny stuff like that happens, bro. And I think that the Steelers might actually have a little bit more success faster than the Bears will. Not saying that the Bears won't have any success here, because like I said,
they're talking about Xavier Worthy right now on ESPN. Just to
because he with the Chiefs, but I'm almost marking that, and he can be okay.
That might be exciting, bro. That might be exciting, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That might be exciting.
Tyreek Hill a little tank. Xavier Worthy is smaller than Deshaun Jackson. When Deshaun Jackson got hit, he ain't played but 7 games a season. All you need, all Mahomes needs is about 5 to 7 games with Shawty. They can manage with Kelsey for, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I'm just saying that might end up being exciting though. That might end up being exciting. I can understand why the Chiefs did it. I can understand why the Chiefs did it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I want somebody, again, I feel like Adonai Mitchell, whoever we get, I feel like the one they got to be able to play now. That's why I want a higher level guy, because I feel like they got to play now. That's me. I just feel like they got to play now. They got to be impactful now. Especially with, again, we lost something at tight end. We lost something at tight end with
who?
Washington.
Logan Thomas?
You still lost something. You still don't have a tight end who has experience, is what I'm saying. You don't have it. Oh, yeah, you got Ertz. Okay. Yeah. You have Ertz. I don't know how much he's going to help your passing game. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't all that confident in that respect.
Last time he played with Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, I'm not all that confident in that respect. You know what I'm saying?
Tight end that you're talking about, Logan Thomas had this season. I mean, just to point
out. Yeah, I still ain't confident though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not confident.
I would like to get somebody else other than Ertz, but
I'm not all that confident. That's why I want a receiver.
We did have a visit with Jatavius Sanders.
Yes, come on, y'all. Come on, man. Y'all know we not sticking with Zach Ertz for the whole year, and we still got Bates from last year. And one of the other guys,
I like even them more.
I do like Bates.
So that's all I'm saying is that I'm not that confident. Is what I'm saying. I would be more confident in the receiver. That's all I'm saying. And a nice first or second round, first round graded receiver. I think I would feel a lot more comfortable. That's all I'm saying. That's just for me.
Great receiver, first round receiver.
Huh?
Curtis Samuels wasn't the first round receiver.
I said graded. It's first round graded. If his production is that of a, I could see that as a first rounder. The production.
First round receiver to you?
You said what?
800 yards as a first round receiver?
Yes, for their rookie season. Yeah, in their rookie season.
That wasn't Samuels' rookie year.
No, I'm saying to you is that whatever the production he would have given us this year, it would have been equivalent to that of a rookie that's coming out. It would be
I don't
acceptable.
like Dotson gave us that when he had 680 yards, injured for most of the year in what 7 or 8.
No, I'm saying over the course of the Dotson's whole career, I could say, okay, in the first year he was this, but
He
over the course, no, he
those
hasn't been.
numbers. He's
Huh?
consistently giving that 600-yard number.
I don't think he has. He didn't have 600 yards last year.
Injury.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You get credit for that too.
You was giving it to Chase, and he only played 17 games.
Again, I what did I say? Is even when Chase is in there, you got to be whatever you're gonna be, at least when you're in there. Dotson he had 500 yards his first season, 500 yards his second season.
How many touchdowns?
4 last year.
The first year.
7. So I just want more. It's time to step it up. You a first rounder, step it up.
He was a slot receiver. You don't think
whatever it is, step it up. That's all I'm saying.
You got to be given a chance to play the number 2.
I'm not confident in it right now. I would like to see them with more. I think they need more. I'm not even, like you said, I'm not even confident he can play the whole season. He might get hurt.
I would like to see us get Troy Franklin and Jatavian Sanders with these next 2 picks.
Not gonna happen. You need a tackle, bro, or you're gonna force Jaden Daniels to have to run.
I'm not saying.
I'm not denying that, but what I'm telling you is that from what Adam Peters said, that wasn't a hole.
Nigga, he is who we are. We know what the fuck we talking about. And I hope we not recording because I'm not changing what I just said.
We definitely are. Yes, we definitely are. We are live here at the Nature Sports Network.
I'm just saying.
What we know and what we see. I'm not trusting Wiley for a whole season with a rookie quarterback if the rookie has to play immediately. You know what I'm saying? Now, especially if we need another wide receiver, and I totally believe that we do, because even with me thinking that Dotson is a good receiver, I still don't believe. One, here's the thing with Dotson, and this is the only thing that changes my opinion about him. I believe, same as I said the first year we got him, day one, I think he can beat any corner in the league. The kid is good. He can play number 1 receiver. I am not sure if that's been proven over the time he's played so far because my man has ADD. I don't mean this intentionally, and this is like a side joke. People know I got a sense of humor, but I mean ADD, Dotson, because you don't have a high attention level to the game. When the game not coming to you, you kind of get in your feelings, you kind of get sidetracked, and you lose your attention. You know what I'm saying? You lose your focus. And that's what I need you to do this year with this rookie quarterback. The one thing about everything, the ball is going to come out fast, and it's coming to you. And I'll tell you more than anything I know from being a coach. If you don't catch the ball for a young quarterback, he's not going to throw you the ball again.
The reason I'm saying what I'm saying, right? The reason I'm saying what I'm saying, here's a method to what I'm saying. I feel like a lot of offensive tackles went off the board already. I feel like this is going to be a very heavy defensive second round.
Houston and Yale's tackle is still on the board.
Yeah, I'm looking at the tackles now. Blake Fisher.
They don't have a choice but to get a tackle.
You got Blake Fisher. You got Kieran Yale's tackle, like you said. Caden Wallace, Patrick Paul.
Patrick Paul from Houston.
Yeah, which is Houston. And then Matt Goncalves from Pittsburgh.
Oh, if you can't say his name, I don't want him.
Right, I couldn't say the dude from Yale name either.
Oh, I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about period. I'm not talking about you, bro.
You know?
I'm talking about period.
Nah, but Rosengarten is who I want. If we're gonna get a tackle. I like
third round for Rosengarten though.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So why not get them two and get Rosengarten in the third round? And then that way you do get you a decent tackle that you can potentially, can potentially develop into a starter by the
I
end of the season.
like strategy. Me personally, I just don't. I think the drop off from tight ends from Bowers to the next best guy was where the drop off was at. I don't think there's another tight end drafted till late second, maybe almost a third.
Right. So, but I'm saying he won't be there the third. So why not? Why not? You could trade back
Who
and
won't,
maybe still get him. I'm saying Jatavian Sanders. He's the next person from
bruh?
Texas.
Holler, Derek Holler or Hollis. Derek,
No,
the one that caught the two passes, like didn't know that the drill was over and caught the two balls while he still had the other ones in his hand.
yeah.
Go look at his film. Dog. That boy a dog, bruh.
But right now they got him. We talking about Colorado State. Is
Yeah,
it Holker?
back. That's what I'm saying. You can pick those picks later. Like which I was saying about the tight ends that we already got. If you take Logan Thomas out and you got Ertz, you still got two young tight ends that if they're learning from Ertz, who's a way better runner than Logan Thomas, who's just a backup quarterback. He was a quarterback at Virginia Tech. He's not even supposed to be on the tight end. I
Yeah,
appreciate
but I'm
athleticism.
saying like if you think about Cade Stover, these are two good tight ends, Jatavian Sanders and Cade Stover. So I think that that's a position we need.
Can Sanders run block? No, it's not a position we need if we already got a veteran who's a 700-yard guy right there. I understand y'all saying he's older, but his last time playing, he's got 700 yards.
Nah, he don't got no 700 yards his last time playing.
With
He had, no, he didn't. He was traded to Detroit, and he ain't.
About with Kings, but with the person that we have as offensive coordinator. Why? Come on, bro. Why are you doing this?
Hold on.
How many years ago was that though?
Kingsbury was with the Cardinals. Kyler Murray ain't that old of a quarterback.
Hold on, let's check this one out a little bit. I don't think he had no 700 yards his last time out with no Kingsbury.
Well,
Zach Ertz is 33 years old.
That's not that old, bro.
I'm not saying he's old. I just said he's 33 years old.
He's probably faster than Logan Thomas at 33. And Logan Thomas is probably 30, 31.
Yeah, he never had 700 yards with them. With Arizona, he had 500 with them, and then 400, and then 100. And he never played 16 games though. He played 10 games with them, 10 games and then 7 games, and then the one season he played 11 games with them, but he played 6 in Philadelphia the year
he has not played a whole season since 2018.
2021 he did when he was with Philly, when he split between Philly and Arizona, when he was trading in the middle of the season.
He did Logan Thomas.
Okay.
Kelsey didn't play a whole year last year. They won the Super Bowl. I'm confused on why we naming this. Nobody plays a whole year, and adding the extra game to the most dangerous game in the world doesn't suggest that you played the whole season. I'm sorry,
bro. He played 10 games and 7 games.
Yeah, he played 10 and 7 and 6. That ain't gonna work. 10 and 7. Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
Not play 12 or 17 games last year. We do know this, right? Does everybody remember this? Anybody?
Who?
Logan Thomas. When the last time we had a tight end play the whole 16 or 17 games?
That's why we need one that will.
We don't. It's not one that will. Pitt, who was a rookie 2 years ago, didn't play 16 games every year he played so far. Injuries fucking happen, y'all. Why are we looking at this like this? Like y'all not, or like we. It's unreal.
I'm saying, me personally, I don't feel like his production has been excellent. Even
500 yards, 10 games. Y'all are tripping. He had almost all
Logan Thomas last year played 16 games.
16 games, and he had the same amount of receiving yards as a guy who was hurt for 6 more of those games. That means that the yards per catch was a lot fucking higher.
Yeah, but he caught on 78 targets, he caught 55 catches. That's damn good.
55 catches for how many yards in 16?
On 78 targets.
55 catches.
500 yards. 496.
He had 496. So he had less than Hurts in 16 games. Hold on. Let me do my math real quick. I'm really good at this. Say 16 games, say 496. I'm gonna give him 500. Fuck those 4 yards. 4 yards divided by 16 is 31.25 yards. We are protecting 30
3 first downs. We have protected 3 first downs a game from your tight end. All right, that's good. That's a career year, meaning he's never done this good before.
No, he has had a better year than that. 2020 was a better year than that. 2020, he had 72 catches for 670 and 6 touchdowns in 2020.
Nah,
he had 72 catches.
He was good in 2017. He was good. I would say.
No, he was never good other than that year for real. That
2018, he had 116 catches.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did for Philly. 100. I'm looking at it right here.
2018.
I think
he did. I'm not talking about Ertz. We talking about Logan Thomas.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, we talking about Logan Thomas. Logan Thomas had 72 catches in 2020 and for 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, he played in 14 games last year.
No, last year he played in 16. I'm looking at it. 2023.
Thomas caught 55 of 79 targets for 496 and 4 touchdowns in 2023. He suffered an Achilles injury to no, my bad. That was in 2021. So he's never beat that. That was his first time playing.
Yeah.
I like this one right here. This one is much better.
I think we might, I don't know, man. It's gonna be a hell of a situation, man. So who do y'all think we're gonna draft tomorrow? Anybody got any guesses?
I hope Adonai Mitchell. That's what I'm hoping for this one. I got, or one of the other guys you get, as long as he's 6'3" or better. 6'3" or better. That's what I'm hoping for. Receiver that's 6'3" or better. I just want something different than what we got.
I want somebody that challenges Terry at the number 1 spot. I want him to win it because I don't think there's anybody better right now than Terry McLaurin. Right now, that's on the board. So I don't want him to be better. Actually, if he can be, do your thing. But I would like him to challenge Terry for the number 1 spot. Just meaning that he hard as Terry does running his routes. And I want someone who can get separation. Not once they catch the ball, not far down the line. I want somebody who can get open soon as the ball is hiked. Jaden Daniels gets the ball out fast. Unlike everybody except for Alex Smith in the last 5 years. So we need somebody that can get open right away. We don't need somebody that needs to take forever to get open. That's just not going to work for me. So if it's Mitchell, if it's Polk, if it's Ladd McConkey, if it's Brendan Rice and waiting and not picking a receiver right now, I don't care what it is. I trust this team to do the right thing. Now, what I'm worried about, just a little bit, is that you don't have that you force having all of the pieces in the small amount that you have. You know what I'm saying? If Mariota is starting, if Mariota is starting right now, then your starting wide receiver core would be Eckler, Ertz, McLaurin, and Dotson. That's a lot of pressure on those guys to stay healthy and ready for you every week without some help. I definitely believe that Rowe is on it 100% about needing a wide receiver. And as much as I'd like a tackle per second,
yeah.
I mean,
say that again, Vito.
No, I said I totally agree with you in how important the receiver is, because if you go into the receiving class right now, even if Murray starts, receiver, Zach Ertz, Terry McLaurin, and Dotson as your main guys, and that's a lot to ask those guys who have not been healthy every single game for any of them to stay healthy for 17 games without help. I think you need at least wide receivers out of the receiving group, even if it's somebody right now and then somebody in the 3rd or 4th round that's still there, like a Brendan Rice, maybe that guy from Virginia that you was talking about. But you're going to need 2 guys out of this draft class because you're going to need some of that youth to be able to stay healthy on those guys when some of those veterans maybe have to take a week off.
I'm going to tell you something. We, at receiver, even if you look at last year, Terry McLaurin was hurt with the toe injury in the first 4 games last year. And you could, I mean, it was to the point that where they literally had to play him because they, as a decoy, because they didn't have enough out there.
No.
Even in seasons where we had a lot of receivers, like it was one year we had Kelvin Harmon was playing really good, and Cam Sims and Terry McLaurin and everybody else that we had in front of them. it just seems like at some point in time, no, all those guys had to show up. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs. They down to Rashee Rice and this other guy, and McCole Hartman. McCole Hartman was their what's the name going to their first receiver or whatever it was going into the Super Bowl.
They have a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and you know,
you don't need much when you have a Hall of Fame.
No, I'm just saying in general, like it don't matter who. Look at the Packers with Dobbs. You see what I'm saying?
4 people. It wasn't nobody else other than the 4 people.
No, I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that over the course of a year, all of those guys had to show up. It was a point in time where all those guys individually had to show up. And they
have quarterbacks and they have coaches. We didn't have coaches, and every year we didn't have a quarterback. We're one of the
No, I'm just saying, in general, I'm saying that why I don't feel like you have enough with just what you have. I think you need a little bit more because again,
think that the wide receiver core that the Packers got right now is better than our wide receiver core? Or you think
yes, I think it is with what they have now. Yes, I do.
So you don't think that they just had a better scheme than what
I think the scheme matters, though. I think the scheme matters. I haven't seen our scheme yet, so I don't know what it's going to be. So that part I can't judge. But I'm saying, based on what they were running in that playoff game and how they looked running it, along with their running game, that's another thing. The only thing I'm playing it is how I saw Eric Bieniemy play, who didn't run the ball much.
Right.
And so with them, Aaron Jones had 3 touchdowns against the Cowboys. You know what I'm saying? And he had 150-something yards. So they was running the ball, which made it easier to pass. So I think if you do that, then you got something different. You know what I'm saying? But again, I'm not that confident in the running backs we got. Okay, maybe Brian Robinson. Okay, I know he can give you some consistent yards if you run in the right runs with him. You know, out the back, you got to run specific runs for him, though, that work with him.
But
because everything don't work with Brian Robinson. You know
the running game is going to be open this year. With Daniels being able to run, there's no way in the world that our running game doesn't open up some. And like I said, if we can get, first of all, Dotson is a really good seam receiver. You know what I'm saying? Again, we only got to see it a little bit with Wentz. And because Wentz was so bad, Dotson was like one of the only guys he could hit. The next year, we kind of like went away from the kid. Then last year, he just wasn't focused. If Daniels can catch Dotson in that slot, and we can, like you said, we can get a number 2 that's really threatening the defense, at least in some way. You know what I'm saying? Dotson can have a really good chance of having a good year. Ertz.
Well, I think if you don't have that other receiver, what's going to happen is now I can let my safety roam down a little bit or against Daniels and keep him from running a little bit. So I can, and which you don't want.
Who's going to check Eckler?
Yeah, I'll take my chances with him. I'll take my chance with a linebacker with him. I'll take my chances with him.
Had 100 catches before. That's a lot of work.
I mean, before, but still, he ain't had it in a couple years. I could still take my chances with him. With a linebacker.
The main quarterback that he had wasn't a dual threat. He was only one option quarterback.
I'm not disputing that. I still take my chances with Eckler. I don't think Eckler is going to beat me. So I'll take my chances with Eckler with a linebacker. Especially if I got a good linebacker, I'll take my chances with that. And I'll bring the safety up because Jaden Daniels is the scary one here.
So when you bring the safety up, you only have one-on-one coverage with the person that everybody agrees.
That's why I said, no, I can roll. What I can do is roll coverage towards Terry McLaurin. We got a double on McLaurin. And so I can roll coverage over there. And I can, and now I can go man on man with Dotson.
But I don't think that many people can check Dotson on the seam. If you use Dotson a problem, bro. I think that, like, remember Dotson, if you go back and look at his drops, if you just YouTube his drops, he was wide open. It's nobody around him on those drops, bro. Those are potential touchdowns that
I'm not disputing that though. But I think if you got somebody else that,
no, of course, I'm totally,
now you can't bring that safety down. But play games like that. If you got one more person that's just like, man, you got to deal with him,
What I'm saying is
whether
that
that's a tight end or a receiver, a
I
third receiver.
Dotson can win on the number 2 side. I think he can beat number 2 cornerbacks if he's playing on the outside. He
Well,
hasn't.
can he beat number one? Because what I might do is take my number one corner, stick it on Dotson since we man on man over here, and then double up on this other side.
You got to
So he
figure.
got to still be the number one either way. If I'm gonna be man on man, I'm probably gonna be man on man with my best corner anyway.
And you still have to worry about Zach Ertz with you now again. So now you're going to have one linebacker or one safety looking at Jaden Daniels, just one player, and then you're going to have one player occupied on Eckler and one on Ertz. You still got to worry about Zach Ertz.
I can live with that. I'll live with that. You're gonna have to prove it. See, Ertz gonna have to prove it.
Did you see?
And Dotson gonna have to prove it. I'm a roll coverage to McLaurin. I ain't gonna even play with McLaurin like that.
On that. And did you see what RG3 was able to do when you had something like that in front of him?
I'm not disputing that.
Like you said, that Jaden Daniels can get up the field fast. That safety.
That's why I'm gonna bring that safety down on him. I ain't even worried about nobody else. I'm worried about McLaurin right now.
And
I'm worried about McLaurin, and I'm worried about Jaden Daniels right now on this offense.
Sean Taylor's out there. You know, it's not a bunch of 4-3 safeties out there. You still got to young nigga.
I'm not disputing that, but there's a better chance with me, with my front foot playing honest. I got a linebacker spying him, and then I got a safety basically roaming over top of him just to make sure that he don't do more than what I want him to do. And I can go man on man with everybody else. Roll coverage towards Terry McLaurin. Got my safety and my linebacker on that quarterback, Jaden Daniels. I go man on man everywhere. I ain't worried about the rest of y'all.
And you don't think that Jameson Crowder or Army Brown could get open?
Crowder is a different stance. I think Crowder will probably get open more than De'Ami Brown. Yes, I do. Because Crowder's hard to keep up with in the slot with man-on-man coverage.
All you need is to get in a matchup like that. What you just said, in a matchup like that, if the person gonna come out in defense like that, and I don't even mind how you matching up, you still have an advantage with your quarterback because we're not talking about somebody who's just going to drop back and stand right. Even if he's spying, you got to catch this guy. He's not a slow guy, and he's a guy that once he's going to go.
But that's what I'm saying. I think when you're doing it like that, it's too many people dedicated to that line of scrimmage. Now he has to beat you with his arm, and I think that his legs are going to scare everybody. I'm telling you, bro. When they see it, they're going to say, okay, nah, we can't let him do that. And they're going to dedicate so many people around that line of scrimmage. This is what made RG3 a serious threat, was because they put so many people near the line of scrimmage that whatever he wanted behind them was right there. Whatever RG3 wanted to pick from is right there. It's wide open because we're gonna force you to throw the ball. That's how they're gonna play Jaden Daniels. They're gonna, because his legs is the scary thing on him.
But you know
that's what's scary. That's what you don't want him doing.
But he can really throw the ball. Like it's not like
well, he has some flaws in his pass. He's gonna have to work on his long ball. His long passes are not as accurate as I would like them to be right now.
Well,
and again, that's just him not working with NFL guys.
You
So,
okay?
but his long passes, his accuracy, he could work on his accuracy. His throws are flat too. So on certain things in the red zone, he'll hit a guy's back, hit the defender's back. So I would like for him to just work on some touch things and some different things that I saw that he could work on.
You know,
definitely his deep ball accuracy though.
He was throwing the 2 Ferraris. We don't have Ferraris on the roster. We have nobody that runs a 4-3 flat.
No, but I'm just saying in general, I would like for him to work on his deep ball accuracy. It was some stuff that just went out of bounds. It wasn't even in play that I thought he could. I felt like he could work on. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was anything, it was some deep stuff that I felt like sailed on him consistently the same way. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like you gotta keep those balls in play.
How much is consistent? The 72% percentage completion is a lot.
No, I'm saying his consistency during his camp, during his pro day is what I was looking at. And so just on his pro day, on his whistle name, it's some stuff sailed on him. And it was consistent sailing of the same type of passes. Where they did the same thing. So I just either it's mechanic wise or maybe his eyes might be in the wrong place. But his deep ball accuracy is, to me, what he struggled a little bit on some deep stuff. And so I would like for him to work on that, because that he's going to have that all game long. Because again, his legs is what's going to scare people. You know, his arm and all that passing, they're going to look, they're going to say, all right, we've seen a guy pass like that. But when he take off out of that pocket, that's going to scare because they're going to see, they're going to say, oh no, he can run for real. Nah, that's going to scare people. You know, that's really going to scare people. Him coming out of that backfield. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going to shock people and say how fast he get 10 yards. I'm talking about, it's like lightning. He get 20 yards on you. When you blink an eye, he's got 20 yards. You know what I'm saying? You're like, dog, you know, as soon as he break the pocket, he 20 yards up the field. I had never seen nothing like that. And so that's, for me, what I think defensive coordinators are going to try their best to minimize is his yards outside of the pocket and on the ground. You know, I think that's how you're going to have to deal with Jayden Daniels. And again, it's Washington's responsibility to have in place a way to keep him healthy throughout the season. I don't care if you look at the schedule and say, this is how we're going to set these games up. He is only going to run a certain amount of time. Whatever that you feel you got to do, y'all should have a plan from the moment you draft him about how you're going to keep him healthy this year.
I'm
Just
going
my opinion
with Mariota. Mariota's how you how you keep him healthy. I think that, and don't get me wrong, because this is a scary situation for what we all talked about. And, you know, I'm gonna bring it forward so that we're all reminded of what we all are letting fans in on. And, you know, this is all based on a Josh Harris tank or not. You know, me and my man, we gotta, you know, we've had a large debate. And every season we have some type of debate. Me and him are the same sign. You know, we ain't gonna go into all of that, but we the same sign. So we believe in a lot of same stuff. We are very, very passionate about the things we are passionate about. And most of the time, the guy is absolutely right. You know what I'm saying? But on the things that I feel like really, really sharp about, I'm gonna argue those points. A lot of times I gotta come on air and tell a man that he's right. This one, I kind of feel because we haven't seen the culture the way that we know it to be for a long time. And so many people are sold on change very quickly. I've been a fan of a couple of teams that I thought we were in the right direction, and as soon as you know it, blink your eye, back to the same stuff. I really feel like there's a change going to happen in this time, and I'm not just trying to be, you know, hopeful because of what I see. The actions that are going behind some of the moves are making sense to me. The bringing out full quarterbacks, knowing that you were going to ultimately pick this one, does leave some skepticism,
I
but
mean,
at the same time, in my opinion, just solely mine, I'm not sure if the guys agree or not, but I believe that this is your GM's first time at his job as a sole GM and not an assistant. This is your owner's first time owning an NFL team. And I think that you were this particular organization and its coaches and staff were really, really trying to get this right. And maybe you could have done this particular process a different way, but I think it was so important to not fumble this particular pick. And because there were options here, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, there were trade options, there were options to go in direction. Going a different direction in quarterback because of style of play means you have to coach a different way. So all of those things going into play, I think is very important of how we move forward. But like I said, the moves and to keep it short, the moves that we're looking at is all to see whether Josh Harris is going to tank this season to save money on the sale. And starting Mariota is interesting, seeing as though with the abilities that Jayden Daniels presents, the difficulties and what defenses would have to plan on in comparison to Mariota, it seems a little it doesn't seem odd to start Mariota first, but how long Mariota starts will be very important. I will definitely keep my eye on how long he's starting. Based on what do you guys, let me ask that question before I go any further. What do you guys think is the benchmark for Mariota winning and what game?
I don't think he starts. I don't think he's going to start. I think Jake Daniels is going to start week 1. If you ask me, I don't think he starts at all. Point, you there?
Yeah, I don't think Mariota starts. I think the Jaden Daniels craze is a little bit too heavy in this area for him not to start. But I will say, if they give him Mariota any rope, it'll be about 4 games. I could see if Mariota goes in and plays his ass off in those 4 games, then I see them riding Mariota for a while. But I think his leash is just too short. I think he could play 5 straight good games. He has 1 bad game, and people probably jump off the bandwagon.
So I don't disagree with you. I ain't gonna lie. It's funny, but I understand how the world works and stuff. So with the defense that the team has put together so far, do you all don't feel like starting Mariota because he's the veteran? That doesn't, just I don't know. That's not like an example play or something like you think that Jaden Daniels is the better option to start with week 1 just because of his abilities and what he presents, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I do.
No. I think his arm may be better, and I think honestly Mariota might be better starting week 1 because I think that anybody in the right situation, let's say if we do get a tackle, and let's say we do get a receiver in this draft that 2 decent pieces, I think potentially anybody that steps into that role is going to have a pretty decent situation. So I think being pro ready, Mariota, I would imagine that Mariota would be more pro ready because he's been in the league a little bit longer. He knows the process of how things go. Opposed to Jaden Daniels, which is learning a lot of the terminology. Our passing game coordinator comes from Philly, and he's worked with Mariota, so I'm sure Mariota probably understands the terminology already. So I think that's the situation. But I mean, our fan base will not allow Jaden Daniels to sit on the bench. I'm just be real.
I think it depends on what you're running. I think if you are really about to create an offense for Jaden Daniels, then I do think that he needs to be the one running it. Week 1, I would do the same thing. Honestly, what the Redskins did with RG3 was perfect. I'm talking about that was so perfect with the way that they did it with RG3. It was perfect. If you remember back in preseason, I think RG3 played like 3 snaps or 5 snaps, and in those 5 snaps, we didn't run the read option offense. We waited. We ran a whole different offense, and came week 1, we brought that offense out. We didn't show it at all. We did not show not even an inkling of it in preseason. And you saw that offense week 1. I think that was perfect. I think that caught the Saints off guard. I think that gave us an advantage. I think so. If you are going Jaden Daniels week 1, or if you are creating a special offense for him, catered to him, which is I think that's what you should do anyway. Is that you should create a whole new sort of way of calling games, and for what you're going to do with him, it shouldn't mirror anything else. Maybe not anything else, but it should be a specific offense for him, for his special skill set. I think you got to look at what Lamar Jackson does out there, and some of the ways he's been successful. I think you got to look at some of the ways, even RG3 here, different quarterbacks, however you want to do it. But I think you should have an offense that is surrounded around using all of his skills, and it's really organized so that you're not taking any extra risks that may result in injury. But I personally, if it was my player, I would want to create a whole new offense for him, specifically for him. I wouldn't want to take like a generic offense that we was running last year and just piece it together with some. I wouldn't do that. I would create his own offense, the way that Shanahan did it, the way that Kyle and Mike did it for RG3, and that rest of that staff with LaFleur and all them guys on it. That was masterful. The offense they create and McVay, that was masterful. That was masterful. I'm gonna keep it real. So
I think
I would follow that pattern. That's the best I've ever
I
seen.
do think that they will create a offense, but when RG3's offense was created for him, they basically just took different elements of what was going on in the college game and used it to the strength of the pro game type of thing. You know, some of the formations and stuff like that. College, I feel like, is where football gets, you know, some of its most innovation at. And so
Well, whatever you're gonna do.
I think that, you know, with Jaden Daniels, if you want to keep him healthy, you got to keep him in the pocket as much as you can, to be honest.
I don't know that. I don't know. He seems a little bit. It seems like when he in the pocket, that's when the roughest stuff happens. The hit against Alabama happened in the pocket, throwing the
I'm,
ball. I think that's when he's more, out the pocket.
I'm
He can,
saying you got to
you
keep
know.
him clean, man. You got to put together a good offensive line to keep him clean. And so
Ah,
far, I think that we have put together a good interior line. Let's see what we're going to do about the tackles.
I agree. I agree. But yeah, I think inside the pocket is where it's dangerous,
I
in
mean, not
my
if you got
opinion.
a clean pocket.
Yeah, but a clean pocket is not guaranteed to nobody. Nobody is
Uh,
just guaranteed a clean pocket, not in the NFL.
Not I ain't nobody's guaranteed a clean pocket at all. But I'm just saying, like, you know, if you have a clean pocket, then a lot of times you ain't got to worry about that type of stuff.
Yeah, but I just think you need to have a plan. You need to have a plan, a way to execute it, a way to keep, again, a way to keep them safe. You know who your quarterback gonna be. You pretty much know who
I'm
your
about to put something
competition
in
is
there.
gonna be too. Right now, you don't know what order, but you do know who the competition is gonna be for the most part.
So
You know who's gonna be. So I just will organize it up now. I would organize a plan against everybody now. I wouldn't even
Yeah.
wait if it was my
the
plan.
depth chart is
I
Jaden
left.
1, Mariota 2, but they said that they may, at least right now, what ESPN is saying is that Mariota may start, but if Jaden Daniels is ready right away, they feel like he's going to start. He might as well start at the NFL level. You know what I'm saying? Like learning on the fly, basically. It just
Yeah.
depends on how fast he picks up on Cliff Kingsbury offense.
I got him starting week 1. That's me personally. I think the buzz is about to, you know how we do in DC. It's
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
to be. I mean, the buzz by
That
come week 1, bruh. It's about to be insane, man.
that's what
But
I was that's what I was saying, bro. Like the
this
fan
thing,
base is no way the fan base does not.
but remember what I'm not trying to play devil's advocate as if I want it to be true, because I don't think that Harris is trying to fluke the team out or whatever. But it would be interesting to see if Mariota starts, or if there's some buzz, quote unquote, about him not getting the playbook yet or something like that and not starting. Because remember, Embiid and Simmons both sat after being selected in Philadelphia.
You said who said?
Simmons and Embiid, they didn't start right away.
Yeah, but I don't see that. I think he's going to start. I think he got to sell tickets right now, and I think that that's part of selling the tickets. I just think he don't know. I ain't, and I'm not going to keep saying that, but I don't know if he know what he doing at all. Anyway, so I think he just gonna go ahead, let it rip, baby, let it rip. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead,
Thank
let
you.
No,
it
he's
rip.
trying to, and this is the thing. If he is trying to win on the opposite side, if he is trying to win, then he is going to give his best shot at putting who he thinks can win out there.
Yeah, yeah.
Jaden Daniels is a special talent. I'm gonna be honest, and I want to say that, what I'm saying, like, even though whatever, I wasn't as
No,
excited as I would be
Bob
if,
Harris, special talent too. You wasn't wrong by what you.
Yeah.
yeah, that is, I mean, Jaden Daniels again. If you ask me who was the most talented quarterback in the draft, I said from the beginning, I said it's Jaden Daniels, because because of his legs. I'm gonna be honest with you. Everybody cannot run that fast. It's simple as that. I mean, everybody just can't. You know what I'm saying? So if that you can run that fast, so and you can throw. You can run that fast and you can throw. You're just not regular. You know what I'm saying? And he's not regular, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you now, Redskin fans. This is Don't get too hyped though. Let's keep the hype train to a low because I know how y'all do. And y'all be jinxing stuff when y'all do that. So don't even get all we about to win the Super Bowl. No, we ain't. Let's keep all of that to a low. But this was a really good pick, I believe, at a really good time. Whether you tanked to get it, which I do believe you did that too. But hey, however you got it, you got it. You know what I'm saying? So try to get this man a receiver though. Try to get this man a receiver. Try to do what's in front of you. Don't do too much. You know what I'm saying? Y'all done already did too much in a couple little areas, but that goes to show, whatever. And I hope, and honestly, the fellas might not feel this way, but I hope we don't get stuck with Mariota at quarterback because you done got hurt, Jaden Daniels. So don't get hurt because we don't want to be seeing the rest of the season with no Mariota at quarterback. I'm sorry. That's just not something we want. I know I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? They might feel differently, but that ain't something. I'm not trying to watch Mariota for those 8 games and that. Like,
but I would like for the kid not to hurt on a basis for this season. I would love to see him make his rookie debut and play the whole season out. CJ Stroud, those quarterbacks that was able to make it all the way through.
Right.
At the same time, if Mariota has to play, I am okay with Mariota only because our staff has experience with him, so they don't have an excuse to lose, bro.
Exactly.
Saying
they ship Howell out of here for him. So I'm going to hold them accountable for that.
I'm with you. I'm gonna hold them accountable and see to at least say that hey, we brought in the player that would give us the best chance if this was the situation. So I want to say that if that's what they have planned, at least they have someone that they can say, all right, we're able to give it our best shot. So
y'all pick that man. Yeah. So if he get in there throwing picks. And look at Slummy, you know what I'm saying? Y'all picked him.
Just say something about jinxing. Why you gonna start off like that?
I'm just saying though, they picked him. Like, hey, hold on, just like we gave Bieniemy all the credit for the dude that came from Kansas City with him, came in here, stuck it up. The lineman. Wiley. Yeah, Bieniemy, you brought that slug with you, Bieniemy. You brought that slug in here with you, cat. You gotta get, hey, and then you left him too. You rolled out and left him right over here too. Left him, yeah, y'all keep that while y'all keep that. You left him here. You should take him with you, Joe.
He couldn't have took him to college.
No joke. You gonna leave Wiley here. Go bring that man here. Sticking it up like that.
Wiley's still young though, so he still can develop.
Yeah, he need to do something. I don't know what they was. I don't know Kansas City. Y'all something happened. Y'all cloned him or something. Y'all just
Sam Howell ain't.
I'm just saying. So, all right, y'all picked him. Y'all picked Mariota. So if he comes stinking it up, you got to take that beef. That's all.
Now, what do you feel about if Jaden Daniels has a really good season? But somehow or another, Howell has a better season.
To me, that's an indictment on us, in my opinion.
Even if they go to the playoffs and they don't, but Howell has a better season.
Yeah, that means we should have drafted Marvin Harrison.
That's what I'm gonna feel. That's at some point.
But if we go to the
neighbors.
But if we go to the playoffs, but Howell has a better season, how does that mean we should have picked Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Because I think that means we could have got that production out of,
but not gone to the.
And we could have had Neighbors or Harrison Jr.
But you don't like Mariota,
and the Giants wouldn't have had him.
But you don't like Mariota, and who was gonna get Jaden Daniels?
I'd rather them have. I don't know. I don't know.
The Patriots probably.
Patriots.
Yeah, the Patriots. Yeah.
All right, but
But who was going to be the quarterback? Because all the quarterbacks got took.
They would have had to get Drake May. The Giants would have got Drake May.
I'm talking about us. If we would have got Neighbors or Harrison Jr.
Oh, yeah, right. We would have had Sam Howell and waited
That
for
was the
Shakur
quarterback,
next
Sam
year.
Howell, yeah.
He's not good, bruh.
But we
Hey.
saying if he did, if we saying
You said if he go out Seattle and they light it up.
I said if.
Yeah,
If
this was the hypothetical question.
he has Megatron. And he has Lockett. So he has more than one. He got 2 receivers, the same way he did here. If he don't go out there, Joe, and show off, I am going to assume, even though it still could have been a system thing. No, I'm not going to assume that. However this season goes is what I'm going to call Howell's rookie year. I'm not going to consider his year with us a rookie year because if that was a tank season, I really don't know how to assess him. And I don't know how we did. I do really think that it was unfair that we let him go. I feel like we let all of our leverage go by letting Howell go. But I also, that to me, that was what Daniel should have looked at as the reassurance that Washington was going to pick him rather than bringing him to the interview. We let go of our starting quarterback. We don't have no choice but to pick one of you guys. So we need to be sure about it. Now that we have you and your agent can shut the F up, we need you to perform at the level that you expected to be only Bullhead just by yourself.
Right. I agree with that.
Eckler, I don't need the fumbles because we could have kept Gibson. Because I ain't going to hold you. Gibson, big body self, and Brian Robinson, big body self.
Yeah.
I like both of them in front of Jaden Daniels rather than putting little Eckler back there with him.
Yeah.
Don't knock the Eckler because I know Eckler's strong as I don't know what. Eckler's really, really strong. But it's just this, it's the way the size looks.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's something else too, is how good is that going to play when you talk about the NFC East and you try and 3rd and 1s and third, you know what I'm saying? 4th and 1.
Robinson, Cliff Kingsbury got a 2 running back set. So Robinson and Eckler are going to be on the field at the same time sometimes.
But I know it was times that Gibson would get those. Y'all now he had his moments, but it'd be times where Gibson would in that red zone, especially.
We got it still.
Huh?
I said we still got Rodriguez.
We still got Rodriguez. We do got Rodriguez. I like Rodriguez burst. Yeah, I can't lie about that. I think he played well at the end of last year too.
Would y'all like to draft Blake Corum?
Not my bad, Leo. Eckler is a really good inside the tackle running back too. He did have the fumble issues and shit like that, but he's almost like a Darren Sproles as far as that. Like he's not one of the running backs.
Just the NFC East.
I was saying, would you like to draft Corum?
You say who?
Corum.
That's from Michigan, right?
Do I think we at him?
Yeah.
Yeah. What, bro?
That's the guy I was vouching for earlier, so you already know but right now,
what I say? I said not the first round. I didn't say pick him. Now, if they want to turn things up, I would pick him and I would pick a wide receiver. You now give Jaden Daniels the best touchdown and the best. Scoring wise on the ground on top of his 1,111 touchdowns.
Well, you better have a backup plan at tackle then, or
you can pick whoever you want to tackle because the kid not gonna have the ball that long, bro.
Nah, but Rosenstein. That's what I was saying. We can get Rosengarten. I think his name.
Yeah, Rosengarten good. Yeah, he's good.
I think we can get Rosengarten in the third, early in the third.
Picks. You can trade one of your 3rd round picks, man.
No, I'm saying we can.
Good.
Yeah, we can definitely get Rosengarten.
I was saying if you wanted to get Rosengarten in the middle of the late second, you could get third.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So I think that we have options, and honestly, I don't think as many tackles gonna keep coming off the board because I think, I don't know, man.
I do
because when you really think about it, a lot of teams already got their quarterback, and now a lot of people gonna be focused on edge rushers because a lot of the edge rushers didn't come off the board.
About to say, I ain't gonna hold you. If you could go Corum, Mitchell, or Franklin at wide receiver,
yeah.
In the first 3rd pick, skip tackle and go tight end from Texas, or get into that 2nd round tight end from Texas. I lose one of my 3rds. I pick a tackle in the 3rd round, and then my 2nd, 3rd round pick, I get a cornerback or DB.
You gotta get a lineman though. You're gonna have to.
In the 3rd.
Okay, the third. Yeah, you get a tackle.
Get a tackle in the third.
Yeah, I get a tackle.
Because you got to really think that you already got Lucas on the left side.
That's still got Lucas
coming back. So you do need a start. I do think you need a starter because Lucas is really good backup.
Right.
Once Lucas to start, I feel like you're still putting pressure on your line to kind of like make sure your quarterback stays safe. I think you shore up that back second round, which is smart, and that's why I feel like you're gonna lose out on Corum because you need a wide receiver two back. You need a wide receiver two back.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, I could, me personally, I would say,
even if y'all okay, now if you do what you say, okay, I'm gonna go because I got 2 picks. I'm gonna go Corum and then go receiver. I can live with that too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can go Corum and then I can either get Franklin or Mitch or Donnie Mitchell.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm gonna I get 2 tackles in the third.
Yeah.
If you need.
And then no, like you said, me personally, I would trade up for one of them third picks, either get a tackle or if I can get Jatavian Sanders I get him there, and then I get that tackle with that last pick, and that basically builds my whole team offensively in the draft.
That just closed on my Friday. You still got Saturday to go.
Yeah, and I'm still, and then Saturday, then the rest of the draft will be defensive focus. Because that'll show up your whole offense, but you focus a lot on defense in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So like now you can focus the beginning of the draft on offense and get some skill position players.
That's why you really could go 2 wide receivers because in this wide receiver draft, I would rather pick up a lineman. I would rather still deal with undrafted free agent linemen or undrafted linemen after the draft is over. You know what I'm saying? Like just bringing in a rack of linemen on the under because you can bring in some receivers, but most of those guys don't never be good for us. I would rather draft out of these guys that's available for wide receivers and linemen. I would kind of get get some undrafted ones compete against the guys that I do draft.
Yeah,
and competition and see who kind of works together like that and build my line like that. Because I ain't gonna say that you can find linemen anywhere. That's not the case. But I want like first round. I want Trent Williams type of talent, and if I'm not getting that, I just need the best combination of guys. You know what I'm saying, that can build some chemistry. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, one of these undrafted guys is gonna be good. One of them gonna be hungry. They're gonna earn their spot. That could take up one of the guys that we may have that's just borderline okay, not really at his peak yet, or maybe already at his peak. The ones that you draft are already going to either be right behind the starters, or one of them is going to start, and that'll put Lucas at your backup tackle. And Angletti or Alati or Angletti, whatever his name is, he not even start. Well, he may be starting on paper, but looking at his stats on Madden, which may be a bad judgment, but looking at his stats on Madden, he's a backup. I know he came from Kansas City too, and I know signing him because we signed so many good linemen look good. I look further into it. I don't know if he's starting unless it's just the fact that he played with Kansas City as a starter. He isn't better than Braden Daniels right now on a depth chart on Madden. So that's a little skeptical to me. So maybe we might be looking into getting a guard too. But again, that's why I said those undrafted guys can come in and battle against the guys that we bought in, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. And with a good center, that guard can be a little bit better because he has help. And like you said, when you watch film, Ro, that Biades was helping out a lot on his blocks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Adi or even Daniels, if you have somebody like that at the left guard, is getting help from the center. So it's not as important to lock up that over making sure that you get some better talent in some other spots right earlier, at least.
Yeah. So I mean, ultimately, I think they just do need a receiver, or I mean, whatever you get on offense, I think you need something else than what you got. You know what I'm saying? Especially for a rookie quarterback,
because you gonna have 4 running backs on the roster, and that sets you up. I know that Atlanta jumped out there and did something that may make other teams feel like they can throw money away like that, but the way our team is set up, even though we could lose the loss, like we could just lose the cutting of Eckler and we pick up Corum and go with it like that. But I don't necessarily like that because Eckler's a good pass blocker too. And you're going to need that, at least someone to teach everybody how to do that with a young quarterback with the frame that he got, number one. Number two,
I don't see the point in making that signing and then signing the running back and then cutting Rodriguez or Robinson after that. Just because it's forcing to have to keep maybe only 2 quarterbacks on the roster and one of them in the practice squad or one receiver on the roster, and the 4 running backs is a lot.
Right.
Do you think you could trade Brian Robinson at that point so you can use Brian Robinson to get trade value?
I wouldn't do that because you now have 3 small backs. And
Corum?
Corum is small, bro. Corum like 5'8". Like Corum don't got the size that Burry had. He ain't got the legs like a Cadillac. But Corum's tough, and Corum's a tough guy. He's bigger than Eckler, but he's small. He's like a little. He like Bryce Young at quarterback, at running back.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. You gotta have at some point a bigger back.
But to handle that brutal hits, because it's always brutal hits in the NFC East.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. Yeah, he 5'8", 205.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Yeah,
he probably gonna have to put on another 15, 20 pounds.
Automatically letting go of Rodriguez. That's the cheaper to get rid of, and then I find me another big back next year or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To me, now you're gonna. It's like, so if you get Corum and Daniels in the backfield is a dangerous combination. Like I said, more so in the red zone than anywhere, because you got some touchdowns in one season in your backfield, and they how to get to the end zone type shit. Then Corum was a really good rusher on top of that. So you also now have a little back that can go behind big linemen, get lost in the mix, get those because you can't really get a hand on them type of stuff. And I said I like them, but just the way I think that things work, especially if the Chargers pick within the first 10, 15 picks, Harbaugh, if don't nobody else pick them, Harbaugh's going to pick them.
Right.
So to me, if I'm the Washington team, I'm looking like an Atlanta right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, do we pass up on something that we haven't had here in a long time, which is a franchise back? Robinson is really good, but no, Robinson is good. Really good would be kind of stretching it, because I don't believe he's been given like last year was a missed opportunity. I thought that was unfair to not give him a chance to really show what he could do, especially after being shot and playing on a leg that was shot on. That was just crazy. And then to have him kind of be the number 2 this year after being the number 1 after being shot to me. So, I mean, is Corum is he off of the books? We named players that you were talking about earlier that were in the visiting process. I didn't hear his name.
Nah, that was only wide receivers that I named.
Okay. So,
and at first it was top 30, and he wouldn't have been in the top 30.
All right. Now, if they saw his tape, I don't know who saw his tape or saw his combine that didn't know he exists. Like, again, you picked twice, and I don't think he's going to go outside of the second round. If no running back is picked from now until Saturday, I well, at least until the third round tomorrow, I'd be surprised. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Yeah, I would be too.
The Titans and the Giants.
We met him. We met him at the combine.
CBS Sports is reporting that Kirk Cousins' agent says the quarterback is frustrated and confused. Falcons did not use the number 8 pick to help the team in 2024.
Mm-hmm. And guess what number 8 is, y'all?
Kirk Cousins' number.
His number.
Yeah. That joint is messy. This is getting to be messy.
and
real quick.
Phoenix number? Or am I tripping? His number 9.
Yeah, his number's 9.
Yeah.
Young.
But
this is getting messy real quick.
It's getting late, so I'm gonna have to sign off, fellas. You know what I mean?
All right, man, brother.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
Bro, what did I tell you about last year's playoffs and how them young quarterbacks was going to show. They moving the old guys out. Look at how much money he asked for, bro, after coming off an injury like that. This their way to get back. Because, like you said, it's $100 million that they got to eat, but they don't eat it all in 1 year. Number one. Number two, we can get the most out of you this year and get rid of you next year. And what same thing they did to Russell Wilson. Guess what? You can play for 10 games. We'll start Michael Penix at game 11 from the rest of the season, whether he good or not, because we're not going to pay you unless you take a pay cut. We gave you the money to bring you here, and then we're gonna make you change your contract. If you want to play, if you play, then fuck it. You can roll. You can get that $25 million to play for somebody else for free next year, and then after that, you'll be out the league because ain't nobody else gonna sign you.
Yeah.
Not to win a fucking Super Bowl. You make too much money for that shit. And I think Cam Newton is really the one that made motherfuckers start thinking like that. Plus, he's in Atlanta. You know, niggas love Cam Newton in Atlanta. He was stupid as shit to go there now that I'm thinking about that. But Cam Newton didn't expose all that shit about like his career numbers and being an MVP, and Kirk Cousins never won an MVP, and yet he got 100.
They call it Jayden Daniels another RG3. That's all they keep saying. Another RG3. Another RG3.
Yeah, that's because they hating and want to see that happen because they don't want us to have any success with how good Shorty is. And I can understand that. Like I said, for other teams, that's what I would say if he went to the Cowboys. Like I'd be like, man, he gonna get hurt. I don't know how to manage it. I would have did all that Bama shit too. The kid is good, and this is going to be a different scenario because, like I said, this coaching staff. Don't get me wrong. I don't think that Shanahan, the father. I think because he was against RG3, they managed that wrong. Daniel Snyder also had a bad medical staff at that time back then. So everybody handled that shit wrong. The doctors were just now first learning how to do the damn surgery that RG3 got. Remember, because AP got the jump right before that they had to, you know what I'm saying, that they was learning how to do it. AP just happened to recover differently, or RG3 didn't do the same thing to recover. Whichever it was, I know they supposedly use the same doctor. Nowadays, that injury is a lot easier to manage, or at least see some future return from it rather than how it was before. Again, that's why I said I'm not sure if they rush him into starting, and that's why I was saying how many games before they put him in the game, because let's say that you want him to be 215 before the season start. You got 3 months before the season start, and you got another month for him to gain the extra weight, or another month and a half or whatever for him to gain the weight before he starts. You know what I'm saying? But you want it to be healthy weight where he gaining it, but he still keep his speed and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So you may not even be holding him on some, he got to learn the playbook and all that. You just may be holding him to make sure that he can take whatever might happen on a Sunday.
Yeah, a lot of people were worried he's too small. They said he's too frail. He's hearing that. It's mixed. The Washington, I'm looking at the Washington fans, it's mixed. A lot of people are cheering. It's more good than bad though. A lot of people are cheering. A lot of people like it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are saying another RG3, say he's too frail. He's gonna get hurt, stuff like that. You know, so
when we got RG3, do you remember any other team wanting to trade up and get RG3 above us?
I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
I don't recall anybody wanting to remember how much. First of all, I don't even know if they could, because remember how much we gave up to get to that spot.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We were the team that wanted him that bad. That's why we moved up. I don't recall anybody else as bad as we did to get him. The difference is because, like I said, one, we didn't move up or lose anything to get this spot. Nobody offered in to get this spot except for the Raiders. And I said, that's how I picks early. My man been a Raiders fan since he's a baby, bro. The same way he's been a Redskin fan, bro. He got a little jump that he do like we do. Well, he don't got a jump, but he got a jump that he listen to that does the same thing that we do with the Redskins, with the Raiders. And because they on the West Coast, they are, you know what I'm saying, they getting stuff like, I guess, a little bit ahead, or just how the streams be when we be doing that, we just get it a little bit of ahead of time or whatever. And he was saying that the Raiders wanted Daniels, and literally not just the fan base, but he was like, if we get Daniels and we can win our division, Daniels is going to be in the voting for MVP. We feel like he's that special. We just don't know if we want to give up 3 years worth of first rounds for him. That's what they had. That's what the Redskins was asking for that pick, was 3 years worth of first round picks.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So somebody else was intrigued enough on the value of that kid that I was saying that somebody else wanted to do the same trade that we was getting ready to do. That instead of even offering it to the Raiders, we took the player. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being
Right.
Rams, we took the player instead of taking the picks. You know what I'm saying? So in this scenario, the Raiders would have been us with the holes. Like I'm looking at this shit like Final Destination, how you pass off death.
Yeah.
So the Raiders would have been the team that would have, and that's why the Raiders didn't go pick a quarterback, because again, I'm thinking that they're thinking at it on some superstitious shit too. If we run out and go get a quarterback, we almost putting ourselves in an RG3 situation that we're basically banking that this quarterback saves us right now, and if he don't, we risk a future for that with a brand new quarterback. We can't do that to Antonio Pierce. If anything, we're gonna let the veteran Garner Minshew and McDonald, or O'Donnell, we're gonna have to just let them, you know what I'm saying, do this shit for this 1 year and move on to next year. Like I said, the Shador Sanders, Dion ain't play for Oakland, did he? No, I don't think Dion played for Oakland, but he played in San Francisco, motherfucking Vegas, and Vegas is Vegas. I don't know if he wanted his son to live in Vegas, but it ain't that bad in Vegas, so I heard. I ain't gonna hold you. You know what I'm saying? So Dion going to Vegas ain't a bad thing. Antonio Pierce ain't a bad staff to be on for Dion. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. This
If,
is, I mean,
you know what I'm saying? So, and again, they have open options even if they have a good year, because they still have trading pieces. They can get rid of Devontae Adams for a first round pick, you know what I'm saying, for a closer or a earlier first round pick to try to get a quarterback. And like you
if
said,
I was them, I would just go Joe Melton personally. I mean, if it's about a quarterback, I still would keep Garner Minshew, let him start, whatever, but I still would get Joe Melton.
I think you need the if they still had Henry Ruggs, I would be very much in consideration of that. I think you need a burner with
I
him.
would, hey, I would find somebody to get.
And they do got Devontae Adams, so I won't say that
Yeah.
to look at, but I think you're gonna have to work with him for a couple of years, bro. I don't think his short game is good right now.
It probably not. I wouldn't mind working with him, but at the end of the day, I know that he could stretch the field. And when I got that, I could use what he's good at. You know what I'm saying? I make it easy for him. And I know he got size. He's 6'5", 6'6". He see over the defense. You know, it's some pieces there you can work with.
Good.
You know, so that's me. If I had to now, okay, if I was looking at quarterback, just like what I said, I was looking at receiver.
If I was
I saw
Arizona,
these options.
I would wait till like the 5th round and I pick Milton if I was Arizona. Like you said, somebody, because you need, like I said,
Right,
you need a weapon that makes that a viable option. Like what you
right,
said about us needing a taller wide receiver. Like even with McLaurin and Dotson and having a Milton, we don't got nobody for him to stretch the field with. Like even with Dotson being able to get down the field and McLaurin that can get down the field, I think you still need somebody that can jump, because that jump gonna be in the air.
right, right, right. And that's all I'm saying is, even with us, I just want to see us with a different type of receiver, different frame receiver than what we've already had around these parts. I think AJ Brown being in the NFC East, we saw how that worked. He was a mismatch all over the division for pretty much almost everybody in the league. It seemed like, so that was a size mismatch. So I think it doesn't hurt you to have a weapon like that on your side. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying everybody's AJ Brown, but I'm just saying, you know.
If you just look at it schematically, like there's not any team with 2 6'4" corners. So a wide receiver that's
Yeah,
4 is automatically a mismatch in some regard, depending on the team that you're playing against, depending on the scheme that they running, especially. You know what I'm saying? Like cover twos, you looking at to beat them in a seam. So it's not really more about beating them in the jump ball than it is beating them in space, because they're only playing to cover a certain space and shit like that. But man to mans and cover threes, you're gonna have to win some jump balls. It's just what the fuck it is. And you
yeah,
have to always win that with a short receiver. Like again, there's not many Steve Smiths or Santana Mosses. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
You're gonna really need some size to kind of complement those passing plays or some of those routes and shit like that. Like how the Kelseys and the Kittles and shit like that do. They
right,
always,
right.
you know what I'm saying? You need them tall motherfuckers to win some of those passing routes that aren't conventional, you know what I'm saying, regular first downs and shit like that.
Yeah, yeah. Especially with a rookie quarterback, you got a young quarterback. Give him everything he need, man. Give him everything he need. Again, y'all see, I don't think that and it's for Adam Peters or anybody in the front office who might run across this video, might be listening, might not be listening. Hey, whatever. But I'm gonna tell you like it is. Y'all creating hype for yourselves. You cannot take this guy and this team out here and lose. You just can't. You're gonna disappoint a lot of people. People already look. I'm looking at the stuff now. Look at my timeline now. We did this, we that, we the best this, the best that, the best. Y'all is the. This is why I always say stay under the radar, because like in DC, we get behind you, but we'll crash on you quick too now.
Do you think that signing Marvin Harrison Jr. was standing under the radar?
No, I think that was high on the radar too. You know,
that would have put just as big of a target on our back as picking Daniels.
Yeah, it's
that's what I said. Like, it was just more about, like, if you pick Ben Johnson, I would have never thought that you were anywhere else other than Marvin Harrison Jr. If not, he would have sold the bank to get Caleb Williams. And I didn't think that. Remember, I said I didn't like that idea. I didn't like selling the future of the team for Caleb, even though I think that he's a really good in the pocket passing quarterback, bro. Like, I what I see and what I think is two different things. Like I said, what I see, I think that there's some things that really, really do need work. But what I do see that's good, man, like if he can translate some of that to the league, not the antics, not the media stuff, just the on-field stuff, I think he can really be good. Just with what they put around him, I think he has a chance to be good right away. Like I said, I don't know what that does translating longevity if he's already at his peak. You know what I'm saying? Because that could be a thing too. That could be a reason why the numbers were down some. Because what if he's already reached his peak? Like I said, a lot of these guys are older. So, you know, Chris Winkie, you know what I'm saying? Heck of a college season. Came out at 28 years old. There's no getting better for you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna be honest with you when it came to Williams. I wasn't all that impressed. Like, for instance, with Daniels, it's his arm was good and all of that, but his legs is what impresses you. You like, dang, he got 10 yards that quick. That's impressive. That was one of the things. That's why I say that's the dangerous part about him. You know what I'm saying? But arm-wise, I wasn't all that impressed. And for Williams, I'm not sure all that scramble stuff going to work in the NFL. Some of the stuff I saw you doing out there, I'm just not sure that all that might not work the same way in the NFL. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying that's a toss-up because
bro,
I'm just
like 100 and something rushing yards, bro. All that stuff was done behind the line.
No. That's why I'm saying I'm not sure that works like that in the NFL. I just think that the pass rush is a little bit better.
No, that's
and I don't know if you're gonna be able to.
The Heisman year, it's not a lot of that. It's not a lot of that during the Heisman year.
Yeah, right. That's all I'm saying. Is that I don't know that works down.
Daniels had watched some film and pointed out, like, looking at some film from last year to the year before, he was like, man, this kid was bored, bro. He was like, I haven't seen. He was like, man. He was like, and I've been critical. He was like, I've been critical about this. I've watched this film over and over, and he was like, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, he's really got arm talent that you really want in a quarter. Like I said, without the antics, the antics push me and move me in a different way that I'm just not sure that it's worth going that route. Even if Kingsbury had a relationship with him, I just didn't feel like it was worth the risk. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I know our media is hard, bro. Our media is one of the not the hardest.
They turn you feel like you a villain or you a target or something, but that's how we is.
Yes. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, but it's because the fans we know what we were. And to go through 23 years of high level expectancy and getting very little results to what you want, it just disappoints you. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you, again, agreeing to what you're saying, we've got to win. And if we don't win, like I always say, you have to compete. You got to compete in a way that the loss feels like a victory. You on some Muhammad Ali stuff.
They can't lose with this team though that they got now. They can't. They really gonna have to
say that you can't. If you do, is because you tank this second round. The only way you can lose, and not because losing.
I agree.
Like you should. Like whatever you put out on the field, that's what y'all drafted. Y'all better make that shit work.
You gotta make it work. Yeah. This fan base.
bro,
You don't want this fan base to say this the same old stuff we got from Snyder. If they say that, that's it. You lost the team.
absolutely. Because again, like I said, to me, I don't know. These quarterbacks that's coming out gonna have to make some of these receivers be like the dudes, because I don't know if they're as good as some of the guys that are coming out this year. That if you have a bad season and the wide receiver position is the reason for that, unless you go find a free agency, because that's what you did really well right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jaden Daniels is a win day one on the draft right now.
Right.
You gotta win day two.
Right.
And that's for the NFC East. If you're looking at the competitors, like, and I know that right now, that to me, that's my one worry right now. If I'm gonna openly say it on air, that's my one worry, is that they're looking at what they're developing as a team, and they're not looking at what the rest of the division is building. I know Dan Quinn is paying attention to the Cowboys, not in a sense of I'm worried about, well, I'm pressed to do better than them, but I just came from them, so I want to see what those guys are doing. But y'all are not paying attention to the Eagles and the Giants.
Yeah.
Not let them win the draft and just say that we won free agency. I understand it's about building a team, but you cannot get so locked in on just picking your guys that you forget that the rest of the league is picking players to get better for chasing what everybody should be chasing, which is the Super Bowl. Malik Neighbors to the Giants is crazy.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
don't have Saquon Barkley, which is helpful because they're not going to pass all day. To me, on a Dan Quinn defense, you know what I'm saying? That's just anybody. I don't think you're just going to pick your whole day to just decide to pass on us the whole day without running the ball or nothing else like that. Unlike the Cowboys, what happened to them in the Packers game, we had two of the fucking most monstrous running tackle defensive tackles in the NFL. So running 150 yards up the middle against us is, I don't know if that happens like that. I do think that we definitely need to pay attention to signing some people that get some pressure, because those ends after we got rid of Sweat.
Yeah, that's something else. Yeah.
Now, like I said, I know we got Armstrong and we got a different.
They need to pan. They gonna have to pan out because we don't have, especially with them deciding not to resign Hill, which I thought you could have got him at a good number. At least if he ain't starting, he can get you some good energy off the bench. I thought that was stupid.
But see, I thought that they picked up Jamin's 5th-year option. So not to pick that up means that this is a show and prove year for him, and this means that in the first 3 to 4 games, like even in preseason, like all this is going to let training camp, preseason, how you work out, how you approach coming to the practices and like that. You're gonna get evaluated on all that, and you might not even be on the field week 1.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You still got to depend on, and but remember I said though that the defenders in this draft, it's not about them being good, great, how good they are. It's about what they do and do they fit the scheme that we're doing. So that's why I'm not so worried about Dan Quinn picking defense later than picking offense. I'm happy that we focus on offense and didn't jump right in defense. Like I'm glad we didn't, even though we only picked 1 pick. I'm just saying, like, I'm glad we didn't like try to jump back into the first round to pick a defender or pick a cornerback or something like that. I do think I messed up that the daggone Ravens got that cornerback, bro. I really thought he was about to slip, bro, because I wasn't gonna say nothing. I know you wanted the wide receiver and shit, but if we couldn't get the wide receiver, like I would love to believe that Forbes is gonna have a better year. You know what I'm saying? I do think that, like I said, I think his tape was better than DeRon Bland tape. I think he again broke records in college because he had really good feel for where things were, and Dan Quinn may be able to take advantage of that. But that guy Quinn runs a 4.21, and on the day Darrell Green jersey is retired, you would have turned the fan base upside freaking down.
Let me say though, they better make sure that they get it out of Forbes, because then I don't think that letting Kendall Fuller was a smart thing to do. I'm just and not again, I don't know how much money he got over there in Miami, so I would have to check that to see if it was worth the money. But I don't think he got a lot. And so if you could have got Kendall Fuller back in the building, I would have thought that you would have wanted to do that, because I'm gonna tell y'all, if y'all don't do something with them two corners out there, as far as changing technique or doing something, if you run anything similar to what Ron Rivera ran, we in some trouble, because they couldn't
Nope.
cover a daggone
But
they couldn't cover nothing last year. You know what I'm saying, with a blanket.
if you don't have to tank to get them, then that's cool. I'll appreciate that, and I'll rock with that idea, even if that means risking some picks for the future. But if they suck this year, the cornerbacks that is, put Mariota in the game and let Daniels get a little bit bigger, let him learn the league and be Mahomes the year after, and pick Travis Hunter. If you're going to tank and you're going to get the talent, then get all the best talent before you start running the muck, and fire the coaches and all of that, so that we don't, you know what I'm saying? So we don't say that y'all doing it on purpose, because you can't keep your job. You know what I'm saying? Adam Peters, if you want to keep yours, you're going to have to fire the coaches. That's a part of the GM's job, to make sure that we got the best team. And if you're tanking, then you got to hold those coaches accountable, even if you're trying to build something. Even if you say we're going to keep Cliff Kingsbury and fire whatever the case may be, I don't think go, but if that's what y'all going to do, because the only way it's going to work for me and making it make sense is if y'all get the best players. Travis Hunter, to me, is not only the best corner. He, by him playing wide receiver, he's going to get used to the other routes that the other receivers are doing.
I agree with that.
He is a monster, bruh.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Smart kid. He is a disciplined cornerback. He gets frustrated sometimes, but I also think that Deion is challenging him in a way that coaches are afraid to do today.
Right. I agree with that.
I really think that he only gets beat because he's playing both sides of the ball. If once they get this recruiting class this offseason, and Hunter gets to stay mostly on defense and goes on offense sometimes, he's going to be in lockdown mode.
Yeah.
The thing I think that hurts them is if they have any more recruits leaving, like Komani McClain. I really like Shawty Game. He's going to have a ton of the country looking at him. I wish him the best of luck. I don't believe any of the internet stuff. I try to stay away from that when making my assumptions, because you'll make assumptions on something and the whole time that won't even be the story, and we'll just all be wrong. So I'm learning how to not do that no more and just comment on what the immediate situation is. Even though that one recruit is leaving, same way anybody will say that is in high faith or understand the way the world works and the way the Lord works, one door closes, another one opens. So that one 5-star leaving is going to open the door for several 5-stars to go into Colorado and make something special out of that situation. As much as I do understand that there could be negative pub to Deion being out there, I'm going to continue to show support, because I understand that it takes a lot to build anything as a black man in this country. All right. And we ain't always on each other's side. We ain't always got the best intentions, but when somebody does, you got to try to support the efforts that they're trying to do. Even if he's only solely doing it to see his son make it into the league, you got to give that man that round of applause for his effort as a father, if nothing else. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
I do with that. And as a coach, I know that he is mentally and physically there as a father for those kids who fathers are not there. I'm not gonna say those kids don't got no fathers. I'm gonna just say that they not there because they're at college.
Right.
Good example. He's a former NFL player, and for those players that he's gonna get to the next level, because and I think in the next 3 years, next year and the next 2 years after that, if he's not already in the league, Deion's going to be responsible for a lot of people in Colorado going pros. So those kids are going to learn how to be great young men moving forward, and I applaud that regardless of whether they're good on the football field or not. Now, outside of that, he got some ballers over that Joe.
Yeah.
That's going to be amazing next year in this league, bro. His son Shiloh is probably going. I don't want to say he's gonna make the Hall of Fame because that's way too much of a reach this early, but I really think he's going to be good. He is a smacker. And once they get some more recruits to be better, like because they barely had a top 50 defense last year because they only had like 4 recruits that were 5 stars on the entire team on the defense. On the offense, I think they had like 6 4 stars and maybe 1 or 2 5 stars, like linemen or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So this offseason will be very important. I think Nick Saban leaving Alabama gives opportunity for players to decide to go some other places. The portal opened up so players don't have to wait a season in football to play. So there's going to be a lot of guys that's going to be leaving. Gives opportunity for some of those guys that want to play right away to go out there in Colorado. It ain't nothing to do but football. So just know when you go out there, Deion ain't going to do nothing but challenge you. So again, it's only for the ones that's trying to make it. He ain't messing with you if you ain't trying to make it. So just know that.
Yeah, man. I mean, shout out to Deion. I think his press, I think his statements on Michael Penix Jr. Remember, I said before the program, I said Deion said he couldn't understand why everybody had overlooked Penix.
Mm-hmm.
That might have made some folks reconsider down in Atlanta. I don't care what nobody say, because Deion got what team drafted Deion?
Yep.
What team drafted Deion, and who was the one that ended up getting Penix?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's still the talk of the draft. On Sports Illustrated, they ran a story saying that Kirk Cousins' agent wasn't aware that they was going to draft a quarterback. On ESPN, it's been all over there. So this was really the news of the draft. The Atlanta Falcons, despite giving Kirk Cousins $180 million in his contract and whatever, $100 million guaranteed, still in the first round of this draft, drafted a quarterback. That was pretty surprising for a lot of people, and that has been the talk of the draft tonight thus far. That has been the talk of the draft.
Yeah.
You know. So you got any final thoughts? What's your final thoughts?
Win day two, Washington.
Yeah, that's pretty much my sentiments too. Is y'all gotta
see you in the morning, Jaden.
Yeah. Get a receiver. That's get a daggone receiver, man. Don't
want and tell him to go get him. Make sure
get a receiver.
You can't get ownership of the team, but what you can do is get command of the Commanders.
Yeah.
Know what you want that will make you good. You want to win Rookie of the Year. That's what you want to go in this looking at it like. You got a lot of competition at it this year. It's not usually this deep at the competition having an immediate approach to being able to be a winner, because there's a lot of guys that's going, like I said, that's going to start day one, that's going to want to get there. And the quarterback is the most important part. It's the easiest one to win it, but you got competition. You got 6 guys that went in the first. You got so you got a chance that all 6 guys could start this season, which would probably be a first.
Yep. It's a chance that all 6 of those guys can start. It is a legit chance that I know at least 3 of them probably starting.
Yeah. It's at least
4 for real, because I think Bo Nix start day 1 too.
What are you talking about? Then 5, JJ McCartney. Who else is in Minnesota?
Minnesota. Yeah, who else they gonna play? So that's 5 starting quarterbacks come week 1, rookies. 5. So do y'all want to be the bottom of the barrel or not? Or do you want to be the top? You know, this is a chance to change your franchise. We don't have many opportunities like that, but this is a chance to change the franchise. And going back to what the real talk is, I think they tanking. So I ain't gonna say right now. I don't know what they doing right now. That was a solid pick. That's who I would have picked. It seems like they whatever, but you know, if you know how Washington do, boy, if you know how Josh Harrison do, he gonna hype you up and let you down, baby. Hype you up just to let you down, man. So don't get too hyped. Keep it on the low. Make them prove it. So yeah, win day 2. That's what we looking at tomorrow, man. That's what we looking at tomorrow. Is try to get a receiver in the doors, man. That's all we asking, and that's all I'm asking. At least is get a receiver in here because I'm not comfortable with what we got right now. I'm gonna keep it real. So I want to receive a receiver on day 2. You know, you got 2 early picks. What time do we start up tomorrow?
That's a good question, bro. It can't be the same time because we got 2 rounds, and I know that the time for draft it might be 6, but I'm about to look right now and let you know.
Usually start early.
Nah, that's on Saturday that it start early.
Oh, start early. Okay.
It start at 12 o'clock on Saturday because it's got 3 rounds. Hold on.
7. Start at 7 tomorrow. 7 p.m.
All right.
Rounds 2 and 3, 7 p.m. So yeah, so y'all come make sure you right here on back with us at the Nature Sports Network. We're gonna cover the whole 2 rounds tomorrow at 7 p.m. Well, that's 2 through tomorrow. Day 2 is 2nd and 3rd round. 2nd and 3rd round tomorrow. So we're gonna be right back here, man. Right back here with you, man. Cover the whole thing. This is the Nature Sports Network. ETA Money Row signing off.
All right. It's Uptown.
All right.
Know what it is. Check out tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow.